مغيرين.
There we are. Button my jacket up. Oh man, I want to turn GIFs off. Hold on. I might stop and start over. Don't do the GIFs today. But thank you. All right. Now, egg rolls. Are you in here? Yeah, I see. Okay. I was going to show you this pen thing. It's not actually a pen. It doesn't write. It's just hollow. I think you can put a pen inside of it, I think is the idea. But let me scroll down. Here it is. Okay, I will send this in the Discord. This just Amazon link. But fair warning, it doesn't, the stock grip that it comes with is too slippery. I took gaffer's tape and did 2 wraparounds. You can kind of see the tape here. It's the same tape that my wife uses on her hula hoops to give them grip. And that helps it a lot more. It was so slippery that as soon as you spin it, it was just fumbling so much. So I recommend getting a little extra tape for it. But there's a link. Let's see if that worked. Yep. Okay. And they are fun. It's just something it's a twiddly stick. It's just something to do this kind of stuff with. Yeah. Yes, my wife is cool. Although not feeling super well this morning, so I might have to jump out from time to time and go help with the kids. But we'll see how it goes. Now, yeah, she's fine. Kids you have to be at 150% to deal with our kids. All right, well, we're doing it a little different now. For those of you who were in my last live stream, I want to apologize. Things got a little carried away with the community engagement. I'm gonna clean these off. And so we're gonna tone it back down. I don't know when these get so dirty. I only wear them in here, and then I think my cat messes with them at night. Do whatever you guys want. I'm not trying to engage, and I'm not gonna read anyone's names off. So I'm just gonna let you guys do your own thing. Okay, I'm just opening a few more things over here. I will read Cash Apps. Because, actually, maybe my YouTube is now potentially high enough to start doing super chats. Would that be interesting? Now, I would have to probably stream my own thing. I'm thinking like maybe once a week. Like maybe Fridays I don't want to do super chats all the time. But what if we did super chat Fridays? Or we could do super chat Sundays. We could do it on... I don't want to do it on Sundays. It's annoying. It's annoying to set up. Let me see if we're at the thing though. I don't think I am yet. Oh wait. Huh? Get reviewed. Okay, there's like a 15-step process. Oh boy, wow. Anyways, Maxon said, do all dogs go to heaven? No. They don't. Sorry. Yeah, I'll figure out this YouTube thing. I would think if we do it like just Fridays, you know? Are you guys talking about whitening teeth? I don't have very white teeth. I saw that one kind of miss by. Okay, let's see. We got another super chat that says best ass on the planet, and we'll see that's from TD. Thank you so much for the $6.66. I've said it again. I'll say it before. Is all these people who send 666, just be grateful that God didn't make, or Satan, whoever made up the number 666, that they didn't use the number 1,000. You'd all be broke. Or 10,000. That'd be harder to, then you'd have to give at least $100 every time. And his number was 10,000. You'd be like, fuck. You'd all be just like busted. Maxon sent another one saying that was a dumb question. There is no heaven, about dogs going to heaven. Yeah, I don't know if dogs have a religion, but when my dogs are in heaven is when they're under my feet in the kitchen. That's their favorite place to be, just like directly underneath wherever I want to be. They just stand underneath there and try to trip me in the kitchen. That's their heaven. Such a pretty piano progression. And I don't remember it. I wrote this a long time ago and recorded it in a loop, but I can't remember it. That's for sure the first part. pretty. Oh. It's too loud. I got it. I haven't played this in so long. Yeah, I got really into, actually made a whole album that sounds very much like Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hey Daniel, what's up? Welcome in. There's a lot of really just like interesting um those kinds of things, you know. I don't know if I put those songs, when I put my songs on the Discord, did I put those ones on there? No. What happened is I went to Costa Rica and I was like, I just got to make a song about this. And I made an album about it. The other thing that happened was I went to we used to live in Central California. And oh, thanks Lilith for posting the live here, so we're up on the YouTube. Say hi to them. And where my wife worked, it was in a library, like in a college. And I found just on the third floor, kind of hidden off to the side, a really, really good electric piano. And I don't mean like a digital synthesizer one, but like just like a grand piano that happened to be electric that you could plug headphones into. And it was cool. It was there as a like, hey students, while you're studying and you want to take a break, just play here. And you could play out loud like Ed speakers. We could all just plug headphones in. So I'd go visit her at work and then go up to the third floor and just play piano for an hour. And it was very peaceful. And so I learned, I made up a bunch of songs, and then we went to Costa Rica around that same time. And so I kind of themed an album about it. There's YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Yes, I am married. For the thirst quenching over here. And so I kind of, I themed the album, just named the songs about it. And it's just like kind of, there's like ambient nature sounds of jungles and waterfalls, and then, you know, some like peaceful, that kind of music. And so I just put that link in Discord. Sendero. It's actually what I use for my ringtone still. I I made these nice little like short piano riffs that sound kind of like that Zelda Breath of the Wild when you like just hear an instrumentation kind of off in the distance. And I had that sort of similar vibe. Let's put this link in here. All right, so in the BBD Discord, under Mezzo Music, at the very bottom, I'm going to put a little link to one of those older albums. Cool. And it should be free. I know on Bandcamp you can like pay for stuff, but I think I have everything set to free. I try to make sure that all my music and art and everything is free. I do my best. All right. Anyways, look, no guests yet. Yeah, you can sample music. If there's a way for you to sample music of mine, as long as I don't have to do anything, please go nuts. All of my everything I make is public domain. Basically, I do my best to just be like, just use it. That's all good. As long as I don't have to do anything. All right, people are still waking up. I got the coffee going here. We got some guests coming in. There's Oso. Hi, what's up, my friend? How are you? And people are coming in. We're just waiting for some requests to come in, and we'll talk about Jesus Christ. I've been reading a little bit in Acts, and I mentioned this on the other live, but I was dressed like a kitty cat, and it was a bit distracting. I think it kind of went under the radar from all the stupidity, but there are some murders that God does in the New Testament after Jesus leaves. Right? Jesus comes and goes, and then there's more God murders after that. So we're in the thick of the new covenant, day 10. I don't know how long. I don't know how many days. I don't know when the new covenant starts. Right? I don't know when that actually starts. Like if it starts at the moment of death or the moment of resurrection. I assume the moment of death because that's when you do sacrifices to animals. And animals, they didn't usually resurrect. I have no idea. But they, either way, this is like for sure after the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus. And then later after that, God kills like 3 people in Acts, maybe more. That's just how many I've read. And it's really problematic as to why. It's big classic Old Testament, like you did bad, God kill you. And the punishment doesn't fit the crime. Yeah, I don't have a Mezzo Discord, but I don't know if you guys know this. I do a podcast with my best friend, Joel Reads Bible, and it's called Bad Bible Debates. We take these clips, like from these debates, and we have our editing team over in Sweden. They edit them down and kind of trim them to be a little more bite-sized. Excuse me. And then we go over there together and we meet in a studio and we record like little intros and outros for them. So we get to kind of, chat in person and things like that. It's really cool. So we have a Bad Bible Debates Discord. Now, currently there's a little bit of an issue going on with the podcast because we're on a cliffhanger. In the last episode, some very scary things happened while we were over there. And we have to go back tomorrow. So it's kind of weird. But yeah, anyone who subscribes to either my TikTok or even better, Joel's TikTok, or I think, can you subscribe to his YouTube? Is that one of the things we allow? Does anyone know the rules? I don't know the rules. Then you can get into our Discord. And yeah, or Oso's. Oh, sure. I love that. And if you just subscribe to anybody, honestly, subscribe to your own thing, and we'll get you. Okay. Here's another Cash App that says Jesus was another evil thing God did. God is a dick. Now, dick was cut off here with no K, so I think it might be Deek. Remember, there was an old there was like an old cartoon company. Is that what it was? That was called Deek, D-I-C. And at the end of, like, I don't know, Transformers, or it was probably GoBots. It was probably at the end of GoBots. There'd be like this Deek. And we're always like, was it Ninja Turtles? Is that what it was, Benny? We just say Deek. And I remember just being like, I don't know if we're supposed to say that. We had GoBots. Our family wasn't, I mean, you know, we had our standard privileges. You know, our whiteness, our Christianness. We had our standard privileges, but we didn't have the money privilege. Yeah. So we had GoBots, the ripoff of Transformers. Knockoff, I guess. God loves cut off dicks. Okay. Here's the Discord. Oh, there it is. Deek. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it was like a dick in space, or a deek. You go out the window. Oh, that's fucking funny. Nightbot was the original GoBot. Yeah. I don't remember like the GoBot song. You know what I do remember that I really liked was Silverhawks. And I think the Silverhawks might have been a ripoff Thundercats. They were like Thundercats, but in space, and they had wings. Oh, someone just said that. Primo. Yeah, that's what were they Deek? Dun 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 dun. Silverhawks. That song was jamming. Joel and I were talking about the X-Men song recently. The X-Men song is jamming, but so Silverhawks. Silverhawks. I don't know. I'm trying an easier key. Something kind of like that. No guess yet. What have we been doing this for 3 hours? Yeah, T here doesn't know the yeah, before Michael Bay, the Transformers were a television cartoon. The button doesn't work. Oh, someone just requested. Wait, there is something weird going on. Are you here?
Hi.
I don't see your picture. This is weird. Can you guys hear him?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
there it is. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's a very strange delay happening. Okay, I accepted it and it wasn't like showing up, but it seems like everything's okay now. Nye? It will be fine by Nye. Welcome in. Colby, what's your age and religion?
34, and I guess Christian, if you want to label it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if you think like Jesus died for your sin and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. Well, do you want to help me find Jesus?
Well, I was hoping you'd help me deconstruct, since this is your whole thing, right?
Well, on the Atheist Sunday School, we do different kind of themes, and today's theme is a chance for you to help me find Jesus, if you want
Oh,
to.
okay. So
But
you
are
haven't
you?
found it in the Bible, I guess. You were talking about God
No.
murders earlier, so
Yeah. Do you know like what the expression like? Then I found Jesus. You'll hear people say sometimes. You know what I mean by that?
yeah, like I found them in like Sunday school, and then like after I tried to like hurt myself one time, I found Jesus again, kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So like, obviously I like I know they talk about him in the Bible, but I haven't like seen or experienced him in my own life.
Right. So were you a former Christian?
Yeah,
You were. So when
I
when
still
did
am a
you?
former Christian.
Right. I mean, logically, but I would say like, when did you deconstruct?
I was like going on 20 years ago.
Oh, okay, that's quite a long time ago.
Yeah,
So what caused
I'm
you to deconstruct?
55. I had some of the normal problems that I think people have, where they're looking at the Bible, going like, "Oh, this doesn't make sense," right? Like this Garden of Eden, is this real? Those kinds of things that you start to question. And then I so those sort of like just factually started to come apart. And just I was having like some skepticalness, if that's not a word, but you know what I mean. And then I also was obviously like grappling with the problem of suffering, this problem of like, why is my neighbor old and dying and God won't help them, those kinds of things. And I didn't know that it was called the problem of unnecessary suffering or something like that. But um you know later, when I went to philosophy class, I was like, oh, other people have thought about this, that's helpful. And I kind of explored it more and realized that there's not a solution for it, so I
Well, I would.
ditched it.
Yeah. You said the problem of suffering. So like, one can argue the suffering is a necessary consequence for like free will. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like,
I
it
mean, I've
opens up the
heard that,
door
but
for like allowing genuine like moral choices and character development kind of thing.
right. So like we don't want to, like, God doesn't want to intervene if somebody's like starving to death because they made their choices that got them to there, that kind of thing.
So are we talking about like an adult or a child?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I think all suffering is terrible,
Sure. So
but the
which
argument
which
would,
one does free will solve? The adult or the child?
well, I would say all, but
Oh, okay.
then
Sure,
we're
you
kind of
can.
getting into kind of a touchy subject, because children, you sure they have free will to believe what they want, right? But they're kind of under the dominion of their parents in a way, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we can still just make it a guy. Like, I was talking the other night and realized that, like, sometimes people have been like lost in the Sahara Desert for whatever reason, and they starve to death. So, sorry, I gotta lower my chair a bit. My legs are uncomfortable. Sorry about that. So, like, I was saying God could send them a cheeseburger, and He doesn't, and so there's like a suffering happening. Now, I think what you might be saying is that person's choices led them to go into the desert. Is that like the kind of excuse, the free will thing?
I mean, we all have a choice to make, and it leads us to whatever destination that we arrive at. But I'm more or less saying that there's a greater good at work.
I just don't think people get lost in the desert on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, people like make choices. I get that, what you're saying, but like, no one's like, I'm gonna go get lost in the desert, that'll show God. Right? It's not about that. They're just like, some circumstances kind of come about that are probably outside of their control, and they're in the desert hungry, going, oh God, I really wish I had a cheeseburger right now. They, maybe not a cheeseburger, but whatever food they want. God could manifest bread and fish. He does it in the Bible, right? You can just make bread and fish appear. There could be a whole plate of food. They could still have the choice, the free will to eat it or not, right? They could still have the choice, but he could just provide and doesn't. And so that seems like a problem for someone only because he's listed as all good and all powerful.
Right. And I get the nuances of this entire discussion, because like all suffering is seemingly bad in our eyes. Like, we don't want to see a child go hungry. We don't want to see, well, really anybody go hungry or be homeless. But again, the argument here is more or less like a greater good at work. Like somebody finds their spirituality, they find God in their struggle. They have spiritual transformation, or that they have redemption in their suffering, however long that suffering lasts, and then they come out on top, right? Like that's the general consensus.
If that happened every time, then that would be a really interesting argument. But a lot of times people starve in the Sahara Desert. Or, they're a baby who's born with leukemia and they die from it.
Right. But I'd say like
when they're 3.
Also we have the option to reject God, kind of like you're doing.
Sure.
So
yeah, I reject God because if he is real, he's not feeding people in the desert and healing children who are born with Harlequin's disease, right? That's a good reason to reject somebody. I'm all good, and I'm letting 1-year-olds die painful deaths of Harlequin's disease. Well, that doesn't make sense. I reject that. The baby didn't reject God is a good point, Anna. Yeah, the baby is just there in pain, right? So all the free will in the world doesn't solve their problem, right?
Right. Again, I would say that the child doesn't have technically free will to do as they please.
Right.
So the parents are largely to do like say a mother births some children, right? And then she decides that she can't handle having that child anyway, so they go to one of these drop-off spaces at a fire department that they've created in various locations, right? Does that cause suffering to that child, knowing that now? Well, I would argue that it doesn't, because now that child doesn't have to have a mother that doesn't care about them.
Yeah, but babies still go through trauma. Like, that's still a thing that happens, right? Like, moving and transferring homes like that is still traumatic. There's like a pre-memory trauma that happens. So, like, look, you might be right. It's better than raising a kid that you, like, don't want or are unable to financially or something like that. Totally, that could be a better situation. But what I'm concerned about is that every time I bring up something that doesn't have a solution, you switch to some other topic.
So, well, I may have gotten off track. So bring me back to the base question here.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Harlequin's babies, that's not what, like, that has nothing to do with dropping them off. They're just born like that.
Like, born, what? I guess I'm not educated on that.
Oh, Harlequin's disease is just a somewhat rare disorder. I mean, there's one born every day about in the United States. That's not like a quota, just like that's the average. And the way that they are born, their skin is hard. They have a disorder that it's like a genetic disorder, and their skin hardens, and it's so hard it just hurts. They crust up. They look like inside out. They look like they're just and they're in pain. They scream and cry their whole life. Most of them don't live past a year. Some do, but for the ones that don't, they're in pain for less than a year, maybe a year, and then they die. Right? And there's no like choice to give your child Harlequins or not. Right? That's not there's no free
genetic
will. Yep. Yeah. So this is all God's doing. It could very much easily be God's undoing, but he does not undo it. He's just letting it happen. So like how does this help anybody? What's the goodness in this?
The unfortunate part about that is I'm not an expert on genetics. and I don't know how all that comes into play regarding the parents' predisposition or like to genetic anomalies if they decided to procreate with one another. So I can't speak on that. But
I can tell you too. I have it here. It's a mutation in the ABCA12 gene. So this isn't like a oh, you drank too much soda pop when you were pregnant type of thing. It's not based off a choice. It's a just absolute mutation.
Well, I'd say any genetic disorder wouldn't be by choice. I don't think anybody would choose to have a genetic disorder.
Well, you know what I mean? I think that your excuse here might be like for like fetal alcohol syndrome. If you as a mother make a choice to drink a bunch, the consequence is your child is going to suffer that syndrome, right? And that could be terrible. But that makes sense for natural consequences. If there wasn't a God, that would happen, right? It would be the case that like children experience pain because of choices that their parents did. But in a God world, that doesn't make sense. God wouldn't like give the baby consequences because of an action the parent did. The Bible says not to do that.
Right. So your stance is for something of this matter that's just seemingly popped up out of the blue. This baby is born with a genetic disorder that doesn't come from like a parent's choice. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think it's still a problem for the things that are pure choice, right? Like I think if somebody is going to like grape someone else, God should also intervene, like totally. But like I know that your side's free will excuse feels like it covers that for you. I don't think it does. But this is just an example of something that this for sure. There's no way out of this one. Free will isn't the escape hatch you think it is of this problem.
I mean, you bring up a valid concern, and honestly, I don't have a great answer for that. I'm just going to be real honest with you.
I didn't either. That's why we were talking about it, because I didn't either, and that's why I ended up leaving the religion. I was like, this doesn't make sense. It is either the case that this God is like terrible, right? Like if he's like causing this is just like really bad, and I don't want anything to do with this God. They don't deserve worship. Or it's not real, which was like such a relief to go like, oh, I don't think this is real because there's all these other contradictions and stuff that don't make sense. So, you know, that was like a big relief.
I think I think what they teach us, right, is the idea that God's plan is different than ours and beyond our comprehension. So life. Again, I guess it doesn't really apply to what you just said. And again, I'll preface that I don't have a great explanation for that. That's something I have to contemplate a little bit longer on. But I'd say that, and I don't like using anecdotals, so I'm not going to use one for myself. But I've seen things in my own life.
On Atheist Sunday School, we allow it, just so you know. Normally during a debate, we'd be like, no little personal experiences or anything. But on Atheist Sunday School, like there's no rules. You can bring up your personal experience if you want. In fact, by the way, for the people in chat, I forgot to remind you, on Atheist Sunday School, we allow atheists up. If you're a non-believer or someone who's deconstructed and you want to come up and have one at a time, of course, do a quick question or comment. Then you can do that. Oh God, and we do a fun thing. What's the fun thing going to be today? We've done favorite swear, favorite sin, and your best biblical celebrity impression. I don't know, guys. Help me think of a fun. Maybe we'll think of a fun thing. I was thinking if people want to do a quick insult to the host, they could do an insult. That could be kind of fun, but normally I think that'd be better if Joel was here because you guys would want to insult him because he's such a like easy target. You could make. I could say sexual
that
promotion.
If we don't ever agree on anything, your comment section is gold.
Oh, you guys hear that, chat? We got a compliment, a Christian compliment coming down to the chat. Okay, sorry for that, dealing with the business there. Yeah, I remember I had to say some of those things. A fun fact. Facts aren't fun. That's not true. No one's
Everyone's
like that.
facts.
No one's like, hey, here's a fact, and you go, wee. That's just not a thing. Okay. Yeah, we'll do favorite position, and you guys can make up new positions for like boning sex and stuff like that. Okay. So Colby, I think that this is a really big problem. The reason we started talking about it was because you asked me why did I deconstruct, and that's why is is like this problem doesn't have an answer. And there's more, right? Like, why did God send the Amalekite babies to be slaughtered? That's a big problem. Why did God flood the earth? This is a problem. Sodom and Gomorrah, problem. Like, there's problems from the Bible. There's problems from the world around us now. That's like, this doesn't make sense. They're
Well,
starving people, you know.
most of the and I'm using your term, God murders in the Bible are highly documented as to why they occurred.
Right, but the why is so unsatisfactory, right? Like,
Can you give me like a specific example of what you're talking about? Like which
sure,
example in the Bible that you're
I'll read one of these new ones I was talking about. So let me bring this up. So, okay. There is a character named Herod, and someone might know this. Is Herod King Herod? I think it might be. And he's angry at the people of Tyre, and there's this whole scene where excuse me, I'm burping coffee, creamy. Then he puts on his royal robes. He sits on this platform and he's like delivering this public speech, right? And during the speech, the people start to like him. They're like, "This is the voice of a god, and he's not immortal," and so they think he's a god. And Herod's just in the middle of a speech, and as soon as they think he's a god, it says, immediately, because he had not given glory to God, the angel of the Lord struck him down, and he was eaten by worms and died. So before he could even say, like, hey, I'm not, that's not me, boom, he's dead. Like, this is too strict of a punishment. Because someone else thought you were God, so you die? They should die. Actually, they shouldn't die. They should just like, God should come down and be like, it's not him, it's me. I'm over here. As you were, keep talking, right? Like no one should have to die in this situation, especially not the guy who was just chilling. Like maybe this guy has other problems, but it does, like you say why. It's because he had not given the glory to God.
so
So
your stance is
no,
solely by the harshness of the punishment. Like
yeah, doesn't that
that
seem like a bit harsh?
well, I mean, you're getting to if you look at like the theological context. I mean, we're looking at a man who essentially displayed his arrogance and was usurping God's glory. And what happened in consequence to that, there's always consequences to our actions, right? And in this case, um, this particular act of violence was seen as just and it was righteous by God's standards.
Yeah, I think that this is crazy. I think that that's why I was saying it's not a satisfactory like reason to kill someone and have them eaten by worms like right there on the spot. Just does it seems like he's described as a just God, like a fair and just righteous God. This is nuts. This is like what a psychotic person would do.
I mean, I, I guess if you're talking from like a human standpoint, right? Like, but
Yeah,
if one's
that's what
and they
we are.
The Bible talks about that there's only one true God, right? There's no other gods that come before me, um, and
It
I don't think
mentions
that.
other gods, but yeah,
Well, we can get into that, but I just don't
I don't
think
really care.
that
I don't think any of them are real. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, like go ahead.
none of
Yeah,
them, right?
yeah.
But there's again, and I'll segue, not maybe segue, but I'll use the first topic that we were talking about, which is free will, and then also talk about consequence. If I were, as a Christian man, if I were to read the Bible and say that I believe it, believe that Jesus died on the cross for our sins, and all these things that the Christians tell us that we must believe in order to inherit the kingdom of God. And then in that, I get on the pulpit in front of thousands of people and I say, you know what? I'm your God.
He didn't say that.
Well, I'm just, as an example, like
But sure, that you're using your free will.
Right.
And we'll exaggerate this story a bit and say you're using your free will and you're on a pulpit saying I'm God. And so you're saying blasphemy. That God can strike you down and take away your free will to do that?
In I guess the Christian worldview.
Then now we have an issue with all of the grapes that happen. If he can strike people down and take away their free will, why are murders and child grapes happening?
Well, that's a totally different topic. I mean, it's a valid question.
It's the exact same topic. If that's the excuse that he can take away someone's free will to do a sin, then no sins should be happening. Then like now that you've like eliminated free will as an excuse for all of the like every like molestation that happens. He should just stop those. He should just kill those guys who are about to do that. If he's willing to do it, like this guy says he's me, that's too far. I'll let a bunch of molestations happen around the world every day, but you can't claim to be me. That's crossing the line. Like what? The other things are worse. What are you talking about?
Well, again, the Bible, I guess it's not great to use the Bible for proof, I guess, for people that have the same opinion of you, but it's all I've got. So
this is from the Bible. That's what we're reading.
Right. And
it doesn't mention the free will thing in the Bible, though.
But if I were to stand up there and lead astray thousands of people, and then they were to believe me, and we're like, you know what? We're going to abandon our God, the one that says he's the one true God in the Bible, and I'm going to follow you instead, and then I condemn every single person to hell, right? Then I'm just as bad. And it would, in my mind, be good thing that I were no longer here, so that I don't condemn thousands of other people. I think this is
when the consequence is like many people's eternal souls are at stake, then that becomes like bad enough of a crime that God will intervene and take the free will away.
And I'm not. I know what you're saying. I know what you're doing. Also, I'm not saying that these. I'm not saying that these rapists don't deserve death. I'm not saying that they don't. I don't know why they don't get struck down. I don't claim to know that, but
I don't think they do. I'm against the death penalty at all, but I would just say like stop them from doing it. Right, that'd be my thing.
Well, you people, we live in a kind of like a free country. Like we can move freely from point A to point B. We can make choices.
Yeah, but not when point B is like in some kid's butt. You can't just move into that point. There's rules against that because it hurts them.
Okay, but again,
I want to bring up. So
what does that stop? Where does that stop somebody from breaking the rules? Like it's what I'm saying to you. Like what? Like just because there's a rule doesn't mean somebody won't break that.
Right, but if there was a God, then that rule wouldn't be broken. No children would be hurt in that way.
Right.
God should stop them from doing it.
I agree. I do.
But he doesn't. Right. Okay. But here's what I want to bring up. So, okay, let's say I accept this excuse that the reason King Herod had to die is because all these people were going to lose their souls. This is happening in Acts 12, but a few chapters earlier in Acts chapter 5, we have Ananias and Sapphira. Are you familiar with their story?
Not really, no.
All right, well, let's just read it really quick because this is fucking devastating. A man named Ananias, with the consent of his wife Sapphira, sold a piece of property. So they're living in an area where are you okay? Are you
sorry,
something?
Let me use my mic.
Okay. Ananias and Sapphira are living like in this area near Peter, and there's a community of people, and they're all Christians. And what they're doing there is when they sell property, they give the money from the property sales to the church. And Ananias and Sapphira kept back some of the proceeds. So they gave some of their money, but they decided to secretly keep a few dollars of the money that they sold. So they give some to the church, and then and Peter's like, "What's going on? What's all this about?" And then, how is it that you've contrived this deed in your heart? You did not lie to us, but to God. So Peter is on to them and says, "You've lied to God." And Ananias, in response to hearing Peter say that, dies immediately. And everyone gets really scared. And they wrap up his body and take him out and bury him. And then 3 hours later, his wife comes in, Sapphira. She didn't know what had happened to her husband, but she did know about the sales. And Peter interrogates her. "Tell me whether you and your husband sold the land for such a price." And she said, "Yeah, that was the price." And Peter said to her, "How is it that you have agreed together to put the Spirit of the Lord to the test? Look, the feet of those who have buried your husband are at the door. They will carry you out." And immediately she fell down at his feet and died. When the young man came in, they found her dead. They carried her out and buried her next to her husband. So God kills these two people in front of a bunch of other people watching because they didn't give enough of their money to the church. They didn't give 100% of their money to the church. No one else's souls are at stake. This is after the new covenant. This is a drastic measure. She, by the way, knew about this happening, but wasn't the one who sold it, and she died too. God killed this couple, and they didn't deserve it.
So this is in Acts, you said?
Yeah.
Acts what?
5.
Which verses were you specifically?
It starts at just 5:1. It starts. It's like 1 through 11 or so. Yeah.
So the Ananias, however you say that. Okay.
His name is gross, but her name is cool.
Why do you say that?
Ananias. It just doesn't sound very nice to me.
Sounds really whiny. Yeah.
It's a little. It's like an anal wine, but Sapphira. Nice. But they both die. God kills them both. Yes.
Sorry, I just don't. I mean, I knew you were reading it. I was sitting here reading it myself. That's interesting.
Doesn't that seem a little strict? Just like a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie to you, just a tad bit, but I'm gonna have to look into that.
There's a lot of little questions like this, right? And there's some little solutions, like you came out with for the King Herod one, the solution. When you read the verses to the Herod one, your solution it's a little later in Acts. It'll feel a little weaker, and we talk about this a lot in our shows here, Joel and I. That like when you're in the religion, all these little problems come up, and then you have these things like his ways are higher. You said like we're not allowed to know the secrets to that with the answer to that, and there's lots of them. There's like all these riddles that pop up, and you try to solve one, but it unsolves another. Like the free will one solved why babies get raped, but then when it undid the Herod one because he didn't get to use his free will. So like all these, it's like this Rubik's cube where when you solve the one thing, it undoes the other side, and it's this big problem. But there's one solution that immediately solves all of the problems all at once. They made it up. This is makeup. That solves every single biblical and like world problem with the God all at once. It's the only solution that quickly solves everything.
I mean, you did say. I mean, I've even said this earlier. His will, his plan, I guess, is beyond our comprehension. But I sitting here reading this further. I think the sin here was deceit and hypocrisy in the church.
Yes. Well, he said, like you said, it says it, lying to God. Peter says, because it's not because you lied to me, but you lied to God. Yeah, that's worthy of death. Calm down. We don't have the free will to lie to God. Hey, God, I'm a I'm a tank. I'm a tank. It's not true. It's just a lie.
But
I told you. I don't know why tank was the first thing. I'm a goldfish. How about that? Dear God, I'm a goldfish. Do I deserve death now?
one would argue that these types of things in the church specifically would have like serious spiritual or moral implications. So
he kills them.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have another guest or 5 in the box here, so I'm going to make some room for them, Colby. But we'll come back sometime. Let's talk some more about this stuff, and then we can help you finish your deconstruction. Okay.
I appreciate the chat, man.
All right. Take care.
You too, buddy.
Colby, everybody. Some W's for Colby here. We got a long list here, so I didn't realize that there was a list growing, and we'll just kind of make our way down the list here. But thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for hanging out. We're doing a kind of calmer show today. For those of you who were in the last show, I just want to issue my apologies again. We got a little bit carried away. I think I got you're in the glamorous spotlight, and you have all these screaming fans, and like the power gets to you. It kind of like gets inside you. So we're going to tone it back down. But thanks everyone for being here. Lisa in Idaho. Hello. Lisa, are you here? Or are you in Idaho? Idaho's scary. Okay. I used to live on the border of Idaho. Good stuff, Lisa. And remember, unbelievers are allowed to come up.
Hello, people. Hello.
And ask a quick question, and then say your favorite sexual position. Soldiers, did you want to share one of those, or are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian.
How old are you?
But doggy style. What, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. But yeah, my thing is you're reading the scriptures. It's funny because it's like you don't seem to have a sense of morality at all. Like a sin to God is atrocious. Like his nature is holiness, which means that sin cannot be around him. So if you lie to God, the Bible says the wages of sin is death. So any sin you commit.
Yeah.
So imagine the whole world facing God, the holy God. The whole world will drop dead.
Right. Have you ever sinned?
Yeah, I sin.
Well, why are you alive?
Because God gives me grace, which is unmerited favor. This is why we speak of Jesus, because Jesus took the punishment.
That's it, soldier. You said it just there. Unmerited favor. He likes you, but he didn't like Ananias and Sapphira. He doesn't punish you. He does punish them. That's unfair. That's unjust.
How is that? Well, they received the word of the truth. They had the Holy Spirit. They knew of the gospel. They were Christians.
Yep.
Okay, but they were Christians.
Yeah, when Christians sin, does God give them grace, or does he kill them immediately?
He gives them grace.
But he killed them immediately.
He made them an example. That's his choice. You're saying that God can't have a choice?
So yeah, exactly. I think using someone as an example, like punishing someone too harshly as an example for other people, especially to be like, give all your money to the church or I'm going to kill you.
But whose house is it? Yeah. But whose house is it? If I had a house and I told you to invite you in my house,
it was their house. They sold their own house.
No. I mean, in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this story.
God's house, right? He makes the rules. Who are you to tell God that he can't make abide by his rules or not? Like, who are you? You have to abide by his rules. It's his house.
I understand that, like making rules. Yeah. So like I own my own house and I have kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I made one of the rules that if my kids lie to me, I kill them, do you think that would be okay? Would they be like, would I be justified in killing them since I made the rule?
I mean, if they know the rules and the rules say the wages of sin is death, if they know the rules, according to the you're playing by the guidelines.
Obviously, like, I don't. Obviously, I wouldn't make that rule. But when I was growing up, those soldiers, my family had a rule that if I lied to my parents, they would beat me up, not like just spank me, but like punch me, closed fist punching, and then
mom and dad.
And I had to be locked in a dark basement for 1 week.
Okay.
So is that all right?
I mean, no, that's not all right.
Well,
That's your
they made
parents.
the rule, and I knew the rule.
Okay, but that's their parents, and they gave you grace, but
No, no,
that's
no.
not.
They didn't give me grace. They gave me fists, like close-fisted punches.
Okay. Yeah.
Like it broke my nose. I did get a broken bone one time, like my arm broke, because when they were pushing me down the stairs to the basement. So you're saying that they made the rules to the house. I knew the rules. I broke the rules. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying that's fine. As far
Okay.
as
Well, then it
parents, no.
seems like just because someone makes the rules doesn't make the rules good.
Okay, but that's an opinion, though, right? Opinion is not a fact.
It's your opinion, isn't
No,
it?
that's your opinion. You just made an opinion.
You just
which
agreed with
has
me.
nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the
No,
reality of
Soldier,
God.
that's what you just said. That you want to take that back?
No, I'm saying you're making an opinion, though. Your opinion about God doesn't negate the fact that God exists.
Okay, well, let me get clarification on this again. If somebody makes the rules to their house and the other people know the rules, are the rules automatically good?
If the rules say you will do something will happen to you if you do such and such, and you know the rules, then shouldn't you expect the consequences if you broke the rules?
Yeah, and it's good.
Like, for instance, the
Then
law-
that's
the law-
that's
okay.
what you just said. The opposite, soldiers. I
No,
said
no, I
my
didn't.
parents made the rule that they would beat me up and throw me in the
Saying your
basement for a
parents,
week.
yes.
Yeah, and
Your
I knew
parents.
the rules, and when I broke it, they did the consequence. And you said that was bad. Now you want to say that's good?
I'm saying your parents. That's the difference. You're considering God as if he's your parent. He's not your parent.
No, my parents had that house, right? This is a little bit of an analogy, soldier. So my
Yes,
parents
God
would
is
beat
not
the
your
shit out of
parent,
me,
though.
and I knew the rule. And so when they did that rule, they were in the right.
Okay.
Like
Okay,
they're
your
it's
parents
good that
did
they
not
beat me
have
up,
a
right?
rule. Okay, but your parents did not have a rule that they would take your life if you did such and such.
Yeah,
So
they
you
did. I
didn't-
just didn't do that thing.
They said they would kill you if I'm sorry, unalive you if you broke the rules.
Yeah, that was like if I stole from a store. I never stole from a store because I didn't want to die. But like if you stole from a store, the punishment was death. They said they would kill me.
They said they would kill you. Okay,
So is that
that's
okay
I mean,
to do death threats as rules?
considering how you see the world today,
Look at the gymnastics this guy has to do to kind of go like,
No, it's not
maybe it is
gymnastics.
okay that a parent
No,
can
listen
have
to what I'm
a
saying to
death
you.
rule. Like,
Oh,
what
you
do
don't want to listen? Okay.
you have to
Considering the
apologize
evil
for
things that
this death rule.
No. Considering how evil the world treats each other, no wonder the rules are like that. Maybe people need to be threatened because if you want to rape little children, you need to know that, hey, you're going to get some consequences for that.
Wouldn't that be good if God did that for that consequence and not just for
Well-
you didn't give all your money to the church? What is
All your
what is
money?
the punishment for raping kids?
Wait, what's wrong with getting money from the church if the church is feeding the atheists aren't doing it?
You're totally right. So soldiers,
feeding
what
Africa?
what is
what
the
portion of your money is
biblical
going to
soldiers?
Africa?
Hold on, you said something I want to key into here. What is the punishment for raping a kid?
For raping a kid?
Yeah.
The wages of sin is death like anyone else.
That's not a sin though.
It is a sin.
Where? It doesn't say that.
Any sexual crime is a sin according to the word about the Bible.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah, any sin is yes. Any sexual sin, anything, any fornication.
So
any-
having sex with your
outside of
wife,
marriage, anything outside of marriage.
it doesn't say that.
It does say that.
What if you marry the kid?
What if you married a kid? Okay. Anything outside of normal marriage is sin.
Is that what the verse says? It says don't marry kids though?
I don't think it made a rule about it or something.
You're
I
right,
don't
it didn't. That's correct. You're correct.
So it
I'm going to
has
agree
to-
with you on that
so
point.
wait.
The
So
Bible
you're saying-
didn't make a rule about
so
marrying
it
and
has
fucking
to.
kids, yeah.
Oh, so it has to. So in order to have common sense is what you're saying.
Oh, if we're just using common sense, then I would say killing people for not giving all of their money to the church is irrational. Killing people for any punishment is like wildly insane. So if we're just going to do common sense, but we're not using common sense, we're using Christian sense. We're using your God sense and the Bible sense. So we have to
it
go by
sounds like
those rules.
You're just sarcastic about the church because you're critical of the church, and you're critical of something, and you can't even replace religion with anything better. Can you tell us why the universe exists or how? Where did reality come from?
What kind of a pivot is this?
It's a pivot to show that you have nothing better, but you're criticizing someone else's religion.
Better than there's not a rule in the book for
No,
child
better
grape?
than where did life come from? How come you don't have anything
Oh,
at
sure.
all?
Yeah. But soldiers, I can say that life came from a fucking potato, and the potato
so
said,
you're
don't
ignorant.
grape children.
Okay, so you're ignorant.
Now, hold on, soldiers. Which one's better? The one that has no rules about marrying kids, or the one that does have rules about marrying kids? Which one do you like more?
But how about the one that explains where life came from and why we exist, and that there's a God?
That's more important to you. So knowing where life came from is more important to you than like protecting children from being raped. Is that what you're saying?
So you're saying that atheists don't grape kids?
No, I'm saying that the potato said not to.
But I'm saying, like, you're pointing it to religion as if only religious people do it or something. Does atheists not grape kids?
There's the number one rule in atheism. It says don't grape kids.
No, there's no rules in atheism.
Yeah, there is. In this live, by the way, there are some rules. First of all, if you're going to come up, be cool. It says it here. There's a warning that I might do jokes.
Cool.
Atheists are allowed to come up, but they only have one question, one comment, and then they can say their favorite sexual position. And rule number 4 is don't fuck kids. That's a rule here in this live. Okay, so that's the rules here. So that's the rules to the live, and also that extends out to like the world, just like
don't worry
the whole
about
world.
it. I'm not a Catholic, so I don't mess with kids. But let's go here. According to atheists, you say that your morals are subjective.
Soldier, let's take a deep breath real quick.
Yes,
because you're pivoting like crazy.
I'm just explaining that that you don't have anything.
I want to
better.
hear you breathe.
Criticize something that you don't have anything better. Your whole
Soldiers, hold on. I need to hear you take a breath. You're yelling at me.
I'm breathing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have my live soon. I'm just gonna explain the folly and the illogical.
It's fine. I want to get into every one of these topics, but when we jump around to all the topics at the same time, the people in chat don't know what we're doing. You and I can keep up with this stuff. We can bounce around and we can jump around, but people in chat, they're kind of like dumb fucks, right? Like they're trying to track the conversation and it's difficult. So it's important for us to kind of like stay on target.
Yes, let's say so. You want to go back to Ananias and Sapphira, right? Yes.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go back that far, but if you want to, sure.
No, I'm just saying, my statement on Ananias and Sapphira is that God exercises the right to do what he, being God, chooses to do. And if it's
what
to have
gives
mercy,
God the right to kill people?
he made people. Where did life come from?
He gave us life so he can take it away?
Obviously, we are not all unalived, but God has rules. He said, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy on. That's a quote from the Bible.
But is that why? Because he gave us life, he's allowed to take it away?
He has the right to, is the point.
What gives him the right?
He made life.
Okay,
Life
right. So if you make
originates from
life,
God.
you get to take it away. So parents are allowed to kill their kids.
Parents do not give. Parents are procreators, so they're not the originator of life.
Let's define procreate.
They're not the originators of life.
To produce
God gives them
young,
the
to
gift,
reproduce.
makes life.
I could see that. Yeah, this could be interesting that they're like, because they're not making life from scratch, they're just like passing on their genetic, their own genetic thing. That's interesting. What about like
The Bible says that the
God?
earth is
So
the Lord.
God made life so we can take it away. He giveth the life, right? Is that the verse? He giveth life, he can taketh away. Is that a verse?
I don't know if that's a biblical verse. I think that's a extra biblical statement, I think. But the Bible says that the earth belongs to God and everything in it and everyone. So that means because God is the originator
I
of
bring
life.
death and I give life. Yeah, it kind of says something like that.
It does say, okay, well, maybe it does. So
it's from Job. Yeah, so it does mention that. Okay, so if you give someone something, you can take it away?
Yes, God. Well, God, I'm not God, but God gives life. So if God gives you life, and
Does that only work with life or with everything?
Well, I don't know how it works everything, but if He gives you life and He gives you rules, and
God gives us all our virginity, can He take it away?
what does that have to do?
I'm seeing if you're special pleading.
That's
Like,
kind
if
of
you're just saying it only works
no,
with
that's
life,
kind
or
of a
is this
rational
just
question, though.
the way it works with everything? God could
No,
like totally
I
grape
wouldn't
us if
say
he
that. I
wanted
know
to.
life. I know I made the statement that life he does. He can take life because
So
he
it's
gives it.
only with one thing.
No, I don't. I don't. It's probably a lot of things. If he
What
gives you
else is it
money,
with?
if he gives you money and you don't manage it correctly, you can harm people. You could spend it on the wrong things. You can squander it, and then maybe he takes money from you. So
Okay, so it works with life and money, but not with virginity. He's not like God's not allowed to grape us.
well, God is not. God doesn't have sex. Like what? I don't understand what.
Well,
This is a
yeah, but he could like
rational question.
he just like he sometimes kills people by using other people. He could like have you be graped as a punishment, but have someone else grape you, but like set it up where he like pulls your pants down, like God drops your pants, and you're bent
Well,
over, and the other people come in. Like he could take your virginity,
no,
like your
God
bussy
doesn't.
virginity away.
No, God doesn't find pleasure in any of that. God is not.
So he can't do that.
He doesn't find pleasure in doing that. Why would he do that?
Does he find pleasure in killing people as a punishment?
No, no pleasure. The
Okay,
Bible says
so
he doesn't
but he
find
still
pleasure
does it, right? So with the grape
because it's
one, he might
necessary.
not enjoy it, but he still would do it for like to take away the bussy of people who he sinned against him, right?
Well,
The
maybe
bussy
God does it
virginity.
because, well, hypothetically speaking, if you don't believe in God, so I say hypothetically. If God is behind people dying in the world or has something to do with it and he knows about it, ultimately is to shape the world into what it is. So
Yeah.
today's morals and standards that we have now is because of the things that happened in the past, because God is
Soldiers,
shaping the
I
world.
get that. All I'm saying is you're limiting God on the bussy virginity. Like he can't grape somebody or have someone graped as a punishment, right?
I can only go with what the Bible says. No, I don't think
Well,
he
the Bible
rapes
says he
people.
can. He does do that.
Where does he say he can rape people?
Sure, I'll open it up here. And a quick hello. Say, soldier, say hi to Joel real quick when I find this.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, soldier. You know, I've had moments in my life where I've prayed for God to take away my virginity. Not my bum
You
one,
prayed
but
for God
like
to take away
just, what's that?
you prayed for God to take away your virginity.
Yeah, like I just really, really wanted to finally have intercourse. And so I was just like, please, God, you know, send someone attractive to take away my virginity. And eventually, I think I just had to take care of that myself, you know. I had to be charming.
So why didn't you just simply go meet someone, date them, and get
That's what I
married?
eventually had to do.
Well,
I
yeah.
don't know
Well,
why he
that's
does it
what you're
against
supposed to do.
people's will, but he never does it.
In their will, yeah.
He never does it in the will.
In Jeremiah 13, real quick, we got another cash app from Maxon that said, God loves grape and murder. God is a dick face. Here it is in Jeremiah 13.
That's why hell exists.
Yeah.
It's for people with good opinions like you.
I was just reading a cash app.
Yeah,
Now,
I know that person. I'm talking to the person that you end up reading it from.
Maxon soldiers thinks you're going to hell. All right, and
Yes,
now
I think
here's
atheists and anyone who
there's a
hates
fight
God,
happening
who
here. There's a
criticizes God, is
sorry
going to
one
hell.
second. I'm going to read the Bible. You're not going to want to interrupt this. So the
Okay.
Lord is doing all these things, and they're fighting these people. And there's this exile that's being threatened, and they're talking about the symbolic of the symbolism of the wine jars. And lift up your eyes and see who comes from the north. Where is the flock that was given to you, your beautiful flock? Okay, here it is. And you will say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? Because he's saying all the bad things he's going to have done to them for their sins. It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts are lifted up and you are
The wages of-
violated.
Yes, the wages of sin is death.
Oh, this is rape.
Yeah, he said. What is? You read the part again where is the greatness of your iniquity, your sin.
It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts are lifted up and you are violated.
Okay, so is that symbolic or is it literal? Like
That's literal.
I don't think that's literal. That don't sound literal. It might be saying that it's exposing their iniquity, exposing them. You know, I mean, that could be, some parts are symbolic, some parts are literal. But that to me
Oh, so
sounds.
it's okay to just like sexually assault people and like pants them as a
No,
punishment? Is that what you're saying?
There's a part in the Bible that says that the greatness of your nakedness is exposed. It's saying that
Yeah,
What that
that's
is
part of
saying,
it too. It says your shame will be
yeah.
seen, but what does violated mean?
Well, it's talking about how you. I mean, that's what I said. Is it literal or symbolic? Because it could be saying that the things that you've been doing has exposed you and caused the current harm that you're in now. Like
It says, I myself will lift up your skirts over your face. So it's not saying it's because of what you've been doing, you've done it to yourself. God says, I myself will do
I mean,
this.
he's exposing them. That's what it's
Right,
saying.
right.
He's saying,
That's what I'm
myself
saying
will-
is bad. And you're
That's
saying
not-
it's good.
that's not
So God is
literal.
having these
That's not
people get
literal.
raped as a punishment.
That's not literal, though. I mean, come on, you know.
The Bible's not literal? When God
No.
speaks?
I said some parts of the Bible are symbolic and some parts are literal. And
So
we have
what's
to
so what's actually going to
we have
happen to them?
decipher which one is, huh?
What do you think is actually going to happen to them when he says this?
That they'll be exposed? Like, so he'll cause some nation to
They're
come
just going to
attack
go
them.
home, like they're going to go home from the battlefield.
He'll cause a nation to come to attack them and possibly destroy them until they repent and turn from their wicked ways, which is probably what's going to happen in America according to prophecy.
So why did he say, like, so he's threatening them with grape, but he's not really going to do it?
He's threatening them to expose them, to expose
It says,
them.
and you're violated.
Okay, or violated, it could mean in any other way, like attacked or destroyed, or, you know. But, you know.
If I put a post out on social media that said, soldier violated a bunch of children, do you think that, like, people would think that it meant that you exposed those children or that you raped them?
I mean, I think the Bible is written in ways to confound the wickedness of men. Like Jesus said, I speak in parables so that those who are without may never understand, lest they be saved. So, but he said, to those who are churched or those who are within will be given plainly so that they may understand. So those who read the Bible who are outside of God will always misunderstand the scriptures because they have evil intentions when it comes to God.
I will say that I understand the scriptures when I read them as an atheist, that Jesus died for our sins.
Okay, well, yeah, those are simple terms. Those are simple.
Is that
the
right?
parables-
Is that true?
Yeah, Jesus
I
died.
seem to be doing
for
just
our
fine as
sins.
an atheist then.
Well, no, you can understand.
I just
certain
disproved
things.
the whole Bible.
Well, I mean, like I said, if you listen to what Jesus said, and even Paul, he said those scriptures are spiritually discerned, and the natural person, the natural man, can never understand them because they are coded, basically spiritual code.
I am a natural man. That's true.
Yes, you're a
I've been
natural
called that
man.
before. I'm a natural
You're not
man.
spiritual. You're
And
spiritually dead.
soldiers, I feel like you're rambling incoherently at this point, and I understand that you want to like find ways out of this. Like you're looking for. I said the word escape hatch
I
earlier. That
challenge
felt really
atheists
fitting.
all the time.
And I know these pivotings and these challenges that you're doing are just like kind of not addressing the actual point. I'd be interested. Maybe do you want to try one more time addressing the point, or should I move on to a better guess?
Which point? The same point with the rape and stuff. I mean, the
Sure,
grape
yeah.
part. Like I said, I think that's
What's
a symbolic.
happening there?
I think that's a symbolic saying, like whatever iniquity they were accused of, which they made a contractual agreement by being baptized by Moses, not to sin, not to go against God, and they broke this contractual agreement.
Then the rule
And
can be.
So now they're being exposed for the evil that they have done. And that's the thing about this, mankind is rebelling against God, which is a major biblical claim, and it's exactly what we're
like
seeing
that.
when an atheist gets on here and talk about God.
See, there's that pivoting stuff again. You're always doing a little bit extra. So let's bring this back to
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry. I
original
just had to
first
throw it out
point
there.
here. Let's bring it back to the original point now that we know all this stuff. You were saying that whoever makes the rules, as long as
Of the
people,
house.
as long as people know the rules,
Mm-hmm.
then they are liable to that punishment, right?
They're held accountable for such rules, and the owner of the house may have mercy because he is a gracious person, but the rules are the rules, just like the rules of society. You know not to
Yeah.
speed, know not to do drugs, you know these things are crimes,
Yeah.
and so if you violate them, you are thrown into prison. If you do, the harsher the crime, the harsher
I know the rest of that. Yeah, yeah. So,
Yes.
so you're saying that everybody back then knew all the rules?
You mean according to Israel? Israel, yes. Israel knew.
No, I mean
the law.
outside of Israel.
Oh, outside of Israel. Okay, well, outside of Israel, that was a different ball game. The rules still applied, but it was.
But they don't know the rules.
Well, Okay, so mankind back then was, I guess, the result of Adam's fall. Mankind's back. I mean, like, I gotta explain these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think these things could just come up, like, Adam fell and brought rebellion into the world, brought sin into the world. So mankind then was in rebellion against God. Their nature was the opposite of God's wishes, according to Genesis 6:5.
Maybe just like stick to the point. So do these other people who God probably isn't revealing himself to because he doesn't want to reveal himself correctly to Mezzo and I and only wants to reveal himself coherently to you. Maybe these people don't understand the law the way Mezzo and I don't understand the Bible, right? So can they really be held accountable?
I don't know. The wages of sin is death. So
no, but do you see how you just debunked yourself here a little bit?
He's been doing that.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Just a little bit, right?
He's been.
Do you see it, soldier?
Death. It's regardless of the fact, the wages of sin is death. God's character does not stand sin. He does not.
So like for some people, he won't reveal himself. He won't allow them to see what the Bible is saying or what his law is coherently, and he'll still punish them. I feel like that's on him, don't you?
Well, if you hate God, why would God reveal anything to you?
We don't know enough about God. He's not revealing himself enough to us.
But you're criticizing him, though. You think that's a good way to know?
I'm talking about the people in the Bible, like not just us, but like if he doesn't reveal himself to certain people, right?
Yes, he does not reveal himself.
He's not making himself clear to them. We don't hate him. We don't understand him. We don't get the character, and yet we're going to be punished. Does that make any sense?
Well, it makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, because
soldiers, maybe I can speak this in your language in a way that you would understand. Like, you might say it more like this: "Hey, how do you think life came to be?"
Oh well,
does that make more sense to you? If I as a weird pivot that isn't related to anything, that's more your.
I was going to answer the question.
I got a cash app here that says this guest makes it easy to not want to be a Christian. Thanks, Maxon. Okay, what was your response to that?
And I love you for saying that, because your atheism is caused by a psychological issue. You know full well that God exists. You just hate God, which is what you expose yourself to be. Atheism is a psychological issue. 95% of everything that we do is from the subconscious.
Were you going to respond to the point, though?
Because you're psychological issues. And I'm writing a book about that, by the way, so you guys can look out for it.
Oh, that sounds good. What's it called?
Idiot Atheism.
It is atheism?
Idiot Atheism.
Oh, Idiot Atheism. I love that title. Who's publishing? Are you doing a self-publishing thing?
Self-publishing.
Amazon?
Yes.
How far in are you?
Okay, so maybe a couple of days and I'll be able to finish up. I'm trying to put all the points together of all the, the evidence that science has.
Wait, when did you start writing this?
I want to say maybe a month ago.
Oh, that's a fast book. Any typos in it?
No, I mean, I'm using, the autocorrection, things like that. Technology.
There'll be some.
It's just probably going to be stream of conscious. Like, he doesn't have to actually make any coherent points. He just has to put enough words in.
How many chapters is it?
I was thinking about 7. I might stretch it.
7.
I mean, we have enough evidence to support.
What's your main thesis? Let me give a little pitch for your book. I just want to hear the main or do you want to? Do you have it with you? You can read us the opening.
It's actually on the phone. I'm writing on
just summarize it. Yeah.
Autocrit. I think it's Autocrit. The app is called, and you can basically write up a book and that easily. But
wait, what do you mean? It helps fill in the you write an idea and it writes some of it for you. I gotta get that. Doesn't. No, I don't let any bots write for me. It's like you just talk to it and it turns it into a book.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's like a dictation thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll dictate a little to us, and we'll just pretend like you're talking to the book, and we'll get What's the opening kind of statement?
Well, I guess the point of the book is to prove that there is insurmountable evidence that supports the existence of God. And what science has been saying for the past 25 years now, and quotes from the scientific community and examples.
You say 25 years?
Yeah, fine tuning came out in the year 2000, I think.
Yep.
Fine tuning? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
And so when we see that evidence is presented, but people still refuse the evidence, it's now a psychological issue that's being exposed.
What's the psychological issue called?
You mean like you're playing flat out hatred for God?
No, there must be some sort of like medical.
This is a word called evil. It's actually confirming the Bible, what the Bible says about mankind.
God.
Have you
is evil.
Have you had this psychological issue? Like, have you written papers about it that have been peer reviewed?
Oh, wait, I have to write me? I'm not a scientist.
Then why are you talking about psychological issues like you are?
Okay, I'm just going to read some of this back here. Tell me if I got this right. I did a little dictation test here, Soldier, so we'll see if I'm better than your app. Soldier said, when I said, what's your main thesis? He said, well, I guess the point of the book is to prove that there is insurmountable evidence that proves the existence of God, and that science has been saying for the last 25 years. And so when we see that evidence is presented is now a psychological issue called you're plain and fast out of you're plain and something out of hatred of God. And then you said a few things here that seemed kind of irrelevant, so I just omitted them.
Ooh,
and
okay.
then you said at the end, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah,
Does that get the gist of that okay?
Won't you add his questions in the minutes of that too? So, yeah, his question.
Sure, Joel, what was your question again? Are you a scientist?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Have
you had anything peer reviewed?
And then have you had...
Doesn't sound very scientific. It sounds
well, then
like
he said, I'm not a scientist.
Listen, Harvard, Harvard, you can look it up. I think I just had it. Harvard is a professor in Harvard that says that 95% of the things that we think about are from subconscious level. So if you constantly talk about God day in, day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, you have an issue.
Yeah. And I think that if you're constantly spending all your time talking about atheism, I think you're a secret atheist. That's just your subconscious coming through being like, atheism is real. That's why you're making a book about atheism.
No,
we're not making a book about Christianity. You're making a book about atheism.
Yeah, I hate atheism with a passion.
Yeah. So I think you're just a secret atheist. But that's just according to Harvard. That's just according to Harvard, though.
No,
that's not my thing.
If you talk about something day and night, it bothers you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you talk about it all the time.
That's not true. Because Mezzo and I do a lot of sex jokes.
What else do you talk about?
We love that stuff.
So much?
Can I tell you a sex joke I was thinking about recently? Like, you know how sometimes like you'll have some software and then you're opening it up and it'll be like loading and it has like the ... like it's loading. We should say that that's when you're coming because you're making a load. You're like, I'm loading.
Yeah, so you have sexual issues too, huh?
Do you want me to type that into your book?
We talk about it because we love it.
Yes, but it's an issue for you. You might not be getting enough.
How is that an issue?
Do you want me to add that into your book? You can add that into. It might get like.
I mean, yeah, it might. Yeah, because the things that you profess,
like on a.
The things that you profess are.
I'll spell computer with a cum. Computer.
So you talk about sex, then it's obviously a
So Soldier, since you talk about atheism all the time, is it because you're not getting enough atheism?
When.
No, I just hate atheism. It's my passion.
Okay, so then do I hate coming because I talk about coming a lot?
I'm loading.
No, I think
loading.
Yes, it doesn't make sense, buddy. It doesn't make sense. There's no rule.
It's not that you hate it. You're passionate about it. It's not necessarily just hate. You're passionate about it.
Yeah, so
it bothers you.
You might be really passionate about atheism.
It's a psychological issue.
You have a psychological issue where you love atheism too much.
Well, I actually have a problem with atheism.
You're a big fan.
What's the problem with it again?
Pure lies, pure intellectual dishonesty. It's just obvious to me. Like, I challenge you to replace religion with a better explanation for existence. If you
Okay,
cannot
let's do that.
do it,
Let's do that real quick. Let's compare two of our ideas. I'll use an atheist one and use a God one. So, you want to do life or the entire universe?
entire universe, then life.
How did God make the entire universe?
He spoke it into existence. Next question.
Yeah, I would like to rebuttal that. That doesn't make any sense. Speaking
That's what the
something
Bible
into
says.
right. So that's the explanation of just whatever the Bible says.
You know that's called personal incredulity, right? When you cannot understand something because it's too hard for you to fathom.
Is
That's
that
not
what
that's
you're
not
doing?
what personal incredulity is.
Yes,
You're having a hard time understanding your own
incredulity
point?
means skepticism and doubt. That's what it means. Incredulity means skepticism and doubt. So you put
That's not
personal.
what it is.
Yep.
No.
Incredulous, to be incredulous, to mean you have skepticism.
You can
and
go
doubt.
ahead and Google that on your own, but those just not like the right words for that. Okay,
right,
so how
exactly.
did the universe come into existence? Have you heard about Joel's wet box?
Yeah, you told me that I think yesterday.
You talked to Joel yesterday?
I don't think I was online yesterday.
Yes, I was on. I was on yesterday, and the guy told me about the wet box nonsense. The same thing.
Yeah, so that's better than yours.
Wasn't it you? I thought it was you. I was talking.
If it was yesterday, it
It's
was
going
neither
around.
of us.
A lot of people have been talking about. It's been around for almost as long as the fine tuning argument. It's almost 25 years old now.
Yeah, it's got as much
Well, actually, the
evidence.
fine tuning argument's been around since 1913. But yeah, we can.
Oh, so a bit longer. Okay.
Yeah.
It just got more popularized into the year
Well, obviously,
2000.
as we know, like people in the past used to think some things that were like turned out to be wrong. And the more we learn, the better our explanations get. And so this is actually kind of a newer one. But Joel's wet box is where everything of the universe sprang up out of, and it's a magical wet cardboard box. So it didn't speak it into existence; it came out of the wet box.
It's not a god. It's not an intelligent wet box, but it is magic.
Claim you're saying.
Yeah, it's a better explanation than yours.
It has just as much evidence too. By the way,
I don't think a inanimate wet box or whatever the case may be
And we didn't say it was
is a
inanimate.
better explanation than an
It had a squish
intelligent
to it.
force that designed the universe, where physicists are saying there's no way it's an accident.
soldier, that is incredulity. You're
It
appealing
wasn't
to
an accident.
incredulity.
The box did it via natural or own magical processes, right?
Wait, can somebody look up incredulity? Like, I challenge you on that one, man.
Well, a soldier, if me going, oh, it seems really crazy, a crazy idea that someone spoke the universe into existence. If that's incredulity, you saying, I don't think that it could have come out of a wet box is also incredulity. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's just, I understand that, but
So it exists. So far,
you're not actually making that claim. You're coming from
far, your refutation
sarcastic
of
point of view.
your refutation of my wet box is the same as my refutation of God speaking everything into existence. So they're on the same. They're
We're
equal.
both having personal incredulity. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
So far we're on the same. We have equal theories. Now we both have the exact same evidence, and the exact same evidence is how else could things have gotten here? Something must have happened. Yours is that a God spoken into existence. Mine is that it sprung forth from a wet box. So we both have the same amount of evidence for the same concern that we have. So we're both on the same playing field still.
Can I ask a question to both of you on this?
Yeah.
Does your thing that made the universe have a mind?
Soldier, you want to take it?
Oh, yeah. Mine's, yeah.
God has a mind?
God
Joel,
has a
does
mind,
your
yeah.
thing, does Box have a mind?
No, it's just a wet, magical, dilapidated cardboard box.
So I think that actually means yours is winning now, because a brainless mind floating in non-existence is hard for me to wrap my head around with my
incredulity.
mind. So, we have evidence. Every mind that we've ever seen and experienced had a brain, right? It had a physical brain. And so
you're saying that there's no possibility that there might be some aliens out there?
I'm not saying that makes yours impossible. I'm just saying, using some inductive reasoning, Joel's box is now a little bit sexier of an idea than your brainless mind floating in nothingness.
Let me try.
I don't think how many 35% of the world agrees with you.
Well, let me ask you this, soldier. You ever appeal to authority? Okay, or populism?
No, that's not appeal authority. That's actually
Population.
popularity.
Populist. Yeah. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you this, Soldier. Have you ever seen a disembodied mind create out of nothing before?
No, but I've seen a disembodied entity stand right in front of me.
Okay, that's interesting. But so, Joel, that's a really good question. So we've never seen that thing happen. But Joel, have we ever seen
Well, let me ask Soldier a
wet
question.
box?
Soldier,
So
where
you're
did
saying
you?
that's an appeal to
Soldier, let
ignorance
me.
fallacy?
No, there's no fallacy here. We're looking for evidence.
Appeal to ignorance.
Soldier, hold on. Where did you come from? You personally?
Me personally, I came from Jamaica.
No, I mean, like, how did you come to the earth?
Did you come out of the ground of Jamaica?
No, I was born from my mother and father.
Okay, so would you say
Oh,
you're
shit.
alive?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that there's evidence that life does spring forth from a wet box because you sprang forth from your mother's wet box, right? So there's evidence that life springs forth from wet boxes naturally.
Can I get
that
words
what
in
they're
chat
calling
if
it
you
nowadays?
sprang forth from a wet box?
If
'Cause I would
anyone
just
in
like to see
chat,
that.
Is
yeah,
that
if
what they're
anyone,
calling it
And then
now?
what I'll do, can I get twos in chat if you've ever seen a brainless mind make something out of nothing? And we'll see if there's more ones or twos. 'Cause this is actually interesting evidence. And this is a little
Yeah.
anecdotal, like this isn't pure science, but just within the kind of chat here. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of ones.
But here's the problem, though. You know, we know
There's
and
a two.
understand.
Sean,
the power.
I want to bring Sean up. Sean has seen somebody like a brainless mind create something out of nothing. I would love to see. You must have seen something just appear.
I've seen an
Interesting.
entity known as death stand right in front of me. It
well,
had
that's not
skeletal
really
feet.
evidence for the creation
Well,
of the universe. That could have just sprung forth from the wet box.
You're saying
So
that something cannot
it
exist
sounds like,
without
Soldier,
evidence?
I've got more
Joel, do
evidence.
death entities come out of the wet box?
Yeah, everything that is
Okay,
in
yeah,
our
that covers
existence here
that.
comes out
Sorry,
of the wet
Soldier.
box.
Yeah, the wet box covers that.
That's appeal to ignorance fallacy.
No,
To
no,
suggest
we're
something-
doing an appeal to box fallacy. But Soldiers, talking to you has been incredulous, and so I'd like to move on to a better guest.
incredulous.
Do you have any last words?
I'm not gonna die, so I guess not.
He's not going to die.
He's never going to die.
Make sure you guys check out his book when it comes out. We'll look into that soon. Now, we have a few people I've been meaning to bring up here because it's Atheist Sunday School, so we're going to get a few atheists up. I'm going to bring you guys real quick. You get a question and a comment, and we're doing your favorite sexual position, and it can be made up. Pokechan.
Hey guys, I have a quick one.
right.
I'm a non-believer, but I've been thinking about this question for both of you for a while. I know that you'll spend a lot of time talking to people, and I was curious about what argument that you think is the most convincing, maybe to you, to run towards people. And I was wondering if I could briefly share what I find
Like
the
what's
most
the best
airtight
atheist
argument. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of hard because you really, I think you have to meet them where they're at. Like
Sure.
there are some when they just go like when they just start off and they go prove there's no God, and that's kind of it. And you have no starting point. I mean,
Yeah.
for me, the problem of unnecessary suffering devastates the idea of an all good God. It's over. Like there's no way out of that. There isn't a solution. It's the easiest one to use. Like everything that they say to that is so weak, you know, as you've heard in the last two calls. Joel, though, I think maybe might just be more of the Bible's arbitrary and theatrical kind of thing, right?
Yeah, like for me, it would, if it's a Christian specifically, the unnecessary sacrifice of Jesus. I think it just kind of devastates the whole story of the thing. Like it just doesn't make any sense. So I like to kind of deal with a little bit of the doctrinal stuff. But yeah, I think overall, like there's just no evidence for God is a really. I think that's like enough. If you're not speaking of a specific God, so it's like, well, there's no evidence. Show me evidence, and there's never evidence. So like, why bother?
Sometimes I like look at the trees. I'm like, God is described as being literally everywhere, but look at those trees. Those aren't God. Those are trees. So that kind of crushes. But I would say that, the problem of suffering and the unnecessary sacrifice, those are the things that got me out. Now, the way I got to unnecessary sacrifice is different than the way Joel did. Mine was more like I stopped believing in the Garden of Eden because it's became obviously like, this is mythology. And I was like, but that's fine. I still believed in the rest of it. And then later I was like, well, if he died for the original sin, but the original sin thing didn't happen, then like there's no need for that. Like, what's happening? And so it kind of like unraveled that way. Yeah.
Sure. Do you mind if I share mine?
Sure. You had a question. This is your comment.
Oh, okay.
You're well within your bounds.
Okay. I don't know if this is as a name for it, so I call it the problem of interpretation, but I feel like it's pretty clear that even if you assume, it'd be a big if, but even if you assume that the Bible is inspired by God or something, whatever that might mean, people still have to read it, and we are bad at interpreting and understanding that. And the evidence for that is 45,000 denominations that believe variations of something. And I feel like you could pitch like that. Those are terrible odds. That's just assuming like if one of them is right, you're taking a bet that 1 in 45,000 chance that you might go suffer eternally as a Christian.
Yeah, that's called this is called the problem of a book written in one language is the dumbest way to get a universal idea across to a billion people problem. That's the name of it.
Yeah.
It kind of coincides with my unmarked van analogy.
Yeah.
You know that one.
One. And then that unravels even further once you start to get into like the actual historicity of the book and all of the contradictions and the issues of the language translations and everything like that. But I feel like for me, when I think about all of the different types of arguments, there's so many good ones, but that's the one that I really can't understand how people don't see that and go, that's a big if. Anyway,
the reason why there are so many denominations is because of these contradictions. So like there's some problem shows up in the Bible and they use these translation things you're talking about, these like slight adjustments to try to fix it, and people are like, I don't like the way they fixed it, we're fixing it this way, and then you have a schism, right? And that's like exactly why there are so many. There's so many words that are wrong in the Bible and clearly incorrect, that all of those solutions have like spawned out all these different things, which is exactly your main point, like why this is such a dumb way to get an idea across, It
feels like cheating off of your friend's homework and then being like, oh, they definitely got that answer wrong, though. I'm going to change number 36 to C because they're stupid. It's like, okay.
Yeah. And anyway. It's a 50,000 page homework assignment, right? Because the Bible's huge. Did you want to say your favorite sexual position? You can make one up.
It's not a position, but my partner and I, we do tornado style.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and it's basically the same thing as regular intercourse, except we just go.
Oh, with your mouth? You just okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Buckachan.
Thanks, guys.
Have a lovely day. Okay. Oh, here's another fellow atheist. Oh, did I drop Joel? Or did Joel drop? Oh my God, the box is crazy today.
Hello.
Whoa, I've been having extra problems with the box today.
A lot of
These aren't
people have been having problems with live today.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't even hit anyone out, Joel. Like I just was trying to accept someone and it deleted everything. Yeah, weird. All right, well, Jeep, welcome in. Are you a religious person or are you a fellow atheist, unbeliever?
I am a spiritualist.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
It depends on the person. My personal belief is I believe in multiple gods.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to help me find Jesus?
Ancient practices as much as I can, with most of them being destroyed.
Seems weird, but sure. Do you want to help me find Jesus?
Hell no.
Oh.
I can give you 14,600 plus reasons why I will not follow that God.
I don't think we have time for all of that, but that's the topic today is help me find Jesus, or for atheists, you're allowed to ask a comment or question, but you're kind of neither of those. So I'm not sure I don't know what to do.
I'm learning about other spiritual paths. So, and I don't know a whole hell of a lot about atheism. I know you don't believe in God. I'm trying
That's
to
it.
understand
Full stop.
what atheism is.
That's all. You nailed it.
That's it?
Yep. You just don't believe in God.
Nothing else.
Yeah, try it out. It's really actually like, I've been hearing lately, people have been saying it's factually amazing. Did I do that good, Joel?
Yeah, it's amazing. Terry in the chat just said, "Can we look at the Shroud of Turin?" That's one of my favorite sexual positions. It's when you have sex with someone on their period, and then the sheet looks like the Shroud of Turin
How
after.
do we drop Joel here? Let's see if I can figure that out. Oh shit! I dropped Jeep. Well, I guess we're stuck with what we get.
TikTok.
It's TikTok is just having a hard time today with these guests. Brian, welcome in, Brian.
Hello.
Hi.
Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound just like really good. What's your age and religion?
I'm 34, and I would say that I have whatever that guy said I had, flat out hate God-itis or whatever.
Yeah, let me see. I have my notes here. You're plain and
Plain
I had
flat, right?
Yeah,
When
plain
they're
and flat out. That is what it was. Yeah, I wrote fast out. You're plain and flat out hatred of Godism. So that's your psychological issue.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. You also have a little bit of an echo now. But did you have a question or comment?
Well, you brought up Ananias and Sapphira, and that just got me thinking about the collectible card game I used to play when I was a Christian, like that's called Redemption. Have y'all ever played this game?
No.
Because I literally...
Is that like Magic the Gathering?
Yes, it's Magic the Gathering, but with Bible verses on it.
Holy shit.
And I literally pulled out my deck, and I have Ananias and Sapphira, and their special ability in this card game is that they bond together. But if they're apart, they're really weak. But if you play them together, they're really strong.
Yeah, because they can lie together.
Right, because if they were together,
God couldn't do anything to them until they were separated. And
right.
He was like, "Now's my chance."
Yes.
To deal with this couple.
Anyway,
this is incredible. I've never heard of this. Welcome to the Home of Redemption. Yeah.
So some of the art on these cards is great.
Yeah, it looks just like Magic the Gathering. It's like that's like exactly it. Yeah. Wow.
I think that's why I liked it so much as a kid. We played this on the church playground all the time. But one of my favorite cards now is Women as Snares. This is a really terrible game looking back. Oh my gosh.
Apples to apples.
Anyway.
Wait, this is the same people that do apples to apples?
What? No way.
No, it's not. That's not. They just are selling. Oh, there's a Bible edition of Apples to Apples.
Ah, that makes sense.
What are these fucking dorks doing now? Holy shit. Mary, The Last Supper. Although it might be funny to mix that in with a Cards Against Humanity type of thing and just make a like Bible against God against humanity kind of game. Yeah, it could be interesting. All right. Yeah, that's really funny. This is how they get you. This is how they get you, right? They like make it seem like it's all fun and games. And it's like, oh, this is cool. God kills Ananias and Sapphira. And then when you like read the book and realize, wait, he really did that? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to say your favorite sexual position, or did you already? And it was somewhere hidden within that.
The Ananias and Sapphira, where you make a bridge and then there's somebody in between y'all.
And it's God.
And then you both explode.
Absolutely. Perfect. All right. Thanks, Brian. We're saying we're loading.
Whoa, you nailed it. You nailed that dropping.
It's so tricky. What I do now is I try to drop you every time, and it makes the other thing happen.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, I've beat the system. License. What is your whole name?
Hey, how's it going?
License to wheel. Are you like a motorcycler?
No, I'm an examiner for commercial CDLs. So I give you your license.
Oh, yeah, okay. I have an M class.
Oh, cool. On its own?
No, I have a driver's license, but I have an M class too, so I can drive motorcycles. I'm legally allowed to. All right, cool. Well, that sounds like a really fun job. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Welcome in. First of all, congratulations on having the correct worldview. And then second of all, did you have a question or comment you want to drop for us?
Yeah, actually, I was wondering how you guys deal with, this is something I kind of just found out while surfing on TikTok lives. I didn't know this was a thing. People who are like presuppositionalists, I guess is what you call it.
Yeah.
How do you guys handle these types of folks? Personally, I had an experience with one. I did not understand like what their verbiage was and like what their arguments were even like based on. It was a lot of like jibber jabber. And I'm not like a philosophically educated person. I just don't believe in God. So I was like, what the hell is this?
It depends. There's a lot of different ways. I think like one of the interesting things to do if you really want to like learn what they're saying, you got to do a bunch of research. You got to like go like just figure out all these words and stuff. It just takes a lot of time, and it's boring and pointless and doesn't have anything to do with religion when it really comes down to it. But what's kind of a fun thing to do is to say, okay, I accept that presupposition. Now connect that to the Bible God. What does this have to do with Jesus? And they usually they're like, no one ever has let me get that far. I don't know what to do next. That's kind of a common thing. Or what they end up doing is saying like, well, he revealed himself. And it turns out that they're not all that philosophical or that like clever. They're really just doing basic Christianity when it comes down to it. They just believe. They have faith. That's all it is. They're just using big words, faith.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like, because it was always, you justify your burden of proof of my rejection of my claim. And I'm like, and then philosophically, I'm like, I don't understand like even how to navigate this nonsense. But it kind of felt like, what you're the one making the claim about Jesus Christ specifically, not even just God. So
I get
what are we doing here?
I get the feeling that these guys are mostly just contrarians. Like I feel like I don't know if they even believe that much. Most of them, it seems like they're just like they just want to talk or something. You know, I don't know. Like I don't know exactly what it is about them, but I don't know. They all have kind of different ways to do it, so it's sort of hard to just nail down like how do you just tackle presuppositionalism entirely, because you have to kind of hear each one's thing out. Joel, did you have any other
Well, yeah, I think what you said was a good idea, where you can just be like, okay, well, if there is a God, how do we get to the Bible God? And then if you know anything, I don't know if were you a Christian before? Like, do you know?
I know a little bit. I wasn't really a Christian. I was a sort of a non-denominational deist type of. My parents they grew up at Catholic school, but they never really gave up God. But they were like, we don't like church, so it was actually kind of harder for me to become an atheist because it was so like amorphous and weird and attached to my like moral compass.
I think maybe
when I went to church, it was
Sorry, maybe it'd be funny to like be like, oh yeah, no, I used to be a deist, and maybe just like take all of their presuppositions and just attach that to deism, and then they'll just have to argue against deism, which will probably be impossible for them. You know what I mean? Like it's just like derailing the nonsense that they're doing, because it just doesn't. It's just a presupposition. You can presuppose anything, but like Mezzo says, there's so many different variables that they might be coming at you with that it's hard to give you like much substance in order to like go, just do this and it'll solve it.
Yeah, right. I've also done this method before, because sometimes they are just like it's really just that they want to talk, and their goal isn't, and by the way, when I say that their goal is, this isn't just me thinking that this is their goal. There are articles online from like leading presuppositionalists saying our goal here is to make the atheist look dumb So just try to outspeak them so their point looks bad. Like that's written down. That is what they're trying to do. So so when they're trying to do that, and all they're trying to do is like use as much dictionary stuff as they can. And there are some atheists who follow that fine. I don't care that much about it. I like philosophy, but not to that level. But I kind of like to go, look, I want to learn this stuff. I want to learn these like deeper philosophical terms. I want to understand what all this stuff means. But I don't feel like learning it from someone who thinks snakes can talk is a good method to learn. So I'm gonna have to probably get that from someone else. And once I figure it out, you can come back up, and then you can move on from them. Like, look, there are some who do presuppositionalism who are like totally valid, and they want to have the conversation and talk it out with you, and it's an interesting conversation. But a lot of the time, it's done intentionally to obfuscate.
Yeah, I think I actually unintentionally exposed that when I went into I don't know whose live it was. I know him to be pretty infamous on here for being a precept, but he kept like framing this weird question at me with a lot of like, you know, confetti philosophical language, and I was like, hey, I don't understand what that means.
Such a good word for that.
It really. I was like, hey man, I don't get what that means. Can you like simplify it, or like can you clarify that for me? And he was like, he just repeated it, and I asked again. I'm like, dude, I heard you, but I don't know what that means. Can you clarify what you're saying? Yep. Can you simplify it?
My dad's
and he just
one of
kept
those,
repeating it.
actually.
Really?
Yep. He does like precept stuff. I don't want to like advertise his channel here, but he does precept stuff on TikTok. Like you can find him and stuff.
Wow.
And so I know that because I know him from his personal life, that he does it intentionally to be like intentionally trying to be confusing.
Jesus, that's I'm sorry, man. That's terrible.
It is, yeah. You'll hear him say stuff like, "Do you believe the world exemplifies that which actualizes it?" You're like, I gotta think about that. Maybe. I think it does. Yeah. But then he goes, so there you go. That's God. And it's like, doesn't really make sense. Cause like if the world does exemplify that which actualizes it, then nature would fit in there perfectly too. And like evolution. We see regular nature all around. We don't see super nature. So it would actually make sense that if it was actualized by that thing, then it would just be regular nature.
All right, this is reminding me of like Thanksgiving.
License, do you want to say your favorite sexual position? Is it presuppositionalism?
Yeah, exactly.
Precompositionalism?
Presuppositionalism.
Yeah, you just presuppose that we've already, we already came.
I presuppose that she's came, and you know, we go from there.
That's all right. Thank you so much. All right, let's try this out. Yes. This person's been, I think, waiting for a little bit here. Joel, how are you?
I'm okay.
I've been waiting for a while.
Do you
I
know
think
that
my battery percentage was 82 when I started listening.
That's when I was born.
Was it?
What's it at now? Just saying what it used to be doesn't matter.
It's all the way down to 67.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 67 from 82 to 67.
Hoish.
What temperature do you think your phone is right now?
It's cool.
Oh, okay. Well, it's about to heat up. Bruce, what's your age and religion?
I'm 64, and I have no religion.
All right. Well, good. You're welcome here at Atheist Sunday School. You get a question or comment?
I got a comment that may take a little while, but if you don't want me to do that, I'll give you my favorite thing about sex.
I don't want you to take too long because we have other people in the
I understand.
guest
I won't take too long.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll start with duck butter. You like duck butter?
That's a great position.
No, it's not a position. It's a flavor.
I guess I'm not familiar with a duck butter.
Oh, that's the little yellow stuff that collects on your girl's panties.
Bruce, I don't know if I like this conversation.
That's okay. That's all. I just wanted to state that. Okay, so now I'm going to give you this, and this is all in all seriousness, and hopefully I can enlighten some people. Number one, the one has always been there, always will be there. It doesn't care about babies dying of calcified skin. It doesn't care what sin you do. It doesn't care if a man takes sexual.
I don't care. I don't like it when anyone says panties.
That got a little weird there.
Fuzzy, welcome in. Let's all just move past it. Let's all skip that. Let's all just wash that off. Fuzzy, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 46. I'm a secular Jew.
All right. Well, I guess I don't know what that means. You don't believe in God then?
Oh yeah, he's not real. He's totally made up.
All right. Well, you get a question or comment.
I always hear Joel saying you guys are best friends.
That's true.
Is it true? Because I don't hear you say it as much as Joel.
Well, I mean, you probably spend more time in his live. I was talking about it during this live. I said it. Joel, don't listen to. I said it during this live.
What? So hold on here. So yeah, where are you? Is it because you're mostly in my lives because I'm a better live creator, or?
You have a great live, but I like. You were a cat the other day, Mezzo.
No, we're moving past that too. That was weirder than.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, we're forgetting.
We're not talking about
yeah.
Cats or duck butter. We're moving past both those things.
That was kind of freaking me out. But your relationship is interesting. Have you guys ever been in the same room together?
Oh yeah. We go. We record the podcast together
in Sweden and England. Yeah.
In Sweden and England. Okay.
Yeah, we record a podcast.
When we were doing season 1 of our podcast, we recorded it it was right across the street from Abbey Road Studios.
Oh no way! I was there last year. That's
cool. We used to. Yeah, I know it's a bummer that building burnt down, but then this season we're in Sweden. We meet there. We meet there to record. Yeah.
Yeah, we've never been to each other's houses. We've never been in each other's spaces, but we've been abroad together.
Not yet.
Weekly. But not yet.
I would love to see your two heads next to each other. Maybe you could simulate that in a live one day.
That'd be a fun thing to do, a co-live.
Yeah, co-live.
It's kind of tricky with the headphone setup, but yeah, we'll look into that. There's some, I have there's legal reasons I'm not allowed to enter Canada, but we can probably maybe do something here. We'll figure something out one day. I think that'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, there's personal reasons why I never want to go to the United States, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but if mine's legal, then it's it takes precedent over that. Anyways, Joel's my best friend. Does that help?
Right. Okay, I feel
and
a little bit better.
I'm not just saying that because you're here.
All right. Okay, your relationship seems a little complicated, though, but okay.
Well, all relationships
are complicated. I mean, we have our moments, right. But we are still our friendship is always I don't want to say rock solid because of the cult, but it's very solid.
Yeah, it's clay solid, I think some of the complications just come from Joel's sensitivities. Sometimes he can take things personal that aren't meant to, stuff like that.
Or just sometimes people say just fucking stupid shit, and so that's going to
showing up,
cause some rifts. But we're solid like a man made out of steel, like a steel man.
Okay,
yes.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. The two men could be friends like that on that level.
Did you want to share your favorite sexual position?
Absolutely. It's the standing, the vertical 69, but the woman is holding the man. So the woman is.
Oh yeah.
So I'm floating in the air, and she's holding me.
Yeah.
And paint a picture.
Well, just to non-heteronormalize that, you can do that with two women or two men.
That's true.
But I do like the idea of just I just want to be lifted. I get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it.
All right, that sounds fun. Thank you so much for coming, Fuzzy. We'll call that the Fuzzy Wuzzy. All right, that's the new name for that. These people always are interesting when they call themselves a truth teller. That usually goes well. Truth teller.
Hey guys.
I'm getting a big echo.
I am an atheist right away.
Echo, are you?
Oh.
Am I in your car or something?
Am
I in your car or something?
Yeah, I'm parked. I could throw in my earpieces, and that will take away the echo.
Yeah, that'd probably be
I could do that in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, we'll do it top of the hour. Go ahead.
That's right, folks. I'm going to mute you up, Truth Teller, as we do top of the hour.
Joel, I forgot to tell you, because of the cat thing, we're doing like a much calmer, like, you know.
Okay.
And don't say anyone's name.
That's right, folks. Welcome in. It's top of the hour. It's great to see you. It's 12:36 p.m. in the afternoon, and we're just having a lovely time here at Atheist Sunday School. Yeah, sure. Hey, we got Mezzo hosting. You got some water there or a coffee?
A little bit of coffee, buddy.
A little bit of coffee. Well, that sounds nice. I'm in the sidecar. I'm JRB. You guys know me. We got Truth Teller in the hot seat, but it's a bit of a cooler hot seat today because, you know, he's just another atheist. Sure. Hey, Mez.
Yeah.
You mind taking it away here on the Bad Bible Debates at 12:37 a.m.
I'd love to.
Ah, that sounds real nice. Real smooth.
I was talking about this chord progression earlier. Such a pretty chord progression.
Oh, it really is.
Welcome in, everybody. We're smooth as a Canadian today.
That's got nothing to do with my opinions on Bush.
This is so cool. So Joel, this is like, you do like D, A, E, and then F sharp, C sharp, G sharp, E. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, that's gorgeous.
And then you go to like a similar like shape, but with F and A.
Oh yeah.
To B and G. And then you keep the right hand on this A, but go up to an F sharp.
Oh my goodness.
I can't get over it. It's just so fucking pretty.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's gorgeous.
I'm loading. Truth Teller, did you get us in your headphones?
Do I sound better?
Yeah. All right, you have
Yes.
a quick question or comment for us?
Yes, I have a quick comment. And that's this. It's about the window, what I'm calling the window of forgiveness.
To the wall. Oh, sorry. Window of
And
what?
why it's so... I'm going to assume for a moment that we actually live for eternity.
Okay.
So we're not as immortal like God, who was here from the beginning till forever.
Right.
We're just here from now until forever. But I have a comment about the window of forgiveness. Now, for a moment, think about the percent of our existence, if we live forever from this point on, the percent of our existence that we spend on this planet. So let's say I live 90 years. Now, to find that percent, I would divide 90 by the number of years in eternity, which would be infinity, but we can't divide by infinity. So let's divide by, what would happen if I divide by bigger numbers? 90 divided by 100.
Truth Teller, I got to tell you, I'm a little bit confused about what we're doing math for here.
Oh, here's what it is. Because when I expire, I will be at that moment in time when I can know with certainty if God is real. I'm sure he isn't. Christian God is obviously not real. But if we play in their playground for a minute, their sandbox, at that moment, when I can know for certainty if this awful God is real, that these absurd claims in Christianity and Christian theology is true, at that moment, for some reason, I can't be forgiven anymore.
Oh, yeah, I've talked about that before. I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, God is all forgiving until you die. Then you're fucked. Like, just forgive me after I die.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah, I was a little confused about
And so,
the.
yeah, so my
I
point
think it's
about
an
the whole
interesting
math
point to
thing-
first talk about eternity and then make the point for like eternity. That was kind of interesting. Like,
Well, I get it. Like
rhetoric.
if our the life that we have to make this decision is like a blip compared to
It's 0+%
Yeah,
of our
it's like
existence.
nothing.
Nothing.
How is that? How does that make any sense?
Yes.
You know, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, absolutely. It's,
Why does the blip
Yeah, I've only
suffer
The
the
blip.
consequences of eternity? Yeah.
like by the time you're, you know,
Okay.
a trillion years into your eternity, the blip you won't know the blip happened. Like you'll be like, oh yeah, I can barely remember I was a
I
person.
remember
on
being
a
taught
planet.
about the blip, like in church. I remember they got like a big string, and when they was in like the big auditorium, and they like made this huge long string, and they were like, "I know this seems long, but imagine it goes forever that way, and forever that way." And they would get like a little marker and put like a little dot and be like, "That's your whole life." You know, like think about like you can just live everything right now for God because this is what's at stake. And it's just like, and you're like, wow, that's cool. And then it's like, just so rude to be like, you're fucking meaningless. You know what I mean? Like this existence that you're having right now is nothing. Worry about what's happening. But all right, True Teller, thank you so much for sharing that
And why
math
does
with
that
us.
window? Why does that window close? Why does
Yeah,
God close that window?
that's part of
At
the
the moment you can be
nonsense.
sure.
So that's the dot, right? During this one blip on this time is when God is able to forgive you or not, but all of the after he's not. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, thank you very much for that. I
All
appreciate
right, guys.
it.
Just wanted to make that comment. All right, guys.
I should make more clear that for the atheists who come up, the question or comment should be to like me and Joel. Like we know the arguments, right?
Absolutely, and we've been like you said, we've been running that one. Like we've been running that one. He probably got that from us.
I just like maybe make your comment
probably
to be like, you guys are great, or like I really appreciate the work you do, or something like that.
The main things that we're looking for is compliments, and people. And maybe I shouldn't say the quiet part out loud, but like if you're coming
I think
up,
we should. Let's be up front. Please compliment us.
yeah, does it? Truth Teller was probably on your mind because you heard me say it. Like, it's a great idea, but you probably heard me say it.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
It's a great point. And,
great point, and it's a good
Joel
well,
had
well
it. Yeah,
put.
it's great.
Yeah.
And
I have
Joel,
said
you're
it, but
amazing.
it's
Yeah.
a great point. Thank
Holly,
you.
did you have let's just call him question or compliment?
Oh, question or compliment?
Or wait, are you religious?
No, I am not.
Okay. I didn't think so.
No.
You can tell by the voice.
Oh, the voice, really?
Yeah, there's no way this is a Christian voice. We can
I
hear
love
your
that.
sanity is screaming through.
Well, I am a narrator, so that makes sense. But I actually just wanted to share, instead of my favorite sexual position, I wanted to share my favorite song to have sex to.
I think that counts.
Okay, good. This one is called God Told Me to Fuck You by Wheeler Walker Jr. And I'm
kind
not
of like
typically,
Jesus take the wheel.
maybe a little bit, but more straightforward. And I'm not typically a country music fan, but I just really wanted to read to you just a few of the lyrics.
I'm looking
real
at the
quick.
lyrics. Yeah, tell me your favorite ones. This is great.
Let's see. So the chorus goes, God told me to fuck you. God told me to lick your crotch.
Now, crotch is a gross word,
No, I agree
especially
with
in
you
terms
on
of oral. But are they rhyming it with something later?
Yes, just wait for it.
Just making sure.
God told me to suck your dick. He told me he likes to watch.
Wait, can you say the line just before that real quick?
God told me to tell you to suck my dick.
No, that's not what it is. Oh, wait, told me. Oh, okay.
And then he says,
Because before
he
you said
told
God
he
told
likes
me to suck your
watch,
dick.
right? So he likes to watch.
Right.
That rhymes with crotch, right? So yeah,
There it is. Yeah.
There it is. But yeah, man, he's the praying type, and when you're the praying type and God tells you to do something, you better darn do it. So
I love this. Yeah, I'll have to listen to this song later. This looks really good.
it's not a bad tune. Like I said, I'm not typically a country fan, but yeah.
Show the Lord your love. It says, just suck it out of me to the heavens above. Yeah, these are good lyrics.
You're welcome. I
like that.
I wanted
Holly,
to
thank
share.
you so much. I'll get that clip. I'll probably just say that like you were talking to Joel, and people will think you're like a Christian, like this crazy Christian said, and all they'll hear is God told me to suck your dick, and they'll think that like you're like it'll be fun. We'll do the clip of it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Holly. I'm going to count that as a
Fantastic.
compliment.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if someone, I mean, Holly wasn't saying this, but like if somebody wants to suck your dick or you can perform oral on them, that's a compliment.
If God told you to do it, it could be a punishment. You never know.
Yeah, not if God's involved. If God's involved, all bets are off.
You never know. You never, ever know.
You can't know.
You can't know. Echo J?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I good. I just was listening in and it crossed my mind like to just, I don't know what the program really is about, but it sounds like it's about maybe atheists saying there is no God or whatever.
Yeah, I'm an atheist and I'm saying there is no God. And if you want, you can help me find Jesus. Are you a Christian?
No. I know Christian.
What
I
are
don't
you?
deal with I am just a child of life. We are children of life because without life, no one exists.
Amen.
So why would someone, I'm wondering, why would you
Well, I disagree
believe
with that. Some dead things exist.
Oh, come on, man. I don't mean it that way. I mean alive. Without life, you cannot be.
Me, yeah, true.
Yeah. So if you're saying there is no God, then how did you come about? There had to be something that caused you to be. That is what you call questionable to be liable to be God because it caused you to exist. You didn't cause yourself to exist.
So why does it
And
have
what
to be a
about-
God, though? Why can't it just be natural processes?
No. But okay, they call that particular existence God. I don't know why, but it don't need.
Oh, yeah.
God is just words.
I think I know why they
God
call
is just
it that.
words.
Yeah, Echo, they do
God
that
is
because
words.
they got the idea from a religion. They shouldn't call it that. They should call it something else.
Yeah.
Because it's not
No,
a
it's
being.
life.
Yeah, Echo,
It's
call
just
it
life.
Yeah, life comes from
Yeah,
life.
it is
I-
life. It
But
is
not
life.
from God.
Nothing else. It is life. Life. What they
Life.
call God is not
Life.
is really life.
Life.
Yeah. But I don't know where they're going with God and Jesus
Life.
and Buddha and Rastafari.
Yeah,
and
there's no
Selassie,
God,
that.
but there is life.
I-
I agree with you.
There is life.
Right, life.
That's it. Because a God is mostly a ruler who's supposed to care. Okay, if you saying there is God,
No, there's no
then
God.
you're watching a lot of innocent die and you ain't doing nothing. Okay, that
There's
the point.
life.
The point is that life is the cause of existence,
No.
and that's who.
False.
That's who's labeled as God.
Things
Yeah?
exist without life.
Existence
exists
is
without
the
life?
cause of life. Existence is
What
the cause
exists
of
without
life.
life?
Yeah,
Okay,
you have it
okay.
backwards.
Wait,
So
one
like,
second,
but-
1 second.
so let's just like, we don't know if there's life on other planets. There might be. That's interesting at all. But let's just for now,
Oh,
like,
you
just
don't
base
know if they
ourselves in
are.
reality. On this planet,
This is reality.
Life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Echo, are you with me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, idea. Yeah, idea.
Here on Earth, we know that life started, I don't know, 3.5 billion years ago or something like that.
How
right?
you know? How you know? How?
Have you looked at
Who
the
told
science?
you? Were
part?
you there?
No, I
No,
wasn't
the
there. Were you,
science
were
are
you
men.
there?
The science. No, well, it's the
Okay,
same thing
so,
I mean. The science.
Echo.
Science go.
You're yelling
Uh-huh.
at me.
No, I ain't
You're
yelling.
interrupting
I got
and you're
headphones.
yelling.
You know, hold
I
on
got
here.
headphones.
I don't know,
Hold on.
Mezzo. I don't know how you feel about this, but Echo, do you realize there's these people on right now called Unapologetics? You should go over and ask them about this stuff and tell them that we sent you. I feel like you got there's a physicist on that live, and some religious guy, and if you
I
go
don't
over
deal with
there,
religion.
what's that?
I don't deal with religion. I'm
Well,
not
that's what
religious. I don't
you
deal
should
with
talk to
religion.
them about it so that you can debunk.
No,
I'm looking at their
no, I
chat,
only-
and one of those 3
I'm-
guys just said Echo's a piece of shit. I think you should go. You should
Yeah.
go. Ask,
Is
you
Ian
should
on
go-
there too?
You know
I
why?
think Ian said it.
Because
Yeah,
because you know
should
why?
go.
You
You should go.
represent-
Let them have this. You should go over there and tell
you are
them.
controlled by death.
They're called
are controlled by
Unapologetics, and tell
It's
them that
life
we
and death.
sent you. Put
You
in
are
the chat
controlled
that
by death.
Mezzo and
Mezzo
Joel,
and Joel
sent you,
me.
or
Yeah,
Joezzo,
the voice of
or
death
Jezzo.
control your
There's a lot
mind.
of different names.
The voice of death is controlling your mind. You need to turn to life because
The
you are
voice
alive.
of
You are
death
living
is
because life
controlling
is in
my
you.
We
mind.
are alive, Echo.
Yeah.
We're obviously
What are you
alive.
talking
Yeah.
about?
Exactly. Because you don't know what you're doing. You think you know,
Wait,
but you
hold
don't.
on. Let me just try this.
Life
real
is the
quick.
cause of all.
How do we not know what we're doing? We're like, how did he think we logged onto the app this morning?
I'm a little bit confused. Like, I want to hear this guy out kind of, but I think it would be funny if you went over there and bothered them. Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm trying to get him. Yeah.
Get rid of him.
I thought it would be really funny if he went over there and then they think that it's legit. Like Joel and Mezzo sent me, and then they're like, oh, bring him up because he must be someone.
I did like the vice grip of death thing though. That actually kind of is interesting. I mean, like maybe it needs a little bit of work, but maybe we could workshop it a little bit with him.
To be honest, he's not going to find the link to go up and talk to them, so it's just never going to happen.
That's a good point.
So we might as well.
He's not a link finder.
You want to like just fuck around a little bit?
Yeah, let's help him figure out this idea. Help him unmute here, just for a minute. We'll just have a little fun. Echo, go ahead and unmute yourself. We're gonna.
By the way, vice grip of death is one of my favorite sexual positions.
That's good. Echo, yeah, if he can't even find his own accept unmute invitation button, there ain't no way he's gonna get up in their complicated link.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I'm surprised he got up here.
Here, I'll do the invitation. Echo, when you see the invitation, accept it.
He's probably talking over us.
34. I can't invite for another 34 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this might be a non-starter.
I don't want to get into that vice grip thing. Echo, you have to come off of mute. Echo, unmute.
Echo, unmute.
There he is. Hey, let's talk a little bit more about this vice grip of death. What is that?
What do you mean?
Women?
That's the voice that leads you to be this man that you are now. Death
it's
and
a
life,
voice.
they are existing.
Oh, that's kind of cool, Joel. What if it was called the voice grip of death, and it's kind of a double meaning
You told me
thing?
You told me a lot of stuff.
Well, hold on, Echo. We're trying to understand you, but Echo, we have to be able to take turns talking because it's hard to understand you. You said there's a voice grip?
Yeah. No, there is a voice of death. That means
a voice of death.
I like calling it a voice grip though, because then it's a double meaning. It's like
okay,
but
you're cutting me down.
Speaking death kind of holds you in its vice grips.
But you speak of life. You speak of no God. That's death. No God is death.
That's God is death.
Once you claim,
that's like a good tagline.
I mean, you don't have You don't have a cause of existence. I mean, nothing caused you to exist. I mean, you cause yourself to be.
Okay, well, you got to slow down. So, what does the voice have to do with it?
The voice have to do with it as that you admit that there are things that exist without being alive. I know that the rocks, you claim the rocks and whatever you will be saying.
Do you think the rocks are alive?
I say you would claim that they don't have life in them, but they are still existing. I wasn't talking about that existence. I'm talking about the existence of being claiming. You claim you are. The rocks in them things probably don't claim they are. Or whatever, don't claim they are. The zinc, the gold you're taking out of the ground, or
I guess
the plastic.
Is this Q-top?
Those things don't mean nothing. Human.
You can drop
animals,
the accent.
This is Q-top again, doing another one of these trolls. Listen,
Q-top? This is Echo J. This is Echo J from the island.
That's exactly what Q-top would
Martin.
say.
J is
no,
like
from
just
the island
5
of
letters
Saint
before
Martin.
Q.
He's even got a lore.
No. Echo J means Echo John. I am the John that revealed the things that were and is and will be and is always hidden.
Are you a prophet, John?
To be lies.
Are you
John, are you a prophet?
I'm a prophet. I'm a human being just like you. But I choose to do
You're just a regular
right.
human being who knows the future?
Yeah.
Okay.
The truth. We're speaking the truth.
Classic.
And the truth is right before your eye. You can see that there is a cause of existence because you wasn't here and now you are.
Yeah, but, John,
and sooner or later, I wouldn't see you.
John,
you're born 67.
John, you're yelling.
2020.
Stop yelling at us.
Bring it down. We believe, John, hold on. We believe there's a cause of existence. We believe there's a cause of our existence. We believe that there's a...
Why are you calling it God?
Because we know that to be what everybody calling God and Jesus and Selassie and blah, 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 blah.
That's not what Jesus is. Jesus is a person.
Hello. Ask a Christian, he gonna tell you Jesus is God. So there's what I talking about.
Ask a question.
Ask a Rasta,
he gonna tell you Jesus is God.
Ask a Christian.
Oh,
ask
Christian.
a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
He will
Are you
tell
a Christian?
Jesus is God. No.
Are you a Christian? So is Jesus God?
No.
Okay.
No.
So what is God?
God is life.
Why don't we just call life life and let Jesus be called God? And then we can say there's no God, there is life.
Because you know why? There was a part in the Bible I read. It said their intention is to dethrone. No, but I'm just looking at life, how life see it, and reveal it to me.
You don't believe in the Bible. Why are you quoting the Bible? I said their intention,
because there's where I grew up. We all grew up knowing the Bible. Every human being, I think, knows, unless you grew up in a different culture. Unless you grow in a different culture. Okay, good. But a part says their intention is to dethrone him from his excellency. Now, life has an excellency that everybody wants to disregard.
I would like to draw with this guy, but I don't think I'd be able to keep up.
They want to disregard life. You know why? Because they are of death. You know what's death? Death is...
I think we
like there's just no... Yeah, there's no like anything gonna happen. Like he's just gonna talk. And then,
you know... background noise.
Yeah, and it's not super coherent. It's one of those things that's like, that's a fun novelty moment, but then like I don't think
we're gonna drag it on.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone's like gleaning anything from it. I don't even know how we can fit jokes into this.
Like sometimes you can be like, look at how like religion and this idea makes people like into lunatics, and that's kind of a fun thing. But
this is like how deism makes you crazy. Because it's not even religion at this point.
Well, he was saying he was brought up in Christianity, and he's still clinging on to that Cat in the Hat, you know? And he's just still nuts from it, I think. So totally Echo, you don't have to come off mute. We think that you're nuts. Maybe come back on a Wednesday when you don't have as much background noise and we can draw some dicks together. But go ahead and drop down, okay?
Who can see life? No one.
Sorry, go ahead and drop down.
But life still is in us.
We're going on to the next guest.
What does that even mean, John? Just
no,
like
don't ask more questions.
Okay, sorry.
Just go ahead and drop down. Happy Dad, you're our next guest. Welcome up. What's your age and religion?
John, mute, please.
I don't even know.
Hey guys,
I don't even know how to drop down from here. I don't know how.
Some other guy's still talking.
You just throw your phone in an ocean.
Just leave the app, John. Just get out of the app.
Break your phone in half. That does it. Happy Dad, how old are you?
I'm 40 and I'm an atheist.
All right. Well, you get a comment and question.
My question is, have you guys encountered anyone from the 2x2 sect of Christianity? That's what I was for the first 26 years of my life.
2x2?
Yeah.
Is that like a reference to Noah? I'm not familiar with it.
It's a reference to Jesus telling the apostles to go out 2x2, two men as apostles to go out. And so that's what they practice. It's like a home-based church and a homeless apostle church, I guess. They send their people out, their ministry out.
A like obscure sect. And this is funny on Wikipedia. It says,
and very secretive,
2x2s is the name used to describe an unnamed denominational Christian sect. Yeah, so this is the name for the unnamed. That's funny. William Irvine.
They would never refer to it themselves as 2x2. They don't accept that name, but that's what outside of the church people call it that.
Nope, never heard of it. Looks made up.
Okay, there's a rabbit hole for you if you want to look into it.
And it's just like sending people out 2x2 is the like main thing about it.
Yeah, very like fits all the criteria of a cult because of it being very like you can't access the afterlife after salvation unless it's through their ministry.
Right.
It's very exclusive, internally they'll call it the truth.
All of Christianity classifies as a cult. So if this is one of them,
also that,
yeah, absolutely fits in. I'll also let you know, normally we're letting people come up and say their favorite sexual position, but I think 2x2, right? Like you already did it.
That would be a good one, yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Happy.
I was wondering.
Oh, do you have another?
Okay. Well, I was prepared for the favorite sex position question.
So okay. What do you got?
I've heard of one called the Second Coming, but like the Christian Second Coming, I don't think it's ever happening. They keep saying at any time now it will happen. It's possible, but I don't think it's happening.
All right. Well, you got to have faith. All right. You got to have faith. Hang in there. All right. I mean, if you're not given multiples, What are you doing?
Giving is easy.
Yeah, giving is easy. Echo's still here. Stay on mute, please, Echo. We're going to talk to Malo. Malo, what's your age and religion?
Hi, I'm Christian. I'm 24 years old.
All right, good. Well, welcome in. We're happy to have you here. We've got Joel over here co-hosting. He's my best friend, if anyone's concerned. Echo is, I don't know why Echo's still here, but he's like an insane deist, I think. So he might, he'll probably like yell at some point at us, but it'd be better if you stayed on mute. Malo, do you want to help me find Jesus?
Well, before helping you to find Jesus, I would like to help you to find a God first.
Sure.
Do you believe in any God?
No.
Do you believe in paranormal activities?
Banana activities?
Paranormal activities.
Oh, paranormal? No.
So you don't have any explanation for all the paranormal activities that happens to people and the stories and everything that we already know.
I have some explanations for some of the banana normal activities, but I don't have one single explanation for all of them. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, sorry for my English. It's my second language.
What's your first language?
Oh, Romanian.
Oh, cool.
What's your third language?
That's my fourth language. You were going to do the same next number joke? We have the same brain, best friend. Malo, I don't think paranormal activity is real. I think most of them can be explained away by psychological phenomena, and a lot of them are lies. Because we do know for sure that people make things up, right? You think some people make things up? Yeah. So we know that that's true, but we've never been able to like scientifically prove any paranormal bullshit. So we know for sure lies happen. We don't know for sure paranormal stuff happens. I think that covers most of them. Not just lies, but like confusion. I think a lot of it is like uninformed confusion. Like people see something and they're just like, God, I saw a video today on TikTok that was like, I captured a ghost on my Ring camera. And you look at it and it's like looking out of their front door and you see this like street light. And all of a sudden the street light goes, like the light part goes and makes this weird, stiff, like almost explosion, but freezes. And there's cars driving by and this light looks like a specter is frozen on camera and it's creepy. And then like I watched it a second time and I zoomed in and it's just that a raindrop hit the lens and made it like morph out. And it's just an actual raindrop. So I think people are just confused a lot of the time.
Okay, my next question is that have you tried to experience the paranormal by your own?
Yep.
Using what exactly?
I've tried it a whole bunch of ways. Do you have any suggestions that you want to try?
Yeah, a classic one, the Ouija board.
Oh, check this out. This is actually a Ouija board that we use as a stepping, like it's a foot mat. What do you call it? To wipe your feet on? Doormat. A fucking foot mat. That's weird.
I mean, foot mat makes more sense than doormat. You're not wiping your door on it.
Well, no, I can wipe my door down with this.
So nothing
pick
happened.
It up, clean your door off.
That's true.
Yeah.
So you tried,
I tried that. That didn't work.
Okay, that's new for me to hear that. And you tried only once or a couple of times?
I've tried it a bunch of times. You want to try one right now?
I mean, no, not really.
The other thing we try a lot is we try to get God or any spirit to open my garage. I'm in my garage right now, and we have like an electric garage door. We try to open that. So we tried that. That never works.
Okay, my next question is that do you believe in a soul?
Mm-mm.
So you don't?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. So I don't believe in like ghosts, and I'm also just like generally a skeptic. I don't believe in ghosts, spirits, souls, gods, any of that shit. Yeah.
This has been a weird conversation because you were like, let's first get you to believe in a God. And then you started asking us if we believe in all the stuff we would need to believe in before we believe in the God anyway. So do you have any evidence for a God at all? Or is it just like hoping people believe in nonsense first?
Well, I think that's a good way in, Joel. So like if they kind of check like, okay, is this guy a gullible fuck? Because if he believes in Ouija boards and souls, we can get him for sure on the God thing. But I think I might be challenging him. When I say, no, I don't believe in any of that stuff. Now he's like,
well, yeah, that's why I'm here to be challenged. And yeah, actually that was my purpose, because many people try to be an atheist without checking themselves first if they believe in a soul or they had many paranormal activities, and try to explain why.
Well, I believe in dolphins. So if you're talking about porpoises, yeah, I believe in that. Things that are actually real.
Dolphins are real? It's the narwhals. Yeah, narwhals aren't real.
Yeah, those are fictional because they're like unicorns of the sea.
Yeah.
That's nonsense. But yeah, no, I believe in porpoises.
Mala, do you believe in dolphins?
Yeah, I do believe in dolphins.
Okay.
Okay, Mezzo, but do you have friends
they're atheists, so that's worth thinking about. Do I have friends? Yeah, best friend right here.
Yeah, but more friends with these kind of experiences?
What kind?
Or do you have hear
with like imaginary experiences about the paranormal? Yeah, I've seen a ghost
from your
before.
friends, from your clothes, or
yeah, I have people like my parents believe in souls.
So therefore, if your parent says that they have a weird feeling in the house, you think they are lying, or you gonna believe them, or
I think weird feelings are very real. I just don't think they're caused by spirits or ghosts.
Okay, that's a good one. And if you don't think that they are caused by spirits or ghosts, at least you will try to explain them in any way, even in science.
People's brains have feelings. That's true in both views. Like you think that sometimes we just have feelings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that's what it always is. When you feel like there's some ghost in the room, that's your brain having a feeling. It doesn't mean it's that there's really a ghost.
What about if it's a poltergeist?
Not real. Those are pretend.
Mallow, do you have any friends in your life or any people you know that don't experience paranormal activity and don't believe there's God, and if they have feelings, they assume that they're just going on in their brains?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I have a best friend that has that too, and then I'm also like that. So there's different people that have different opinions about similar feelings. So that's what we're learning here. So do you have any evidence for God at all?
Yeah, I think it's based on your own experience. And for me, to be honest, I kind of experienced these paranormal activities. Therefore, I was just digging more to explain what was the cause and everything. And if the science cannot explain it, the Bible has a couple of explanations. Therefore, I will take it like it's more spiritual.
I don't think that just because something is unexplained, that means God did it. I think there's something.
Yeah, I don't think also.
Okay, well that is what you just
but
said.
Still, science cannot explain it at all.
Explain what? Give me one example.
Okay, so there are a couple of the documentaries, like the Enfield poltergeist, or the Ammon's case poltergeist, or the Queen Mary's ship.
Oh, I went to that. I went to Queen Mary recently, and I saw them doing a ghost tour there. I also used to work in television, and I can tell you without science exactly how that works. They are trying to make money. So they make up stories about this creepy ghost tour. Okay, so the Queen Mary is a boat here in Los Angeles. You can go on it, and you can do these like ghost tours. And they have fun with it. and they'll say like, and then the story goes, it's like this, and it's just stories. It's stories about people who used to believe in ghosts. It's not anything that like there's real ghosts involved. There are like people who have killed each other, like that's a true thing, but it's not like magical or extraterrestrial or supernatural.
Okay, maybe for the Queen Mary ship, because it's pretty popular.
What I'm saying is that's the case for all of them. When you watch these documentaries, the producers ham it up. They put mysterious music under it. I've done it. I've done it myself as an editor. I've put mysterious music under ghost stories. It's done to sell advertising. They're just trying to make money off of gullible people, and they tricked you, Malo.
Okay, I will write this down as a point of view.
Yeah.
When I was younger,
1 point. Go ahead, Joel.
When I was younger, I had there was an area in my town where they do ghost tours, which are probably pretty popular whenever there's some sort of historical landmark of some kind, right? Where there was a war or something. So they do ghost tours. And I remember my mom telling me about it, and that like the group went down into this one area of this fort, and they all stood there, and it was feeling really creepy and spooky. And then they all almost involuntarily started laughing. And she was like, this is evidence that this is like, there's some scary demonic shit. Like, you know, because she believes in the, just like weird laughing. I believe that something like that might happen because people are kind of nervous. If you're all standing kind of in the dark and you don't know what's going on, whatever. Anyway, now that I'm a fully grown adult and the guy that originally ran the tours isn't doing it anymore, you know who's doing it? One of my good comedian friends is running the tour because it's a performative, entertainment adventure that you can go on. If you go to a tourist attraction, just have fun hearing silly stories.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. You got yourself an old shitty house or building, and you are trying to find a way to make money off of it. What are you going to do? Make up a ghost story, right? Like, it's genius. You don't have to you don't have to do anything else. You just say, once there was a ghost here, people saw it, and people will pay money to hear you say that. It's the easiest book. By the way, did you guys all know that this very TikTok live is haunted? That's true, Mallow. There was a spirit on this live. There's a guest right above you that you can't see, but that guest is a ghost. It's a ghost of a dead person that used to be.
So therefore, you agree in a ghost.
and what it says is that if what's that ghost? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. So it's saying that if you want to hear its ghostly story, you just have to drop a galaxy. So go ahead, Malmo, and drop down a galaxy to the host here. That's what they said, and then it'll tell you the ghost, the story of how it was. Sorry, you were what? Were you murdered? Yeah, it sounds like it was murdered. Do you want to hear the story, Malo?
Well, I cannot believe that happening in this live.
Yeah,
that's
it's
insane.
Crazy, right? Do you want to hear the story of how this ghost was murdered, though?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because you say that you don't believe in ghosts, and right now you are talking with one. So I don't really want to.
Oh my goodness, the ghost is based in China. Isn't that amazing?
Whoa,
that's kind of amazing.
So Malo, do you want to hear the
really
ghost
want to hear
story?
the details?
You're gonna want to
How
hear
you can speak Chinese, by the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can ask and say, ghost, do you speak Chinese or English? Yeah, I'll be able to translate for you, though. It's not a big problem. Malo, did you want to do the ghost tour real quick to learn about this ghost? It's only one galaxy.
I'm pretty scared, so I will skip it.
Oh, it's not a scary story.
I don't even know what is that galaxy, to be honest.
Well, you just go into the gift section, and then you find literally, it doesn't even have to be galaxy, just anything over like the 500. And you send that to the host, and then the ghost will tell you its story.
Oh my goodness! When I'm on mute, but I can hear the ghost. Are you not hearing? Because I'm like hearing some of the story, and it is like fascinating.
It's not too scary though.
It's a little creepy. Like, I mean, it's not too scary, but it's a little creepy. I don't like scary things, so maybe our like tolerance is different. But like, Malo, you're gonna want to hear this. This is actually pretty good.
What about
I'm
the
gonna go on mute
bubblegum?
so I can hear more. Hold on.
Malo, do you get what we're doing though?
Yeah, Mezzo. What about the bubblegum? Is that fine?
Malo, don't do it. This is a scam. Do you see that? There isn't really a ghost. We're pretending. Right?
Yeah.
This is how people make money off of haunted houses. It's not real. The Queen Mary isn't really haunted.
The fact that you have to explain it. Yeah, but okay. So there are a couple of TV shows with these kind of movies, but mostly on YouTube, there are random people that they are recording all these kind of things.
Yeah.
They are not doing for money because they record only the moment, and after that you never hear about them before.
They do get money on YouTube if they get a lot of views.
They do get money on YouTube, but if they are doing this for money, then where is the next video and the third one? Why they stop only for one?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them, why did they just make up one video? They probably just recorded something that was creepy, and then they put it on, and it has a natural explanation, and they put it up, and they put a little creepy music to it, like I used to do. All right? I'm like not kidding. That's like, I used to work in Hollywood in TV, and we would do this kind of thing, right? I have friends who worked on Scare Tactics, you know that show? And you like creep people out, and then you sell it, right? And it's like part of why I quit the industry. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But it was like, this feels like fake. It feels like we're faking stuff. All these reality show things are fake, Malo. All the ghost stories are fake. You know, Ghost Adventures, those guys are faking it.
Oh yeah, they are faking.
Yes, it's fake, and they're just doing it.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And then people on YouTube are doing the same thing. Sometimes they're convinced. They think it's real. They're stupid. They're gullible, right? Don't get tricked by this stuff. It's just like, it's absolute con artist stuff, okay? You're better than that, Malo. You deserve better. Be smart and be skeptical. And look at these things with a careful eye.
I'm trying to be. That's why I'm here and talking to you. I'm asking for your opinion, for your suggestions.
It's very much the case. Every single time that there's a story about a ghost or a poltergeist or a demon, these are made up. Sometimes the people who are saying it think it's real, but they're incorrect. They either don't know what they're talking about or it's pretend. Okay?
Yeah, okay, guys. Okay.
Unpredictable. We can measure them. We can do them over and over again. They'll be consistent on some level. I mean, ghosts, you know, there's got to be some sort of consistency within the realm of ghost if it were to exist.
Ectoplasm.
None of that is true for any of these paranormal things. There's no way to do them over and over again or to make it happen at any given time or anything like that. It's all made up nonsense.
All right, Malo, we're gonna move on, but thanks for that. Okay, come back some other time and let us know how you're doing, because I'm worried about you. You seem like you're too gullible. Okay.
Oh, don't be, and also people in the comments, don't be.
All right. Well, just don't give your money to grifters. Okay. Don't give your money to ghost people. They're not real. Okay. Yeah, genuinely, like, just feel bad for some people. You know.
Is bubble gum okay?
He was like flipping through trying to find the thing.
Which gift can I? No, don't do a gift.
We're faking it.
Yeah. I mean, we could have spun a yarn.
I was gonna, if he did it, I was gonna say, yeah. Ask the ghost. The ghost said, it wasn't a murder. He slipped and like fell on a rake weird, and it killed him. Yeah, it was really boring. Ghost to death. Ghosts never die boring.
Sorry. You have to say Grake.
Grake?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Thanks, Oso.
Dang it. We're going to get busted again. Yeah, they got graked to death. Oh, so how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I wanted to come up and give you my favorite position.
Okay, well, did you have, well, that was a good comment. I think the Grake comment counts as a comment, but what's your favorite position?
Star 69.
Okay.
You know what it is? It's fucking somebody and then you get their number.
Is star 69 the one where it calls back the previous number?
I think it hides your number.
Oh,
no, I think that's how you find out what number called you.
Hold on.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's where I dress up as like a private investigator.
Yeah, it's like what it is like after someone does something to you, whatever it is, you do it back to them. So you let them do anything they do to you, you return the exact. You call them back. You star 69 them.
I like that.
Yeah, that's actually really nice. It's actually really nice. Yeah. Star 69. That's really funny. I was like, what is that? I was like, I know I'm familiar with this before. I was thinking it was an astrology thing for some reason. Like, what's your star 69 sign?
There's a lot of directions you can go with that. You could also think of the star as an aspect.
People don't know what star 69 means. A star is a button on your phone that there used to be there. Do they still have it? Is that still on phones?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Well, kind of.
There's not like no one goes to the keypad.
That's true.
It's like the hashtag, but it's the other one. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Well, it's funny because also there was this one strip club in South Dakota that I went to where a girl did have a tattoo of a star on her, butthole. So
how you
it
gonna
could work
find
like
it?
that too.
Yeah, that's interesting because pounding is the other name for that, and that's a good sexual position too.
Exactly.
Although
it just
I
works
got
on several levels.
Yeah, I can't ever use the word pounding again because I watched a documentary about the subway guy, and that's what he used. He said that a lot, that he wanted to like find some kids to pound, and it was like really just like fuck, dude, like on repeat. Yeah, that's like the messages he kept saying. I was like, I can't ever use that. Like, not that pounding was like in my normal repertoire of words to use for sex, but it's like, fuck, dude, like this guy's crazy.
Like, tell that. Like, I never heard that. Now pounding's ruined.
It should be ruined. No one. Yeah, no, we're ruining pounding. We're going around letting everyone know. There's like a public. Don't do pounding anymore. Don't say pounding anymore. Because Jared took it. Yeah.
When does that start? When does that start?
Starting now.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. You guys take a week to get pounding out of your system, and then we'll stop doing it. Okay. All right. Oh, so thank you so much.
Yeah, I've been going.
Yeah, go back to smashing. Good point. All right, thanks, Oso. That's a great point. There's a lot of people in here. I don't know who's believers and who's not. I think I'll just start at the top, and we'll make our way down here.
Meredith, what's your age and religion?
Sorry, I got really distracted.
I'm 45 and I'm an atheist, but I just came up here to say that your live on Friday was fucking amazing.
Oh, mine or Joel's?
Well, I think Joel laid the groundwork with Bushgate, and we were all reeling from Bushgate, and so your live and sort of the silliness was like a good distraction from that.
That's true. That's a good, like when there's a big, like, like a big thing happening in the news and you want to like, stir up a distraction to like help the news cycle repeat that. I think that ended up helping Joel out a lot because he was saying how he wants to force women to shave their, I don't remember exactly.
I did not say that.
It was something along those
lines.
I
never
it was something like that.
That is not what I said.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I don't know which mod dropped Joel, but but now the only problem is now we have Catgate, and that was stupid. So I'm trying to be like, I want to re-bring up Joel's Bush thing so that everyone forgets my thing, which is why I said that just now.
Well, so I guess I'm dying to know how did the And how was the engagement in that live? Was it successful?
Oh, I think people were engaged. I hated it. I think that the community liked it, but I felt really disingenuous the whole time. I don't like reading people's names. I hate doing that, and I don't like talking to people. I don't know why I do this. But yeah, I also felt like the cat thing was gimmicky, I guess I would say. It felt a little gimmicky.
Well, yeah, it was. I think it was definitely gimmicky. It was hilarious.
I made like $90 in gifts though.
Yeah, it was awesome. So I just wanted to come up here.
Normally
and
at
say
the end
that.
of these lives I make $6 or $7. So it was a noticeable increase in financial gains, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think
Now
I'll ever
you
do
see
that
why
again.
people do all that weird stuff.
I do. I get it. I was like, oh, that's why. Because like while I was doing it, I was like, this is fucking stupid. And then when you log off, TikTok is like, you made $90. I was like, oh, that's why people just would do that again. But not worth it for me. Not worth it. I mean, I try to turn the gifts off every time. I keep forgetting to do it, but I'm gonna like write myself a note so I do that because I don't want to do any of that because that was just the worst. All right. Well, did you want to say your favorite sexual position?
Well, since I'm 45, I've been single a long time. At this point, my favorite is I just do it by myself.
Yeah, but there's still like a lot of positions. Like there's like a solo Kama Sutra, worth looking into. There's all kinds of options for it. So
I mean, there's a lot of options, but why go through all the like research to find out what it's called?
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're doing all of them, but don't name the mystery. I get that. Yeah, there's something to that too. All right, Meredith, I appreciate you.
Have a good one, Joel. I mean,
I love
Meredith
that.
just said bye to you. She was just saying bye to you.
Bye, Meredith. That was nice. That was really nice. That was nice of her to say goodbye to me. Perfect. That was a beautiful ending of that conversation. I really love that. That's great. Cool. Enjoy your planking. Do you think she does just like, when somebody just lays down like a plank and just
Gary, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hello. I was just listening. I'm 72. Let me see. I was born into the Hebrew, and then some neighbors brought me into their Catholic.
Gary,
And
what
I
religion
decided
are you
I
right
didn't-
now?
I'm just have a relationship with energy being forced, and I believe it's myself reflecting off of the world and people, and
Awesome.
kind of.
I don't have time for this shit. People are gonna come up here and I'm in bad mood. Like this isn't the time for it. You got me on it. God damn it.
Well, he's not going to be able to show us Jesus if it's just energy or whatever the fuck.
Matt, Marissa, are either of you guys Christians?
Matt is.
Am I a Christian? No.
Yeah,
Marissa might be. Oh, Marissa's not. Okay.
Marissa, did you want to talk to Joel?
Sure. Hello,
Hey,
Joel.
Marissa. Good to see you.
Love you. Mezzo, love you.
too. Oh, whatever. Then okay, that didn't mean anything to me. Okay. Any comment or question or sex position?
Yeah. Love you. You've helped my deconstruction. Sex position, the A-frame.
But how does that work?
Duration.
Sorry, I don't know if you're cutting out or I am, but how does it work? It's like
It's just an A-frame.
all right, I'll Google it. I guess I'll have to Google it. I think there's some sort of, I can't hear. I think I'm missing a lot of what you say.
You sound fine, Joel.
Keys, don't you? It might be the Wi-Fi. Is it better?
Marissa, are you and Joel still talking?
Well, I was waiting for you to come back.
What's up?
Oh, I just wanted to say hi to Mezzo too. No, I would never insult you.
All right, what's your question or comment?
Oh, you missed it. I said I love you guys. I think you're great.
Me too. We think you're great. Right, Mezzo?
Yep. Just sorry, it's not your fault, Marissa. I'm a little bit like thrown off right now.
But I think did you describe what the A-frame was, or did you? Because
I said no elaboration.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't miss that part.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the name of the position?
Yeah. Split.
An A-frame, like the house.
It's like a house.
That Ordinary Heathen, I think, kind of got what I with.
I don't want people to be confused. It's not a throuple. It's just a 2-person thing.
No, but it's just like a yoga position. It's like downward dog. Basically.
Yeah, I like that name.
That's the yoga name for it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one too. I like to get into that position myself. It's harder from my angle, but yeah. All right, Marissa. Hey, I'm sorry. Like, it's not your fault. I haven't gotten into a really weird mood recently. Something terrible happened to me, and it's been kind of like so I didn't like give you the attention you deserve, and I want to apologize about that. You're really great, and this isn't your fault. I just like really recently had something terrible happen, so I'm kind of like dealing with that. This new
into the live, Mez. You gotta rise above it and don't bring it into the live, buddy.
That's what I'm trying to shake it off. Okay. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Marissa. Though I do appreciate
thanks.
it. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
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 Shake that up. Okay. Matt, you said that you're a Christian.
Yeah. How are you doing, buddy?
Well, I've been better.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you find something out kind of while you were on the live or what? Or what? I don't want to dig in, but.
Let's move past it.
Yeah. Well, I apologize if something happened to you. That's never fun. So, or happened in your life. That sucks.
Yeah.
Apologize. Joel, how are you doing?
I'm having the time of my life, and I owe it all to basically all the great people in the chat and
right.
Having a ball today.
$7 you get at the end of a live.
I don't know. Like when I'm in the sidecar, I don't get that many coins. But you know what? That's
Matt, do you want to show us Jesus or something?
Yeah, actually, I came on here specifically. I wanted to ask your permission. It's a little off of what you typically do, so I just wanted to ask before I started. I wrote a thesis. It's maybe 3 minutes long. I wanted to ask before I read it because it's. Y'all like to usually do the joke thing in the middle and stuff. I didn't want to ruin y'all's show, but I respect y'all's intelligence, and I wanted to see at the end if y'all could poke some holes in it for me. Because
you wanted to read like a paper?
It's not a paper. It's really kind of a written down a debate argument that I'm trying to define, and y'all are.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Let's hear it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says. There are objective and material truths that govern our universe, right? No sane person denies them.
Sorry, you got a little scratchy there. There's objective truths?
Yeah.
Like
there are objective and material truths that govern our universe, right? No sane person denies them. I'm just reading it. It'll go through it.
Who you reading this off
of? My notes. So I wrote something.
Okay. Well,
it's a debate argument.
Yeah, so give us an example of one.
Okay. The laws of logic tell us that A cannot be B at the same time. Math insists that 2 + 2 = 4. And objective morality affirms
A can be B at the same time. That's actually not true.
A cannot be non-A at the same time. Right. I dumbed it down because not a lot of people know the actual laws of logic. So when I wrote it, I was trying to.
But those are just based off of propositions, right? Like these are just language describing.
Right. So my request was if I could read the 3-minute thesis, and then you can punch holes in it.
You didn't have to get that far. There's a hole right here.
Okay. Well, it goes through and explains it.
Okay. I mean, I think there are some things that are objectively true. So let's hear the rest of it.
Okay. An objective morality affirms that torturing an innocent child for fun is wrong, not subjectively, not culturally.
That's a big hole.
And absolutely.
That's a huge hole.
So I know that you and Joel both believe in subjective morality, but y'all are in the minority of philosophy when it comes to that.
Is that true?
Yes.
What's the source for that?
It's most
the majority
famous.
Of philosophers, subjectivists or objectivists.
Like most people would be uncomfortable with the fact that the Idaho murder guy that went into that house, and killed those 4 people to death. That
happened in Moscow, Idaho. I used to hang out there. I'm from the neighboring town in Washington. I know some of those people who were involved in that.
So the broad stance would be that is objectively wrong, not subjectively wrong. I know.
I'm trying to figure out which one has more, because whoever has more is the right one.
Sorry, hold on.
Are most philosophers objective?
And I saw what you did there. Obviously,
morality.
the majority is not always right either way, so it's not a great argument either way. But
moral realism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then most philosophers adhere to moral realism, and
it's a law. It's a law within. It's a law like logic is in most philosophers' mind, like most famous philosophers. So
no, they're using logic to.
No,
there's not a separate moral law. They use logic to come to moral standards.
No, moral realism is rational objectivity of moral law. That's what a philosopher. A moral realist is a person who believes in a rational, objective moral law, something that can't be created by an infallible human because you don't know all truth. So even if you created what seemed to be an objective moral truth, you couldn't because you don't know all truth. So you could believe that it's objectively true, but you'd be wrong in the universe. Like murder would be in this belief, murder would be wrong if no one existed to murder as an objective truth, as an objective
murder
fact.
Is still wrong even if there's not anyone to murder?
Yes, as a rational objective truth.
And is that one that you think is true?
Yes. Don't take me down that path. I want to read this argument so that you can give me your opinion as an atheist. So I'm not trying to debate you.
Okay, my opinion is that I don't think that the thing that you said is true in that last one. Go ahead.
Okay. But here's what people don't think about. These aren't material things. You can't stub your toe on the number 4. You can't bottle up justice in a lab vial, that's moral realism. So we can just disagree with that. These truths are invisible, immaterial, and universal. They don't take up space, have mass, or consume energy, yet they govern everything, from black holes to courtroom ethics. Here's the thing. They only exist in any measurable or perceivable way if there are rational minds like you and me to discover them. So if rocks and squirrels were the only thing on Earth, would 2 + 2 still equal 4? Of course. But it would never be known, seen, touched, perceived, take up space, or exist in any meaningful way within the physical universe. So if you're a strict materialist, someone who believes only physical stuff exists, how do you explain that your entire world runs on things that aren't physical at all? 2 + 2 = 4 was true long before humans ever existed. Logic wasn't invented by philosophers, it just simply is. And morality wasn't created by a culture, it is discovered and obeyed or violated. These truths don't evolve, decay, or depend on public opinion. They are unchanging, necessary, perfect, and eternal. Sound familiar yet? Obviously,
are you asking me or are you just reading your thing?
I'm just reading it. Yeah, I want you.
How much more is there?
Not a significant amount more.
Is that when we say, yeah, it's tag. This is just tag.
Well, Joe,
familiar? It's tag.
Joel, specifically you, like, because you're really, really familiar on the Bible. I want to get through this because I want to get your opinion on the kind of the papacy.
I hear you. I'm listening.
Because I wanted to see if this is a reasonable argument. More so, I'm not trying to convert you here. Like, I just respect y'all's opinion. Now, ask yourself, where did they come from? They weren't made of matter. They existed before any human brain could create them. So, what's the source? If you're following the logic, only one conclusion makes sense. These laws point to an immaterial.
Sorry.
These laws point.
Oh, hold on. Let me let you. This is rude. You
Go
can.
ahead.
I just don't want to roll my eyes while you're doing this. So go ahead and finish your thing here.
If you're following the logic, only one conclusion makes sense. These laws point to an immaterial, eternal, rational mind. These truths don't just exist, they hold reality together. They don't just describe the universe, they govern it. They are an invisible framework that makes a rational, moral, and orderly reality possible. And Scripture doesn't miss this either. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. In him, not atoms, chance, or blind physical laws. All things hold together. Logic holds, math holds, morality holds. The stars in your soul both hold.
I got to mute my mic. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. The argument,
you're hearing my sighing.
The argument is going to be fun afterwards. I know, obviously, y'all aren't going to be like, yeah, brother. Scripture saw this coming as well. I am the way, the truth, and the life. Not I speak the truth. I use the truth, but not I tell the truth, but I am the truth. Truth isn't just from God. It is God. It's his very nature. For his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world. Invisible, eternal, perceived, not seen or touched. That's logic, that's math, that's morality, that's the mind of God echoing through creation. The evidence is not shown clearly to us, so we may have no excuse. These truths are not just tools God uses, they are attributes of his very essence. God is not just rational, he is the foundation of all rationality. He's not just good.
All right, that's enough of it. We get it. You're doing tag. Okay, we get the point. You've made the point. You're reading at some point now. So what you're saying is that logic is this like immaterial thing, so it's God. Now, my thing is like I've been reading a little bit of Wittgenstein lately. You know who that is?
I don't.
Oh, well, Wittgenstein was a philosopher, a British guy, and he was an interesting guy who said that logic isn't this like magical, ethereal thing as much as it's just the way language works. It is just a descriptive thing. Yeah. And I haven't finished reading all of it, but he kind of went against Aristotle in this way.
Yeah.
Said, I let you read your thing, dude. Like, don't. Okay. So the idea is that the way we use language just like locks into these, like it forces these propositions, right? So until the word not was invented, it didn't work. Logic didn't work. So it's not the case that like logic isn't, pen equals pen. It's propositional, right? And this is true even in Aristotle's word, right? The way that he made it was all propositions. And until all the words needed for those propositions were invented, it didn't work. Logic didn't work, right? That it wasn't like useful. And so I think it is actually kind of interesting to say that like logic is really just like this language game. Once we made words that were opposites and we made and versus or and described not and opposite, I said that already, but negation, then it like made it the case that we could use logic to force these like answers basically. So I don't think logic is this thing that exists in some ethereal plane that we like tap into in order to solve the mysteries of this world. I think it's more just like the way we built language to work, and we can play with language in a way that like comes to these conclusions.
Right. Okay. So obviously the way that we perceive logic, like that's what I said in the paper was, logic is only viewed through a rational mind. Like logic exists in terms of it could at any point be discovered. So it is an immaterial thing that is inevitable. But a squirrel and rock world that doesn't have a rational mind to find it would exist, and it would really kind of cease to exist, but be inevitably exist. Like it would inevitably and eternally exist.
The things we know as logic would still be true, exactly, even if there was no mind to observe it.
Exactly.
Things are only true or false once the thing is stated, though.
No, the planet being there is true regardless. I mean, you can be.
That's not what logic is doing. Logic isn't saying planet is there. Logic is saying the proposition a planet is there is true or false.
Right, exactly. So only rationality can what Joel said. It's true, inevitably.
The thing can only be true or false once the proposition has been stated. And you can't state a proposition until you have a mind, right?
You're saying logic only exists if you can beg the question, like if you have the capability to beg the question. Is that what you're saying?
Just like planet or not planet isn't logic. The way logic works is someone says there's a planet there, and then it can either be the case that it's true or false. But you're making the statement, the proposition is true or false. It's not really like a comment about the planet itself. It's about the proposition, right? So until propositions are being used, it's not logic. It's not the right word for it.
A way to say it would be another, like, just to add to what Maz was saying. So, like, the planet's there, but the proposition is P equals P. We made up P. We made up equals. That wouldn't exist without us. That's what the logic is the language of it.
Yep. But planet
and then we apply that to the planet. The planet's always there.
Right, I see what you're saying. Because I was going to say P equals P is true whether you can write it down.
That's incorrect. P doesn't exist without us.
Right, the actual letter, right.
P is the proposition, yeah.
Yeah, so the language of the proposition only exists with us, and then we apply it to the thing that does exist, and we can like ground it in the thing that exists if we want, but the language only exists through us.
Yeah, there is still like ontological, like metaphysical questions about like whether or not things actually, like if a tree falls in the wood, does someone hear it? I think it does. Right?
Yeah, the quantum physics theory of like light, like stopping whenever you don't look at it or turning into particles.
Well, that's like a big misunderstanding, but yeah, that kind of stuff. These questions are interesting, but I don't. And maybe with math, it'll work better for your argument if you just say like.
That's where I was going to go next.
2 plus 2 equals 4. It is the case that before there were humans, if there was 2 planets there and 2 planets over there, there was a total of 4 planets. Whether you say so or not, that's the number that it would be. That works a little better than logic, exactly, I think, because logic. I think it's propositional. I think it's. Just
it's the same exact thing because it's like math is a language to describe those things.
Yeah, so
even though the reality of them does exist. What's that?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So that's where the argument against, which is why I wanted to do this with y'all. So the argument. So my belief, or in the thesis, my evidence of God, or my not even evidence, but my rationality. Is that if you believe in immeasurable eternal beliefs or forces that govern reality that is immaterial and wouldn't exist without rational ability to perceive them, then is it an irrational step to believe that those things specifically are characteristics or fingerprints that live in the same plane because you already believe in literal, invisible, non-forcible, non-perceivable, but eternal and non-decaying truths. So,
sure, there's a big difference between like some truth, like 2 plus 2 equals 4, and another truth that is also like telepathic and has moral preferences for us. Like that's a huge difference, right?
Right, but that's the leap to moral realism, because exactly what you're saying is exactly true, and a good atheist counterpoint is both of those are descriptive of a reality that already exists, so it's not a being, or it can come naturalistic because it's just descriptive of nature.
Are you saying you think God holds these laws together? Like the reason that we are able to know that 2 plus 2 equals 2. So what is 2 plus 2 again? Is it 4?
It's going to be 4, I think.
It's 4.
I think it's 4. Yeah.
Joel's my math expert here. So the reason that is the case is because God is making it be that way?
I think, and again, this is newly discoverable. So there's probably massive.
Newly discoverable?
Newly discovered by me is what I'm saying. Newly found or whatever.
Like this is a new argument for you.
Right,
2 plus
exactly.
2 equals 4?
No. I think that we get hemmed up on perceiving God using like the prepositions he and him as like personal or a person. And so when you say like, can God make a rock so heavy, he can't lift it.
No.
It's like no, but it's not. But that's a categorical error because God is logic, and that is nonsensical. Like that is the.
You're just like I see what you're doing. You're like anthropomorphizing constants.
Right, like that. I don't know what that word means, so I may be saying right.
No, I think he's doing what they do with morality, where it's like God can't just say what is moral, and like he's not in charge of morality. He is morality. He is the standard. It is locked in his nature.
When you say can God sin, can the sun be dark or can a triangle be circle? Like
right, the thing that is righteous cannot. It just by definition cannot sin.
But when you say he, it makes it to where you start thinking of a person. Well, can he sin? It's like, well, maybe. It's like, well, no, like.
Well, I don't think God's the right word for what you're describing. Then I think at this point, like you're kind of like dabbling in deism, and what I would say is that it's just not the right word for it. Because if now all you're describing is like this kind of force of nature, maybe, or not like this abstract concept. That
not when you jump into moral rationalism. So you're correct. You're correct in descriptive eternal laws, but and again, y'all just don't believe this, but y'all are in the minority on the philosophers.
But so are you.
In terms of, are you talking about in terms of being religious?
Like philosophers who believe in moral realists aren't Christians.
Yeah, your version of objective morality is not the majority. You're just saying God is it. God is the thing of what's good. That doesn't make sense.
So the logic stepping stone of moral realism for me is moral. If moral realism is true, meaning an objective, rational morality that is not governed by people, and people so it must be create. Irrationality cannot create rationality. Like that's the argument. People who are rational cannot create objective morality because they're not all truthful or knowing, so they can't.
What do you mean by irrationality cannot create rationality?
Matter. So the only sentient being in the universe that we know of is humans, and we've already. False?
Yeah, the animals are sentient.
Okay. All that we know of sentient. Well, no, they're sentient. They're not rational.
That's the difference, right?
There we go. Thank you.
So, and also, not all humans are rational.
They have the capability of rationality in their nature.
Not all of them. Some of them are born with like intellectual disabilities.
Human beings are born with the propensity to have rationality.
There are human beings who are not.
But hold on. I think, let me try this. If we can look at logic like as a language where P equals P just because we made up what P was and we applied it to like a planet. And that means that logic doesn't have to be transcendental in any way. It's something that we came up with to describe our world. Why can't morality be on the same level? So we're seeing some like realities about our reality when it comes to morality, but we're inventing the language of morality. Right? Like the way we invented the language of logic, but we're still applying it to something true. That could get us to moral realism in a rational way just from us without needing to have some sort of a disembodied mind.
Absolutely it could, but I want to like just really quickly, and that's like more on the topic, which I appreciate, Joel, but I want to make this point really quick, Matt. Like there are, when a human is first born, they're a baby. They're not rational. Rational means that you're like capable of like applying the rules of logic to make like decisions or something, right? There are people who never get to that and they can still procreate.
100%. I think
which means irrational and their procreation can make a human who does have that ability. So the irrational can make rational.
But you're looking at humans on a per person basis, and I'm looking at as a species. The human beings have the propensity to be rational, like a living, sentient, rational being. Now, if you get in a car wreck and you're in a coma, are you a rational being? I would say yes.
Are you like a young Earth creationist, or do you believe in evolution?
I don't know enough about it to make a comment and then argue it, but I don't know.
Well, so under our view, obviously, we think that we evolved from species that were not as rational. So it is my view that rationality did come, even as a species, came from irrationality.
But rational truth cannot come from irrationality. Like objective truth cannot accidentally appear.
I think it can.
It's eternal.
You think it is with me. You think that there's a moral objective truth. I'm not appealing to that moral objective truth, but some of my just, preferences line up with that. Like I think murder's wrong, not for the same reason you do, but you think I got there just on accident, but it's also true.
No, I believe that there's a moral objective truth that murder is wrong. If we didn't exist.
Right. But what, and you're getting that from God, but I don't believe in God. I'm getting there through a different way.
Yeah, not necessarily.
So I'm using irrationality. In your view, I'm using irrationality to get to the same conclusion.
No, you are capable of rational belief. So the argument is the logic.
Prove it. I'm just kidding.
The logic stepping stone is that an irrational universe cannot create rational laws. They can create descriptive laws. So the argument holds up against math and against logic.
Okay, so you're not talking about people as a species or like morality and stuff. You're saying that like if the universe was chaos, then we wouldn't be able to make sense of it.
Objective moral truth, rational belief is capable with nature. Like if you believe that evolutionary biology created our perception of morality, and you believe in subjective morality, then each person just has nothing is wrong objectively. Everything is just perceived to be right or wrong. So that's
what I think. Yeah.
That's just I disagree. I think that that's that leads you to a lot of uncomfortable conclusions.
I think both lead you to uncomfortable conclusions.
Again, I think that believing
but
that
you know
Hitler
what? That discomfort that you're feeling shows that it's subjective.
No, you're
feeling uncomfortable about morality. You're having you're going, that mode makes me feel bad, so I'm gonna think it's this other thing. That you're doing subjective rationality to get to an objective conclusion. It's crazy.
But feeling discomfort doesn't make something true or untrue. That doesn't really matter. And what you're appealing to, Matt, is an intuition. And where does that intuition come from? Is that intuition rational? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think we just have to one thing I'd like to say is that if we look at any animal, they use a certain type of rationality to survive. And there's something that we're doing, like even mice, the way they find places to live, the way they find food, they're trying things and it's successful. And when it's successful, they repeat those things, right?
Like a mixture of instinct and trial and error?
Kind of thing. And so we do that on a much more complicated level.
Yeah, that's not the definition of rationality, though. That is trial and error, like what
but I think that we do that on a much more complicated level, but I think we're still doing similar things to that.
So can I ask you a quick question real quick, just so that we can make sure that your beliefs are deeply held. So if you believe that if a baby was born on a deserted island and raised by no one, like monkeys, for instance, or whatever, like no cultural influence at all, that if they saw a baby get tortured, they may feel that worldview is, they wouldn't have a internal objective truth to what is correct?
I think that they might have internal empathetic feelings that come about evolutionarily.
Yeah, I think they find it scary.
Just like they would have a fear or disgust. Yeah, those are just like human emotions, though. But those are that's a product of their mind experiencing something that they're seeing, and then having feelings about that.
Right.
And to use, just, I don't know if this builds on it, but to you, there's a common sort of story people can say, if you walked outside and somebody was sawing someone's leg off and you were like, stop it, but then you found out they were a surgeon, if you got more information, all of a sudden, if the baby sees another baby being harmed, it looks like, and crying, they might feel like something bad's happening and they might cry. that's not rational, because this baby could maybe be having a surgery done on them, or
or it could be
some sort
God
of slave
commanded the
saving.
slaughter of those children, and it's actually a good one.
Right. But just feeling those things isn't rational in and of itself.
The feeling is what
Right.
makes it seem subjective to me.
But you don't believe in an objective, like an objective justice.
No.
Like an objective, like you just don't believe that. I mean, you believe that.
I'm open-minded.
Right, but you believe that context drives morality.
For me, it's about like data.
That's like context, like what Joel says.
I think you're talking about. Well,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
In that case, yeah, the context matters when it comes to like what is happening to the other child. If someone's trying to help the child, then that's not immoral. But I don't think that I'm not a moral relativist. I believe moral is subjective, but I would still say that depending on the context, like harming somebody is still harming somebody. Like if you're not doing. If you're not trying to help them, if you're not breaking the leg to reset it, you're just breaking their leg, then I would say that that's immoral.
That's immoral from just your worldview, or that's objectively immoral to just hurt someone for fun?
I think subjectively it's immoral, but because of reasons.
That's right.
Yeah. And then we would have a discussion about it. Yeah, that's what everyone does, Matt. That's what happens in the real world.
Because these are the uncomfortable conclusions you have to go to. Like,
yeah, Matt,
okay, I have to rationalize.
Listen to the answer.
Hitler's.
Listen to the answer. Some people think Hitler made the right move. Some people.
Yeah, they would be objectively wrong, though, not subjectively.
Can you
wrong.
show that?
Can I prove that?
Can you show that like what's the objective wrongness?
Murdering somebody, genociding somebody is not culturally wrong. It is disgustingly wrong in terms of.
That's just your opinion, though. What's the objective wrong thing with that? You think murder's bad?
Yes, we don't need to go down the rabbit hole.
You just think it. It's just your opinion. Other people have the opinion murder good.
I think that there's a moral standard that is believed that is true regardless of existence or not.
What is
that
it?
people deviate from, meaning that like no one believes without influence that deceiving someone intentionally to steal their money can have any subjective correctness to it in terms of the law of morality.
You don't think there's some people who will deceive people for their money and they think it's good?
Good?
Have you met people?
Necessary. You're talking to people that are fallible. I'm talking about the objective truth of laws. People can believe.
You're just saying what you think the laws are, though.
People can believe 2 + 2 = 5. Like there's people that are stupid.
And I think they're wrong on that one. But with morality, it's not so easy. Do you think there's like? So easy. Do you think there's a perfect song?
No, there's no law behind that.
Okay, why not?
Because that is subjective.
Okay, so you don't think that do you think some songs are better than other songs?
Yes, because it's subjective.
But I mean, objectively, do you think there's any song that's objectively better than a different song?
Probably scientifically, probably. I don't know.
Babies crying and banging pots and pans together is equal to Mozart.
Well, again, I think that specifically is subjective because somebody might just really love that.
So isn't that kind of a hard pill to swallow? That like,
not really.
Artistically, babies screaming and banging pots and pans together is on an equal playing field with Mozart. Like that, I know that like no one's getting hurt in either of these, so it doesn't feel as bad. But like that's weird that that's like equal. There's no objective stance on that. But you're right. It's true that like some people might like the baby thing. And then what we could do is we could say, you guys really like, I know you like the babies screaming, but listen to this Mozart. Like you can display to them, like, here's the like instrumentation behind it. You can explain the chords behind it. You can try to enlighten them to it. Mm-hmm. And at some point, maybe they'll go, oh, I see your point. That is interesting. Right. Or they might go, no, I like the screaming and banging. and then we go, okay, well, you have to go to jail. We don't want you in our society. We wouldn't do that, obviously, for this, because it's not dangerous. But once we switch it to morality, someone might be like, no, I think genocide is good. And we'd be going, well, look at all the data. Here's what the consequences end up being like. Our society crumbles. Matt, let me finish. Our society crumbles. Okay. Like, look at how many people are getting hurt. I don't know is that really what you want? And if they go, oh, that's a good point, I see what you're doing now, then we can convince them. But if they go, no, I still think genocide is good, then we go, okay, well, we're going to put you in jail because we don't want to like live in this society with you. And we can't say you're objectively wrong, but we still just don't want to like live around you. So we're going to put you over there. That's all that we're doing.
I agree with those conclusions, but disagree with I agree with the premise, but disagree with the conclusion entirely. Like, there is a moral superiority to that belief.
Show it.
Matt, I think what goes on with the moral argument, if I may, and I really want you to see this, is that we go and we look at the Holocaust and all sorts of other horrible evils in the world, I'll say, and we go, that can't not be wrong. Like, there's no way I can say that isn't absolutely evil. So because of that, my intuition is telling me, my intuition that's making me horrified at this is telling me that there has to be an objective moral standard, right? And that is the evidence.
And it has to match my feelings.
Right. Yeah. But that is the evidence that anybody that does a moral argument, there's a couple other pieces, but they're all intuition based. That's the evidence that there's an objective moral standard. Now watch what happens, Matt, when you say, okay, and that objective moral standard has to be God. Okay, I'm going to concede all of that. I'm going to say, okay, there's a God and it has to be the objective moral standard, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Now watch what happens when we turn to the Bible and we show you God commanding genocide and saying to kill babies. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you're going to go, well, no, who are you to question God? His ways are higher. We don't know, blah, blah. Now, why don't you take that same intuition you had about the Holocaust and apply it to the God character? Because that means that the God of the Christian Bible is evil, because it's the same intuition, right?
Right, but that's where so great point, because we've had this discussion before on like the Amalekites specifically. Y'all absolutely cooked me, but that's the whole reason I ended up actually writing the thesis is that or one of the reasons is that moral realism created by an eternal God, you cannot, again, if the law, my belief is that those are laws and objective, you cannot call God immoral if he is the utmost moral.
Right. Yeah, I get it, Matt. So but what's happened, what's happened is we were starting before we got to a God. We were just talking about morality, and our intuition told us there was an objective moral standard because of how disgusting this thing was. Mm-hmm. Now we can go look for the God. Well, when I see what the God of the Bible did, and I don't know that God is the true God, I'm just going to reject that God, because my moral intuition that told me there's objective morality, that I relied on to get to the idea of objective morality, is the same moral intuition telling me that can't be moral. I don't all of a sudden defer to the God of the book. I don't know that God is real. Yep. If I'm using my my intuition to tell me there's objective morality, I should use it to help me find the objective moral standard, and it's not going to be that God.
Are you saying maybe Matt's right? Maybe there is some moral like perfection. Maybe there is, like, as we talk about like societal progress, that we're getting better. It's like better than what? Better towards what? Like what are we looking for? Like there is some utopia that we're talking about. But we don't actually know exactly what that is.
Right.
And it's for sure not this. Right. It's for sure not the Bible God, because if it's coming from our emotions and our like icky feelings, then that Bible is full of that, right? Like the God is full of that. In fact, all the gods, like the idea of a
we don't have a
universal
God yet.
Dictator gives me icky, right?
Yeah.
Like just that alone, like having a king of universe. I don't like that. So like just the idea of God at all is that. And so what is it then? Maybe there is some logical way. Maybe there's an atheistic way to find objective morality. A lot of them do it, like all the moral philosophers you were talking about, who are mostly atheist by like a huge majority, and moral realists. That's interesting. They have.
I don't know if that's true because Aristotle and Plato and all them,
they're dead.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying those are some of the famous philosophers that were religious that created those ideas.
Yeah, but you're talking about most philosophers today are atheist.
I'm surely I would imagine so. Yeah, most people in general, I would imagine.
Yeah, back then a bunch of idiots believed in stuff. They were,
Matt, you should.
Yeah.
Sorry, you should go talk to Ian sometime and have.
Yeah, I have.
Run.
This is the reason I wrote the thesis, is because he believes in objective morality, and I wanted to test it on y'all before I took it to him.
Oh, okay. So we want to presuppose. Yeah, so he's not doing it the same way you are, for sure. Like, he's using it with rationality. So he says
he believes that those are the quiddities of existence. Math, logic, and morality are the quiddities, the foundation that a naturalist.
Morality comes from rationality. So he comes from logic. So the way that he is doing it is a little bit different than what you're saying, because you're saying there's logic and math and this other thing called morality that is objective, but it's more of like under the umbrella of logic. Does that make sense?
I disagree.
No, that's what
I might be wrong.
Ian's
take. Okay. You might be able to school me on this because I don't believe. I'm
just telling you because you're going to go take this to Ian, and I'm preparing you that he's not going to say morality is this third thing that exists like you are. You're saying there's logic, math, and morality in this ethereal plane. He's going to say the morality falls under the umbrella of logic.
Okay. Because logic, anyways, I don't want to get into the weeds of that because I really appreciate it, but I don't want to use his argument while he's not here. But
they're live right now. Just go over and do it with them.
I think that y'all are a lot more approachable than he is. So I always liken talking to y'all. Joel, I don't know about you, Mezzo, as much because you don't have like a series on YouTube about it, I don't think, but like Joel, you're obviously incredibly knowledgeable about the Bible, and you're smart.
And my nightmare all over again. Just gonna compliment Joel. No, Mezzo, I think you're more so on the science and like logic side of things, that really intelligent. I'm more talking about the actual text. Shit about that.
But I think Ian's really easy to talk to and really smart. And if you approach,
he's a combative debater.
Well, it depends on. I've seen them go either way. But if you were to approach him with like, hey, I want to try this, and like they'll actually give you a course on it. Like they'll go like, I would try this, I would move over. Like it's actually a pretty good conversation. I've heard them really help a lot of people out in that way, even though they're theists or whatever. But what I'll say, Matt, just to give you like an overall sort of like critique of the thing, you're doing tag. I don't know if that is. A tag, it's the transcendental argument for God. So it's basically what you're doing. You're doing tag with a little mix in of the moral argument. The problem is you make a whole pile of presuppositions that you really need to be able to support.
No basis.
Yeah, and then you go into some nice sounding verses that are going to work for Christians but aren't going to work for anyone else. Which sort of vaguely say what you want them to say. So Christians do this all the time when they kind of talk about design, and they go, oh my goodness, the world can't have come about without being designed. And then they go, but we have a book here that says in the beginning, God spoke the world into existence. Now, to a Christian, that's going to get them hard. They're going to love that. They're going to just be creaming all over the place. But to anyone else listening, they're going to be like, yeah, somebody wrote something that like just was a throwaway myth thing. Yeah. And
there's like
you guys
a million
are now,
other myths that say other things. And then there's like science books that say different things. Like just because it's written down doesn't mean it's fact.
And then you guys are going to just you just make it sound so much better than, or you're just applying it to something that, making it sound better than it is.
Right.
And by then you're all caked in jizz, so it's too late to like turn any other pages in other books because you're too sticky.
Yeah. The thesis is a sermon that I think would really, really work for fellow Christians, and they would really like it. But for anyone that is doing arguments about this stuff, it's not compelling.
They're going to be rolling their eyes.
Yeah, and you really need to learn the transcendental argument for God if you're going to use it. And the moral argument fails on like 20 different levels, which I think we showed you a few of them today.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you being respectful and talking with me about it. I wrote this within the past few days of just thinking about if these immaterial things exist, is it irrational to believe in an immaterial thing that is those things? Like, to me,
that's literally tag.
Well,
okay.
I mean, but just at that level, though, just at that level, Matt, is like, if immaterial things exist, is it possible to think that there is a thing that is these immaterial things? Yes. If I'm saying, like, if immaterial things exist, those things are those things that exist. You're saying if these immaterial things exist, are they maybe something else that I want them to be? Like,
right.
That's a weird leap. Like, why are we calling it God?
Yeah. Well, the reason to end, the reason most atheists in debates, including y'all, but y'all have a comedy show, which is why it's entertaining. Y'all beat these Christians up, especially people who aren't, nearly as studied as y'all. Y'all do it every day, especially Ian. He's like, he's literally
not talking about Ian on our show. Like, we're people.
Well, I mean, Ian's a genius. Go on.
He's a genius. That's what I'm saying. So, and he's debating non-geniuses, so it's easy. But what I'm saying is that y'all create this such irrational. You call it a cult. It's like very irrational. And my argument was that if we believe in these irrationalities, is it really that irrational to believe that something lives in that same plane you can't touch, feel, but only can describe?
Yeah, I think once you're making the leap that there's another thing, like, okay, even if I accept logic is this immaterial, cold, hard truth, so is morality. Like, even if I accept those things to say, now there's another thing that lives there, but this thing has wants, desires, it has a mind, and it has a telekinesis as well as telepathic powers. What the fuck? Like, this is a huge different leap. This is like, these other things are like these concepts. 2 + 2, like they're these truths, they're these like propositions maybe, and then now there's like a guy, like that's a totally different thing. That's like, because like that's like saying like, well, maybe since 2 + 2 is really 4, there are invisible magical unicorns in the same realm as logic. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, sure, maybe, but like, why would we think of that? Like, you're just making up a whole nother thing, and very clearly you're making the thing up that's in the book you like, that you were indoctrinated with when you were like a kid.
Yeah, there's nothing so rational
obvious
there.
What's happening. Yeah, just
to like, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but like the moral argument part, it's not rational. You're seeing something that's awful. You're going, I don't like it, and then you're going, that has to always be bad for everyone. And then you're looking at the Bible and going, I like it. It must be this that did it. So that's not rational. That's all emotion.
Okay.
Yeah. Emo-rational.
Emo-rational. Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you, guys. I take up a lot of your time. I appreciate y'all's time a lot.
Did you want to say your favorite sexual position?
This morning it was just plain old missionary.
It's everyone. Christians got their favorite, missionary position. All right, thanks,
missionary.
Matt.
Oh, that was with someone. Okay.
No, he probably was doing it alone.
Self-missionaryizing.
Self-missionary. Missionary position, of course, is you do it upside down and backwards, but you're preaching while you do it. Emmy, welcome in. Hi.
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm so good. I get the feeling you're an atheist.
I am. What gave you that feeling?
I think maybe we talked before, but also
Yes,
you sound cool.
Oh, thank you. I think I am. I actually just wanted to share with you, and this is like perfect timing that I came up right after him, because I wanted to share with you, I don't do positions because they're kind of vanilla, to be honest with you. I like to write like kink scenes. And so I actually have a kink scene called The Moral Argument, if you guys want to hear it.
Sure. Is it as long as his thesis?
It really is not, no. But in the setup is that one partner, typically the sub, so I write these for me. So so I would be like tied up in on a St. Andrew's cross made out of old church pews. Yeah, so I'm
okay. Let's
I
like.
am.
Do you want to act this out with Joel, or would it help to have both people, or do you want to just read it?
Well, look, I I have other things to do today, and I feel like if we all reenacted it together, I might end up just like locking myself in my bedroom.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the scene would be that I'm tied up on a St. Andrew's cross made out of old church pews. And then my dom would just be interrogating me Socratically. So, like, I've written out a few of the lines that they would use. Things like, without objective morality, is it wrong to edge you for 6 hours? If evolution gave us empathy, why do I feel absolutely nothing watching you beg? I think that one's a pretty good one.
I like that one.
Are you consenting or just reacting to cultural conditioning and unresolved church trauma?
Ooh.
Yeah. I've just got like 2 more. Without a transcendental moral lawgiver, is safe wording anything more than just personal preference?
Mm-hmm. I love these. I fucking love these.
One of my favorite like finisher line is if you can't tell me what makes this objectively wrong, then bend over and accept the consequences of a godless universe.
I love this. This is fantastic. I everything about this was 100% perfect, Emmy. What I want you to do is go into every Christian live and just read this to them. That's what I really want to have.
I don't typically go into those just because I don't know, like being the sub in this kind of situation, it just turns me on too much to hear all of them talking with so much authority that is not warranted, and it's only given to them because
maybe that's what would be good is go up and like say in like intentionally bad atheist arguments and let them kind of spank you around a bit and just be like while they're doing I would watch that.
That could be so much fun. Oh my god!
Just give like the shittiest atheists, so like maybe something came from nothing, and then just wait for them to go on it and be like, yeah. I think that's an interesting.
I have other ones too that I'll share with you guys sometimes because I have things like the transcendental position, which is also known as the immaterial form of that ass. I also have like Pascal's wager, which involves like a lazy Susan. And
are you writing a book?
No, I just I write scenes, and I like to use things from real life. So like I also have one called the fine tuning fuck.
You should get like a like graphic artist to Tom of Finland these motherfuckers into some artwork and
it could be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be worth a buy. We were pitching someone else's book earlier. We were helping that guy Echo. Was it Echo? Who was selling a book?
I remember him. Yeah, it sounds more like a pamphlet than a book.
It wasn't Echo.
Oh no, it was the guy. Yeah, the guy that was atheism, idiot atheism, or
yeah. Oh my god,
soldier.
Yeah, Soldier was doing that. All right, so we'll look forward to either Soldier's 7-page book or Emmy's erotic. What would you call it?
I don't even know at this point.
I would suggest stand up, but I feel like it's too smart. Like I just don't think people are going to get this. Like it's just too clever.
Yeah, you can't talk about tag in stand-up. People are like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
All right, Amy, thank you so much, though.
No problem. You guys have a great day. Love you.
You too.
We are now. Thanks to you. So funny. All right, we're 11:23. We're making our way through the day here. We have Diane with us. Another like a good tip to that someone might not be a Christian is that they mute when they get up here because they're respectful. Diane, are you of age?
Can you give me 1 second? My earbuds literally just
sure.
I have to change. Just a second.
Sure. Change your earbuds, pants, whatever you need to do. Joel, how are you doing? I know you're getting tired.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Just like that.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Hi. So, do you have a question?
Was it for Joel because he left?
Oh no, it was for you.
Oh,
it
good.
was for you. Yeah. I wanted you to feel all the love. But it's also the guy that was just up. This is kind of tying into my question. Every time I hear them talk about objective morality, I don't understand why they're obsessed with it. Like, why are they obsessed with with objective morality existing?
Well, Joel kind of pinpointed it. There's sort of a thing, and it's a thing that we all feel where it's like we want to be able to say that like the Holocaust just is bad, right? And we all have this desire to be like, yes, I hate that. I want to be able to say that's universally bad. And without objective morality, you can't really do that. My thing is, you have to say, and I didn't get to get into this with Matt, but I don't think that that's enough words. You have to say the Holocaust is bad for what? For something. For the Nazis, it was great. That was good for them, right? But like, is it good for society? Is it good for like human well-being? I think not. I think it's bad. And so I think we could say it's bad for society, at large or something. But until you are saying what it's for, just saying it's like generally good or generally bad, it doesn't really make full sense, they would maybe argue it's good or bad for God. Like this is something God likes or doesn't like. I don't know if it like makes him happy. I don't know. God doesn't really make sense to me. But that's why they're saying like there must be something that we can do to say that this is always bad in every situation and that it just is bad, and we're allowed to say that. And so they think they can point to God to do that, but God commands genocide. So it doesn't really fix that problem. In fact, it makes that problem worse. And the other worst part of it is that, and then I'll let you talk again, sorry, is that saying that a God, a being, is in charge of what's right and wrong means they might choose some things that we don't like and that we think are bad for society, like eternal punishment, like genocides of the Amalekites, for example. Like these types of things are perfect examples of like, I don't want that to be the case, but now God says slavery, okay, we got to do that, right? Like it leads to these problems where it's like, even if that was objectively true, we wouldn't want to do it.
Right. So like I have two follow-up questions then. So how, and I, like you said, the fact that those actions are in the Bible to begin with, like it contradicts itself. But how, even if objective morality existed, how does that prove the existence of God? Or is it their way of pinning the existence of God? Like there is an objective morality, therefore there is a God? Is that their thinking?
I don't know. Like, I think it's just a thing where they're like, the reason they believe in God is for other, like there's indoctrinations or they're convinced or they had a dream about Jesus or something. What they're doing is trying to, usually when someone's at the point where they're at the moral argument, they realize that the Bible's sketchy. They realize that there's stuff in here that contradicts or is just factually untrue, right? Like the Adam and Eve story or something like that's just not how the world came to be. We know about like dinosaurs and shit. They know that Noah's story doesn't make sense. These things start to kind of seem like fake, and they're clinging on to something that's like, yeah, but I need to keep believing in this because if I don't know what's right and wrong. I think that's really what's happening.
Okay. I think it's just my brain hurts when I think about this because it doesn't make sense, and I have to just let it go.
Yeah. Well, the connection is difficult. Yeah, but MJ just said it's like, yeah, I have nothing left to cling to. That's something that Joel left, and I know everyone wants to talk to Joel, but like that was something that he said was a long-standing thing with him, is he was starting to deconstruct all the other parts, but then he was kind of like, there's got to be some objective morality though. Like he still wanted that to be true, so it helped him stay in it longer. But like, I don't think there is, and if there is, we don't seem to have access to it. If it's from God, or the other thing is, if there is, then it's some logical thing, like we were talking about other philosophers use to get to a logical, objective moral standard. Like that's neat. I think you can do that. I think that there are probably ways to do that, and other people are going to do it different ways, and maybe there's a lot of them. But I don't know. There's no real way to know for sure, and either way we're just like practically getting through our life without it and doing our best. So what's the point,
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I originally had a second question, but I'll make it a comment.
Okay.
I think it's odd when I hear them talking about how God is beyond the human mind, so we should just like let that go and just believe it beyond the human mind. But then when we talk about science and the things that they don't understand, then it doesn't exist because they don't understand it. But it's okay for God to be beyond the human mind, but not science. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's a huge contradiction for me.
Yeah,
too.
what happened before the Big Bang? Well, nature's ways are higher than ours. I mean, I could say something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll figure it out one day, though. That's the thing. I think it's just a matter of like figuring out how to look into that into a different way. Did you want to share your favorite sexual position?
Yeah, can I give you two?
Is that the...
Will I go to hell if I...
Oh, no, I thought it was called, the thing was called, Can I Give You Two?
No.
And it's like a two-finger... Oh, okay, no, what is it?
The cross.
Okay.
And the other one is the Sermon on the Mount.
Oh, that's good. Yep. I like that one. You mount up and get real preachy. Yeah, that's great. All right, thanks, Diana.
Thank you. Bye.
Sermon on the Mount is amazing. I'm trying to figure out what the cross is even. I don't know. Livia, hi, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Sunday.
It's a Sunday. It's July 27th for people who are keeping track of their calendars. I know because I just looked at my computer over here and it has the date on it. What do you got for us today?
Really just wanted to share my favorite sexual position, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to.
So it's my partner with a strap and my wet box.
Ah, yes. Strapping on to Joel's wet box. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, you know, but, and, well, I mean, that's just like, we got to find a way to add a strap on into Joel's wet box. He can, oh shit, drop this.
Maybe that's the way that the wet box spoke the universe into existence.
Well, the wet box is magic. It could use it as like a wand, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You could strap it onto the box and then it wiggles around and then, yeah, that's interesting.
You can't do magic without a wand. That's just a fact.
That's why I got this. All right, Livia, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, bye. Yeah, Joel, get a wand in there. All right, I'm going to drink a little bit of water. The guest box is empty. And it is 11:30. I'd like to get into another conversation, I think. But I'll do this for a minute while we wait. I might be getting a cough. That'd be bad. Carice, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, I'm the same age as you, and I'm atheist.
55 and atheist. Good to have you here.
107 and atheist. I have a question. So I have all this indoctrination I've been working on, and one of the things that I'm realizing is sort of like the thing in the back of my mind that I really want to get rid of is scary God. I realized that I had this going on when there was a small person who the adult in charge of them, I'm not going to name names, did not teach them what prayer was. And so they went to a birthday party and were eating, and all of a sudden prayer happened, saying grace before the meal. And this small child did not know what was going on and came to me and asked me, as a trusted adult who is not their parent in any way, JK, that they were asking me, like, what's the point of that thing? And I said, well, you know, it's to say thank you for all you have to God. And then they asked what God was, and that was interesting to try to explain. And then they said, well, why did you tell me not to eat? And I said, well, because you can't eat when they're doing that until they're done doing that. And then they said, well, why? And I said, then that's when I realized that God's scary, because that's the answer to that question is, if you don't do that, God can wipe off the face of the earth everything that you know and love. And that's the scary part of the God thing. And and I realized that that's working on me. Sorry, go on.
They don't normally say that God's going to like murder everyone if they don't like pray for dinner. I don't know if that's a common belief really, but I think it's also fine to like, you can just say like, just as a sign of respect, we're going to say like, show a little gratitude for the food. And it doesn't necessarily have to be to God or anyone. Like, it's okay to say like, just be respectful. Everyone's going to like look at this food and say, isn't this going to be great? And then some people are going to thank God for it. You can just enjoy it. It's also nice to like, before you eat, get a good look at this. Get a good look at this food and take a moment to like breathe it in through your eyes and nose before you inhale it into your mouth. That's like worth doing because you can't have your cake and eat it too. Once you eat it, you don't have the ability to look at it anymore. So I think there's other reasons to take a moment before a meal is the point. But as far as like being scared of God, yeah, he's terrifying. You're right.
Yeah, well, that was what I think. So I explained that other part too. Like, it's nice. You should wait until everyone, eats. It's a nice way to blah, blah, blah. I explained that part as well. But I realized there's this component going on where it's important as a follower of God to remain faithful, pious, and grateful, and to thank or acknowledge things, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's part of that indoctrination going on with me is in the back of my head. I have this terrorizing fear that like, well, what if I'm wrong? And all these bad things could befall me. And at the end of the day, it will be all my fault. I will have brought it upon me. I gave some advice to someone during my last live, although I might have been wearing cat ears, so I don't know if it really stuck with them because I had like makeup on and we were being silly. But I think this is actually a good idea. If you could, you were raised with the Bible, right? Oh yeah.
So what you could do is write down almost like a pros and cons list, but instead of pros and cons, it's like the horrors and the falsehoods, right? And so you're someone now who like, Noah's Ark didn't happen, right? Like, that's just like inaccurate part of it's a mythology, right? So you could write, for example, on one side, Noah's Ark. And then on the other side, you could, well, in that case, also write Noah's Ark. But then you could do it with like, eternal hell sounds bad. That's scary. Like a list of all the scary things. And then a list of all the things that aren't true at all, right? Like, water to wine didn't happen. Like all of these miracles that you don't believe in anymore. And see them side by side. And it's very easy to go, that's not true. When you look at like water to wine, like, that's not true. That didn't happen. That's made up. And then you can also look at, will send you to hell and go, that's not true. And like when you see them side by side of how like stupid the story is, and then you'll be able to also say that these scary things you don't have to worry about anymore.
So that's kind of a good way to take the fangs out of it. Cause it's just stupidly there. I didn't even realize I have it going on until I tried to explain that. And then that undercurrent of like terror is coming out because it's coming out of me, and like, I think that, it's hard because as a kid growing up, like you don't have any consent to that. And I think it was like, it's just interesting to me coming out of it. You'd think I'd be afraid of the devil, and the thing I'm afraid of is not the devil.
It's the God, yeah. He's the bad guy in the story for sure. But yeah, like indoctrination is hard to unravel. That's common for everybody. When I like shedded my belief off, I wouldn't say it out loud for a long time. Like I thought I was keeping this secret from God that I didn't believe in him anymore, which doesn't make sense. But when you're indoctrinated from childhood, it's hard to do that. It's hard to like disassemble that. And, it takes a while to even coming up here and saying this out loud is a good step towards your deconstruction, which is an ongoing process when we've been, as Hella says, brainwashed, literally. Like it's weird. It takes a while. And then even after that, it might take a while to be like, if there is a God out there, do your worst, hit me with lightning. Like that scares some people. But, then you get over it after a while. It just takes time.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I as soon as I was like the age of consent, I got out of that. Like I never officially, you know what I mean? But just being raised in it and being in it so much all the time, I just called myself non-religious and didn't actually critically look at it. And I'm realizing now, oh snap, this was like, there are so many poisonous things that go on and like that affect me and by extension, the world around me that is based in this kind of thinking. And, you know, so I appreciate you all and that advice of just how to sort of declaw it, you know?
Yeah, try that writing it down thing in the two lists. I haven't done it myself, but I think it's an interesting idea to just see the like very obvious glaring falsehoods. Rabbits chew cud, or like whatever, like dumb, a guy lived in a fish. Like that's so dumb. And like, and write that down and then right next to it, say, God will kill you, and be like, that's fake. And that's fake. They come from the same book. It's made up. I think it might help you kind of, you know, get over some of those fears. So try it. Do you want to share your favorite sexual position?
Sure. Well, I guess I would say, I guess I'd start with the foreplay, which is the, wiping the oily feet with the hair. And then I would say, I always thought that was pretty kinky. And then,
okay.
and then,
Jesus
and
foreplay.
then just, right. And then I think just get down on your knees and pray. I think that's the next step from there.
They for sure all fucked after the foot oil. Oh, we can't go anywhere. Our feet are all slippery. We just have to stay here. What are we going to do? Like, come on. All right. Thanks, Carice. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Mezzo.
I feel like License to Wheel was up already. License to Wheel, did you request on purpose? Weren't you already here?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to add one thing to that last caller because I actually struggled with that as well.
Sure.
So the thing that was like the House of Cards moment for me, because I wasn't like raised with the church. It was more like an amorphous kind of like, oh, your moral compass is directly tied to this.
We can't really hear you. Are you? You got away from your phone or something like that.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Cool. Yeah, so my dad was like an ex-Catholic until he said like, I don't believe in that book, but when you die, you will be judged. God is watching you.
That's the book.
So yeah, right. And like, so anyways, my like sort of aha moment was when I realized the free will thing, and that like if God has a perfect plan, he knows everything that you will do, say, or think for your entire life, then what God would judge you for what he knew you were going to do your entire life. So when you look at it, at least for me, when I looked at it in that lens, I was like, oh, that's like psychotic. There's no way that that's real.
Yeah, there is a point where you have to go like, if there is a good God out there, then it's going to let me in.
Right.
Right. Like it's going to be fine. Like I've done mostly good. I'm fine. It's not going to be a big deal. So I'm not that worried about it. And if there's a bad God out there, then I don't want in.
Yeah. It's like, I think Marcus Aurelius said something like that too.
There's a quote, and let me see if I can find this. I always say this wrong. It takes a man with moral fortitude and virtuous resolve, someone with a deep commitment to their own values, to stand in the face of a threat and say, no, the truth is more important.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Isn't that intent? That's, who said this? I think that was, Carrot Top. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up and sharing that. I'm sure that the last person appreciates it. I know I do. Okay.
Appreciate you. Thanks.
Right. He was a deeper guy than people give him credit for. You know, let's do it with too much bell. bell on that one. That was the most fun. I do have a YouTube channel, and I think I'm going to have it set up soon where I can actually receive super chats. So we'll be able to take comments and read them on the air. Now, normally when we're here on Sundays, we just let people up. You guys can do your comments here. But for Fridays, the only way to communicate will be via super chat, because I don't keep up with this chat. The Discord I used to keep up with, but y'all talk too much. I'm trying. It says I'm blocking this Discord because they're talking about putting 5 in the stink. See, this is nasty. This is too nasty. Let me close this Discord. Then here's this other Discord. I don't know what that's talking about. Yeah, too nasty. So we'll do super chats, and I'm sure that those will probably never be nasty. Knowing our fans, knowing our friends here, I think 5 in the what? In the stink. Yeah. You got 10. You know? You got 10. Actually, I want to try it with like an even differenter sound. Nope. Well, this might be interesting. A little too sharp. Yeah. Nah. It's better a little electronic. The end of Aladdin? It's long. That's pretty. It's intense. Can't do it with the pad. There it is. It's Aladdin. I don't hear the Aladdin. It's like I can show you the world kind of thing. Is that what you're saying? It's a little bit different. Cheesy.
Good afternoon.
Hey, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
30. I'm atheist.
All right. Well, you get your question and comment. Cheese, what you got?
Not sure how to word this. Sort of had a question about indoctrination. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Last week after your live, I was looking on YouTube. Saw some guy, a Christian. I was making some comments, but he said he's just trying to talk to other Christians about trying to get to join in. But there was a kid in the chat. I think she said she was 12.
Ew.
Yeah, and but the first thing he told her was because the kid said that her parents grew up Christian, but they turned atheist, but she wants a Bible for herself. And then he says that get a Bible, hide it from your parents. I mean, it's Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so it's why would a Christian just push a kid to do that?
Yeah, get them while they're young. Look, I mean, we do it with school. It is true that we want people to like teach science in the classroom because that spark for exploration in science and wonder in that way happens at a young age. And if you catch people when they're young and instill them with that scientific mind, then it does help society generally throughout the future be a little bit more enjoyable. So, like, I get the inclination to want to get them while they're young, but that's a bit creepy to hide it from the parents, because we don't do that with science. Get a science book and hide it from your parents. That's kind of weird. Yeah. I
felt really uncomfortable hearing him say that.
Yeah.
All he had to say was just he was just preaching. He had no proof, and all he kept repeating that he's only trying to talk to other Christians, with only 5 people in the live, including myself and that kid.
Yeah, so, I mean, all we're talking to is other atheists today, so it's kind of the same thing. But I will say this, I keep my live strictly 18 and up. Like, I push the button so that it doesn't invite people who are younger. Sometimes they sneak in with fake accounts, but I don't like that. I'd much rather speak to people who are grown up and able to kind of like have their own thoughts. Yeah, gross. Thanks for sharing that. Cheesy, did you want to share your favorite sexual position?
Yeah, give me a second, sorry.
Give me a second, sorry.
Yeah, no, spooning. Well, I'm the big spoon.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can
they call me the ladle.
All right, sure. Yeah, we'll take it. I think that counts. All right, thanks, Cheesy. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
All right. You can fuck while you're spooning. That counts for sure.
Hey, boss. Thanks for having me up.
Sure, Chubby. There's a little bit of an echo. Oh, wait. I think you're good.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. What's your age and religion?
I'm 25 and I'm a Unitarian.
All right. Well,
so
do you want to help me find
musician?
Jesus? What's that?
What's that? I'm sorry. I was wondering if you were a church musician.
I did a little, yeah.
Well, that's cool. You play very well, and I just wanted to say major props for your playing and giving the requests a fair shake. That was awesome. And thanks for letting us come and be friendlies. Sometimes some of them won't let us come up, so I give major credit to you for letting us say hi and show our appreciation for you. And I like your channel, man.
Well, I just do it on Sundays. If atheists come up on Wednesdays and Fridays, I kick them right the fuck out of here and say, get lost, scram, you heathen. But on Atheist Sunday School, I've decided to kind of like open it up just to hear a quick comment or question and, just kind of like hear people out a little bit or compliment. So that's fine too, which I think is kind of what you did, which I think that counts. But wait, so I thought you said you're Unitarian?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I thought that was a type of Christianity.
No, it started as a type of Christianity back when people like Ralph Waldo Emerson was a famous Unitarian. But as it evolved, it kind of evolved with the Enlightenment and when people started, inviting reason to the table. It became just an accepting, sometimes they even call it a Unitarian Universalist society now. So we have Buddhists, atheists, pagans, and so it gives a space for it has no creeds. Our first statement is like the inherent dignity and worth of every person. And so everybody's allowed to be involved. It's a very egalitarian, democratic in practice, and it's just a great place to be around people, and nobody's pushing their ideology on you, and But the music could be better, I have to say.
This is a like alternative to like regular church that still gives you a sense of community, and you get to have potlucks and stuff like that, and still like kind of encourage people to be good, help out your friendly neighbors and stuff, but you don't have to like threaten people with hell or say don't be gay, things like that.
Exactly. And like the only reason I found it is because it was the first church that was accepting of LGBTQ plus people. Well, historically, it was the first Christian church to ever do it. It was also the first Christian church to ordain women as pastors. It was the first church to be on the side of abolition. And so, and then from there, it just got more progressive and then evolved to something.
Quakers have some of that too. And I do think this is all good. I think that this is like good stuff for sure. But I also think it'd be worth like, not calling it church. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah,
there might be some value in saying instead of calling this preachers and stuff, because that gives a little bit of validity to the organizations that are doing it with hurt and things like that. So, I still have like some issues with it, but they're super mild. I think that like this is the best version of it, and that there's if everybody was like this, the world would be fine.
That's right, and I appreciate you saying that. And some of them, like I said, they call it Unitarian Universalist societies now, or and so you can just kind of detaches the stigma.
Love that
sort of thing.
Yeah, get rid of the book part, get rid of the church part for sure.
Right.
The more that like we see like a decline in like numbers of like the word church. So like when they do surveys in the government does a survey and they're like, all right, how many people go to church? And then you check off yes to that. They just see a checkbox that says yes, and then they design their policies to cater to evangelicals because they see that number. The more that number goes down, the policies will be catered to people like us, right? Or people in the LGBTQ community. Like it'll be catered to people who are like actually doing better rational thought and stuff. So I think it's worth, say no if you get the survey. Say you're an atheist, it'll help out.
Exactly. Yeah, I am that. Yeah, I never know what to say because it's like, well, we do have Christians there, and we occasionally talk about Jesus, but we also talk about everything else. So I'd never know what to say. I called myself an Episcopalian for so long because I kind of liked I was raised in the Episcopal Church. It was the music I grew up in and trained in college, and I became a classical musician and worked for the church. But then I found the Unitarian, so I just called myself an Episcopalian, and then everybody was like, "Is that a dietary thing?" I'm like, "No, that's pescatarian." So anyway,
close enough. Yeah,
close enough. So anyway, thank you for having me, and thanks for having us up. I mean, I would listen to 50 friendlies over an hour and a half long Philbro diatribe that I hear on some of these. I'm like, please just kick the Philbros. But I will listen to 50 friendlies over a Philbro.
It's fun to watch them waffle sometimes. I agree. It is difficult to listen to philosophy. It is like sometimes it is intentionally distasteful. Just like it's intentionally, just like with lawyerese a little bit, like they do intentionally speak complicated in order to charge more money, right? In order
really?
You need an interpreter for this. This law is going to be too hard, but I know this stuff, and they do. I think that happens a lot with like the Philbro kind of stuff, where they like are intentionally doing this just to make it seem like I can help. I know the answers to everything. I'll help you through this, and then they just end up preaching the Bible. So I get it. It is hard to listen to, but sometimes it's fun to watch them squander and fall apart when you bring up the Amalekites and they have like nothing but bullshit. So
exactly, bro.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
funny.
Well, thanks, Jeb. Did you have a favorite sexual position?
Let's see. I'd probably have to say doggy. It's a great. It's just a great, old school, evolutionarily bound style of doing it.
I don't know why we just give that to the dogs. Like lots of animals do it that way, right? It's weird that we just give it to them. Cats do it the same way.
Same way. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Chevy. Nobody tell cats that they're doing it doggy. Actually, do they? I don't know if that's true. How do cats mate? Yep. Yeah, like lions. It's like a laying down doggy. Yeah. Yeah, and cats bite the neck, so that's kitty style, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna tell my cat that they're doing it doggy. There we go. This person is taking a minute to load up. I don't know what's going on. 1847, are you connecting here? Weird. This person's having an issue connecting here. For people saying it sounded like Final Fantasy. It's a little bit like too tinny. But that's a good tune. We'll probably end it here tonight, guys. Oh, Cosmo Canyon. I got to remember it. Ah, man, that's a great request. Cosmo Canyon. Was it? I don't know if they said Cosmic Canyon or Cosmo Canyon. That's a great request. How did that one go? I can't think of it. It is Cosmo. That was just a YouTube ad. I got to hear it. Do, 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 do. Yep. I'll try just on piano. It's like gonna. I'd have to work on that one a little bit offline, probably. Yeah, that's a good one. Diaspora, welcome in.
Thank you, Melzo. Thank you so much this morning. Been enjoying the music.
Thank you. I think you've been here before, but what's your age and religion?
I am 46, and I am a new atheist.
Oh, yeah. Well, congratulations on having the correct worldview. We're glad to have you.
Thank you so much.
Did you have a question or comment you wanted to share?
I just want, I guess it's a questiony comment.
Okay.
I just, what part of my deconstruction has part of also been my doubt about this faith the entire time, being Black, growing up in America. And you start studying history and all these different things, and the complete sustained genocide, like the erasure of culture and all the other atrocities along with it, why are so many people in general, but specifically from my culture and background, why are you embracing the God that allowed our people to be enslaved for centuries and just so dogmatic about it? That was my whole doubt structure. And, you know, you hear all these hymns. I hear all these hymns growing up, you know, he's an on-time God and all these other things. I'm like, well, for us, he was like 500 years too late. But the big thing is just, you know, we've embraced this, but if you actually read the book, they were following the book as far as allowing us to be slaves. So for me, that was like the big thing when I actually read it in the book, because you never read the book as a Christian for the most part. You read the book, you become an atheist. But when I read that, it's like, it shattered everything. Like, let me keep going? Because if this motherfucker is okay with slavery and everything else, why in the hell am I following this?
Yeah. And it's very specifically, yes, it's okay to have slaves. Like, it's so laid out. And I don't know, like, I have a hard time. I've gotten a little bit more comfortable with it, but it is really difficult for me as a white guy to talk to black Christians when they're the ones defending slavery. Like, I have a really hard time. I'm like, I don't like, I don't feel like I'm on the right side of this. Like, I feel like you're supposed to be talking to someone else right now. Like, what is happening? I mean, I know I'm on the right side of it, but I just mean, like, I don't know if they're speaking to the right person. It's really uncomfortable to be like, you have to like yourself more. You know what I mean? Like, have a little bit more like pride in yourself and your people, and like respect it. Like, what the fuck? I shouldn't have to like tell you slavery was bad. This is so weird to me. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's a difficult thing to hear. You know, I think like when you get into these kind of like deconstruction spaces or these type of debate spaces, you expect there's going to be a few lunatics, like some MAGA head who's going to be like, we should bring slavery back or something like that. But it is startling how many defend it and how many people of color defend it. It's like striking. It's like jaw dropping, like how many will say like, well, under the right circumstances, like that's the right thing. It's like, holy fucking shit. Crazy.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it. And when I actually soft challenge people in my circle, like my parents or friends and family, and just how many of them have zero knowledge, you know, just quick story. My mom's 35-year educator, retired principal. She wants me to help her get a grant to teach the Bible in schools. And I asked her, have you read it cover to cover yet? And she said no. And I said,
I'm all for that. Just read Leviticus to the schools and get these kids fucking atheists right away. Be like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this shit. This is crazy. When they say they want the Bible in schools, they only want some of Jesus's stuff, not even all of it.
Yes, they have a 3-page Cliff Notes version, and that's about it.
Yeah, no, put in Samuel, put in Leviticus, put in Deuteronomy, because it's fucking nuts. And let them just know early on, like, how insane this is. I think, like, I actually think it would be valuable to, like, just like at the same time we do Greek mythology to do Christian mythology. I know that, like, our country isn't going to let that happen anytime soon, but I think it would be really valuable for kids to see, like, this is made up too. It's fine.
Agreed.
You can read this and enjoy the stories. The flood is crazy. It's a fun story. It's not real. It's okay.
Yes, well, I just really appreciate you. I discovered you through Justin, and I love you. I love everything that you guys are doing and everything. So I just really appreciate it. I just wanted to come up and share that and thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're glad to have you here. And like I said, welcome to the right side of reality. It's pretty nice over here. There's a lot less guilt, shame, and fear. And you get to just kind of live your factual life and enjoy your family. It's a good time. So live it up. And speaking of having a good time, do you have a favorite sexual position that you want to share with us today? Because that's what we're talking about.
Yes, this one could actually involve two people. It's actually more logistically sound.
It's like the most common way is with two people. Are you saying two?
Well, excuse me, three people. Excuse me, I
okay.
misspoke. I misspoke. So you're penetrating your partner, and then you have another one that'll either massaging your grundle or your anus.
Your grundle. Okay, hold on. Are we allowed to say grundle?
I think the proper term would be perennium.
A grundle is a type of fish. So yeah, I could see that. Like you guys are banging and someone else is rubbing a fish.
You could go. I might need to try that. That would be
That sounds good.
That's interesting.
What the fuck is a grundle?
A perineum. There's a space in between the sac and
oh yeah, taint.
Taint. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. We call it taint up there.
Regional differences cause barriers sometimes.
Grundle is amazing. And I like that it's actually a fish. That's actually really funny. Like rub my fish taint. It sounds really good. Great. Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah, I like that. Sounds fun. I'll try it out later. All right, Diaspora. Congratulations and welcome to Atheism. It's fantastic. I've never heard grundle before, but now I have a bunch of pictures. Let me just hit images here. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my. Oh, Jesus, welcome in. I wasn't looking at anything that I'm not supposed to. What's your age and religion?
I am 18 years old and I am a Catholic.
All right. Well, you're just barely making the cutoff. We don't normally allow Catholics in, but you barely made it. Do you want to help me find Jesus today?
I sure would love to try, but no promises.
That's fair. No covenants, right?
Yeah, I guess so. So I'm a big Aquinas guy, big Aristotle guy. And so I'm going to try and attempt to make a sort of metaphysical argument for the existence of a God first, and then we can dive into why that God is Jesus Christ a little bit after, if you'd like.
I'll just accept that there's a God, and then you can say it's Jesus.
So you accept that there's a God? Is that an actual belief you hold to, or are you just doing that for the sake of the argument?
We already did that with someone else earlier, so we can just say let's just say there's a being that grounds reality or something like that.
Being that grounds reality.
That's kind of what you were going to do, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess sure.
Who is?
So yeah, we can move on to just Jesus Christ if you would like.
Yeah, if that's who it is.
Yeah, of course. So I think there's three kind of prongs of the person of Jesus Christ. I'd say there's the historicity for his crucifixion and existence. And I'd say there's the lasting impact he had on the world and on the church, especially in the Roman area. And then finally, the continued miracles that we see through the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church from the 33 AD all the way up to present day.
Well, for sure, just someone being alive and claiming to be God wouldn't make them God, because lots of people do that. And also the lasting impression doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It just means that people fell for it, right? So I don't think those are interesting, but the miracles one is interesting. Can we do miracles?
Yeah, sure. And again, those first two were obviously in tandem with the third one. So obviously, if there are miracles happening based off of the claims that this person said they were God, and consistent ones that are convincing to the non-believer, then I think obviously those first two are important.
Yeah, I've been looking for one of those. To be honest, we do a miracle test in here where I'm in my garage, and to open my garage, it's like an electric switch. It's like a 60 watt, and it'll open all the way up because it's on an electric automatic thing. And so we've been trying to get God to open my garage door because that seems well within his reach, but it doesn't seem to ever work or be consistent.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple things there. If you want to talk about divine hiddenness, we can, but I think short answer, God doesn't have any obligation to prove himself to you. But we can get into...
Well, for this conversation, he does.
Why does he have that obligation?
If you're saying that he's real because he does miracles, then we'd have to see the miracle to know he's real. But if we don't see the miracle, then we don't think he's real.
The historical miracles is what I was referencing there. So we can talk about...
You said they were consistent. So if they're consistent, they can keep happening, right?
Yeah, and they do.
Yeah, so let's do one. Yeah.
Yeah, so Zaytun is a pretty common one. Have you heard about the Marian apparition in Zaytun?
No, sorry. Are we going to do the garage one?
Are you asking to perform a miracle?
Yeah, well, I mean, not you, but can't we ask God to?
We could ask him. I doubt he would say yes, though, because we're sinners distanced from him. But we can talk about the historical.
Isn't everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so he does miracles for sinners who are distanced from him?
He does miracles according to his will. But I was referencing in the three prongs that I brought up at the beginning of this conversation, I was referencing the historical miracles that have taken place throughout the 2,000 years of history that we were talking about.
Yeah, you just mentioned that he does it consistently, so I was trying to, if they're consistent, then we can just do another one.
Yeah, consistent is not the same as constant. So I said they were consistent throughout history in size and unlikelihood and lack of scientific explanation, but not that any time someone says, I want a miracle, it happens automatically.
Even though that's what the Bible says?
Well, the Bible talks about those who have a pure heart of belief. And then also the other time in Luke 11, when Christ says anyone who asks shall receive, it's in reference to the Holy Spirit. But again, I'd like to talk about the miracles that I brought up in the beginning of this conversation.
Sure.
So have you heard about the miracles?
And sorry about that before. I thought that you were saying that like we can do miracles still, and that's why you believe in God. But if they don't happen now, then that's fine. We can talk about the history one. I think I got a little excited because we've been trying to do this and no one will try. Right? Like every time I bring it up, no one will even try to do the miracle, which is like kind of, just annoying, I guess, because like seems like it's worth a shot. But yeah, sure.
Well,
so what's the history?
We're told not to do that explicitly in the Bible. So any Bible believing Christian would obviously
to pray and ask for things.
Well, not to pray and ask for things, but to test God in the way that you're doing.
No, we can't just pray and ask for a sign.
Well, we can ask for signs, but then Christ said the only sign that will be given is the Son of Man. So again,
so there's no more signs of God.
Well, that's not what I said. I said that this only sign given to those who are in unbelief, but he can strengthen belief through miracles. But again, we can talk about the historical ones. It seems like we're avoiding the historical miracles that I've brought up quite a few times.
I mean, obviously one happening right now during the live would be a lot more interesting to talk about than someone like old one that we're not able to confirm as clearly. So that's why I was like, let's try and do the good one first. But yeah, if you don't want to try to do the good one first,
we can ask for the intercession of our Mother Mary real quick if you'd like, and we can see if anything happens. But
sure,
definitely no promises there. All right, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Mary, we come seeking your intercession. We just pray that you pray to the Lord our God for some sort of miracle, for some sort of sign for the non-believers and believers on this live stream. We just pray that you ask our Holy Father for something that can strengthen our belief. We love you and we praise you for your wonderful life here on earth. All of this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, we can see if anything happens there.
Just giving it a minute. I thought I heard a car drove by, I think. I thought I heard something, but it was it.
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, no promises because we're sinners falling short of the glory of God and he doesn't owe anything to us, but we can totally ask.
Well, I appreciate you trying. No one has ever really, maybe we have one other person try, but most of them just have excuses. But even if you have excuses, it's worth giving it a shot, right? So,
yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let that happen during the duration of this call. If something opens, we'll be interested by it. But then, once we hang up, like I'm going to open my garage to mow the lawn later. That one doesn't count. Right.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect you to see that as divine intervention. That's for sure.
All right. So did you want to tell me about some other miracle that did work?
Yeah. Well, again, it was unprecedented. It wasn't necessarily one asked for. But we can get into Zaytun, Fatima. There's been quite a few Eucharistic.
Let's see. Look up how do you spell this? Zaytun.
Zeitoun. The Mary, the Mother of God, appeared over a Coptic church in Egypt in 1968. There were over 1.2 million eyewitnesses. The president of Egypt at the time came down and confirmed it. there were the witnesses, the eyewitness accounts of which we have over 10,000 in writing, including police reports and news source coverage, described it as a woman clothed in light with doves flying around her, also clothed in light. And then there were...
How do we know it was her?
Well, first of all, it was over a Coptic church. So that would be weird for another woman to appear over top of it. But they also say that it aligned with the icons.
How do we know it was a woman? It just looked like one?
It just looked like a woman. I don't think that's necessarily the crux of this argument, but did
she say like, it's me, Mary?
Yeah, I don't think she spoke in this one, but she definitely appeared. We can talk about ones where she did speak, but I'd like to talk about this one first and what your explanation for this one is, or your understanding of what happened, because there was by the military of Egypt, they did a 30-mile radius sweep for any sources of artificial light, and they found none. And I don't think necessarily mass hysteria really applies to this one, because there were, although they are poor photographs taken, but there were photographs, and then also police reports were taken down of the event, and also lots of conversions through this event. So I'd love to hear what you think about this.
So there's a light that appeared, and it's in the shape of a woman, and it happened over a church.
Well, it was a woman described as being clothed in the light. I don't think it was a light.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That's just how people described it. I'm going off the eyewitness testimonies. I wasn't there.
Clothed in a light.
There's also some
like
good
wearing
photographs.
A glowing dress.
That could be one way to interpret those descriptions for sure.
Dressed in white on the roof. They claimed to witnesses a woman dressed in white on the roof. One thought she was a nun about to attempt suicide by leaping from the roof, and the other called for police. And they said, "Don't jump." The sighting was just a reflection of light from the street lamps. However, a church custodian suggested the figure was the Virgin Mary. And so then everyone got excited. And then it ended after a few minutes.
What source are you reading from? Because
I'm just reading the Wikipedia of this thing.
Gotcha. It ended after a few minutes is not necessarily an accurate way to depict what happened in Zaytun, because there were multiple apparitions throughout, I think, a 5-year period. And some of them lasted for more than
2 days. It says 1 week later, there was another one.
There you go. And then they continued.
On April 9th, the phenomenon reoccurred, again, only lasting for a few minutes. And after that time, apparitions became more frequent, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week for several years, ending in 1971. Why did they end? Do we know?
All according to God's will. I definitely don't know the reason, but they did.
So, investigate the matter. And they started printing pamphlets. Yeah, I mean, I could give any natural explanation for this. So the thing with me as a skeptic is until, this isn't my quote, this is from, I think this was, some ancient guy said this thing, something along the lines of, until every single natural explanation has been discounted, we should not involve the supernatural explanations. And I think that's a fair point.
So what are your natural possibilities here?
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a trick that the people of the church set up in order to bring people in.
Well, the military swept the area, though, and they found no artificial lights. So what was the light in reference here?
You just have a lady stand up there in white and use a mirror to reflect like a light to her.
What light?
Sunlight?
It took place at night. These
are nighttime? Do they have do they have lights in the church? Wait, it said there was a reflection of street lamps. There were street lamps out.
Let me.
Yeah, so it could have been a mirror off of a street lamp, and they shine it on the person, and they're wearing like sequins, so it's like glowing a bit, and just have them stand up there. You could even just do it with a statue, so you don't have to you just kind of put the statue up and then like bring it back down. You get
and the doves that were flying around her. Those are just like
people get doves all the time. I don't see the doves thing
to fly around you consistently for hours at a time.
This one doesn't say doves. Let me look the word here.
I mean, you can look up the pictures.
There was a dove on her head. Yeah, the picture doesn't show any doves.
There's multiple pictures. Which ones are you looking at? Because they have doves.
I just looked at the Wikipedia one still. So let me look up more of Our Lady is a Tune, and just look at the images here. This huge thing. Yeah, the dove is just stationary. It looks like part of the statue thing.
Oh, so it's a statue now?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It could be just like they like paper mache something and put sequins on it and reflect the light on it. That's possible.
All right. Well, but keep in mind, people saw this thing appearing and disappearing without anyone going up there. So
you take the reflecting light down, and it stops glowing.
But the statue would still be there, and I think that would
but
rise.
It's dark out; they wouldn't see it.
Again, these happen day and night. So,
did anyone ever go up next to it?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I would assume that the police reports and the military sweeps would most likely go up there at some point. I haven't read much
just
on
while
that,
it's
though.
up there, you go up and see what it is.
Yeah, I would agree. That would be a really good step to take. I'm assuming they probably did that. I haven't read into that, though.
I don't think they did. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this thing seems like a very possible to fake thing.
Yeah, okay.
And
I'm not saying that this is like the definitive proof. I'm just showing you things that I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I don't think it is at all. I don't think it's like even like remotely compelling. But I think like these like different pictures of it. It just looks like it just stands stationary. Like that just makes it seem like it's some statue. Is there any video of it? Is it moving?
1968 was a hard time to get. Good quality video.
Video cameras though.
Yeah, I agree they did, but it would be definitely a hard thing to do. I don't think there's any videos now.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I'm not arguing this as like, this proves automatically Christianity is true. I'm just showing you things that are cool to me, to my beliefs.
So why would this, if this is God or Mary revealing themselves, why are they doing it?
That's a good question. All according to his will. Again,
But you said
I'm
something
not
about
God,
the
so I
last
don't know.
revelation was going to be Jesus, but this would be one.
I did not say the last revelation. I said the sign that would be given to the world is the Son of Man, not that the last miracle would be
okay. But
the
this isn't a sign just to be like, look, it's real. This is serving some other purpose.
Yeah. Typically, I don't think this happened with
serve?
this one. What's that?
What purpose do you think it would serve to just like look like a hologram on top of something?
Yeah, and definitely don't know the exact purpose, but it serves a purpose, I'm sure, as most things do.
Yeah, I'm not seeing one.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're limited human beings. I don't think we need to. That's not necessarily the best objection to God, is to say, well, I don't see the reason behind everything he does. Therefore,
this would be a weird thing to make happen.
This would be a weird thing to make. Didn't it convert like 100,000 people?
So that's what you're saying. It was to reveal the true existence.
Well, not necessarily to reveal it. I'm just saying that
was
that
a
is
sign of
thing that
revelation.
was a consequence of this apparition.
So then that's what it was for, right? That you would say God did this to like convert people?
Not necessarily. That's a consequence of what happened, and it could be part of it.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of like maybes and could be's and stuff in this, so it's kind of hard to take it seriously.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think I'm holding you to a very similar standard of you're allowed to say maybe, I don't know. I'm not criticizing you for saying that's not compelling or anything. I don't think you need to hold every believer to the standard of, you have to know the exact will of God. You have to know the exact purpose of every action.
But it's worth asking, being
that.
like, what the fuck is this for? Like, this doesn't really like do anything. And why was it just there? Why isn't it flying around? If it's going to like be there to convert people, it's like stuck to the church. It's kind of obvious that it's like just like some people made this thing.
Yeah, no, and I'm fine that you believe that. I'm not necessarily here to argue against you. Again, like I said, I'm just showing you things that I think are cool and compelling for me personally.
Oh,
we can talk about some other ones. If not,
yeah, you want to try one more?
Yeah.
What's the most convincing one?
What's the most convincing one? I like Fatima a lot. There's an apparition in Portugal. Mary, according to the story that is told, primarily by believers. I'll grant that before I tell this, but there's decent evidence for it. Mary appeared to 3 children. She delivered some prophecies about what would happen in following years, all of which ended up coming true. And then she said, "I will prove that I am Mary. I will prove that I have this power to deliver prophecy like this by performing a miracle." And then this story spread, this legend spread.
That's what I was trying to get. You said that didn't work. That's what I was trying to do in the garage.
Yeah, well, I think Mary, the mother of God, has a little more power than we do. So,
or than God does, because he doesn't reveal himself.
Well, I don't think that's the right conclusion to take away from that, but you can think that for sure.
No, I don't think any of this stuff is real. It just sounds like some kids made this stuff up, maybe, or that later after the big sighting thing happened, where people were seeing like some solar effect, and they were all seeing different things than they had different accounts of what was happening. That some kids said, "Yeah, we said this was going to happen," and then people believed them. So, yeah, I've looked into this a little bit. This one is like just doesn't seem that convincing to me either.
So your explanation is mass hysteria of 70,000.
I don't like to use the word hysteria. I think it's misogynistic, but I think that people were seeing different things and reporting different things.
Misogynistic?
Yeah, hysteria kind of has a bad history to it. Just a word to maybe avoid in the future. Not a big deal.
No, sorry for offending. Wasn't my intention.
No, no.
So you think these people were?
It's a teachable moment. Just letting you know.
Yeah, gotcha. So you think that these people were mistaken? That 70,000 people were simultaneously mistaken about what they saw?
I think they were seeing something happen in the sky. I don't think that they saw Mary.
Well, nobody claims that it was Mary. They claim that it was something that happened in the sky because of a prophecy about Mary.
Yeah, I think that they probably saw something happen in the sky.
Okay. So why did these children know about this before it was going to happen? Well, they said that it would on a specific date.
Oh, I'd have to look into that. I didn't know about that.
Gotcha. Yeah, no. So the children said that Mary had told them.
So they said
that
everybody go outside at this exact time, and a thing in the sky is going to happen.
Yeah, so that's why there's those pictures of the huge crowds that were gathered for this event.
They all believed these kids?
I guess so, yeah.
So like 3 random kids were just like, we talked to Mary, and like huge, massive crowd were like, we're in, we believe you. And they went and watched this?
Well, I mean, Fatima is a relatively populated area, so I'm assuming
they were already there. Okay.
Well, they were in the area, but they're standing outside watching, and there's accounts of these children claiming that they met Mary and that this would happen before the event took place.
Yeah, I don't think they really met Mary, though. That's what I don't think. I think these people...
I'm aware that you believe that.
Yeah.
But he's talking that these 3 children, right? They say this is going to happen. A mysterious event in the sky is going to happen. Why did they know that event would happen?
All right, 3 young Portuguese cousins. They were tending to their sheep, and they saw Mary. Okay, let me find the. Okay. 3 shepherd children. The 3 children were named here. Here's the history. Okay. So they said they saw 3 apparitions of an angel, And then the next year, 6 apparitions of the Blessed Mary were reported. And the children described her as a lady more brilliant than the sun. The children reported prophecy, a prayer that would lead to an end of the Great War. And that on October 13th that year, the lady would reveal her identity and perform a miracle so that all may believe. Newspapers reported the prophecies, and many pilgrims began visiting the area. The children's accounts were deeply controversial, drawing intense criticism from both local and religious authorities. A provincial administrator briefly took the children into custody, believing they were politically motivated. That's interesting. And then on the 13th, they said they saw a woman brighter than the sun. A crystal goblet filled with the most sparkling water pierced by the burning rays of the sun. She wore a white mantle edged with gold and held a rosary in her hand. Okay, these are all this more of the claims. Then they said that she would be back on this day in 1917. Trying to see like when the other people go. Following months, thousands of people. So yeah, this is the thing. Okay, so now thousands of people. These are Catholic people because they believe them, right?
Some Catholics, some non-believer, and I think there was also, I'm trying to think of what the other religion is. It's an obscure one, but there was like a weirdly dense population of them in Fatima. But yeah, there were Catholics and non-believers was the main composition of the crowd.
Reports of visions and miracles. The provincial administrator believed these events were politically disruptive and took the children into custody. When does it say that they saw the things? Pray again on the rosary. Okay, then here's what Mary said to the 3 children. Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am from heaven. I came to ask you to come here on the 13th day for 6 months at the same time. And I'll tell you who I am. Did the Great War end? There's like a lot of text here. Oh, here it is. Miracle of the Sun. On October 13th, there was somewhere between 30,000 and 100,000 people. It's like a weird variance, including reporters and photographers. It's called the Miracle of the Sun. That's the thing you're talking about, right?
That's the crux of the apparition.
Yeah, so there had been a lot of buildup about this, right?
Yep.
Okay. Descriptions of him. The sun was reported to have careened towards the earth before zigzagging back to the normal position. Witnesses reported that their previously wet clothes became suddenly and completely dry, as well as the wet and muddy ground that had been previously soaked because of the rain that had been falling. Things dried. That's fine. Not all witnesses reported seeing the sun dance. Some people only saw the radiant colors, and others, including some believers, saw nothing at all. No unusual phenomena of the sun was observed by scientists at the time. Skeptics have offered explanations, psychological suggestibility of the witnesses, temporary retinal distortion caused by staring at the intense light of the sun, and optical effects caused by natural meteorological phenomena. Yeah. So, of all the ways to get somebody to be convinced, right? That Mary's going, I know what we're going to do. Everybody meet together at the same time. And what we're going to do is you guys all stare at the sun. Don't you think that there's a better way?
Do I think there's a better way? No, because this is the way God decided to do the event. So do I think he could have convinced more people automatically with a different event? Yeah, sure.
No, do you think he could have done an event that didn't involve staring at the sun so that these accounts weren't so questionable?
Do I think he could have done an event that didn't involve staring at the sun?
I'm going to come out of the water or something. Or the earth will open up and I'll float out of the middle of it and I'll be like Mary and I'll talk to all of you and say, hey, it's really me. And then I'll like float away, or something like that. Instead of this like weird light moving around, like the sun is moving around.
Yeah, he could have done that, sure.
Yeah, I think that would have been better, but I think this is kind of a weird move. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. I'm going to agree with the other skeptics on here that it's probably a combination of staring at the sun with a little bit of psychological suggestibility happening.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, again, you're totally entitled to think that about this. Again, I have no power to, as you would say, help you find Jesus. I definitely would love to try, but I don't think that
Have you heard of the illusion of truth effect? Do you know about that?
Tell me about it.
It's this, there's like a bunch of psychological phenomena, and that's one that's like, if you hear something a lot, you're more likely to believe it's true, even if it's false. This is a thing that magicians use. Before they do a trick, they're like, you're about to see something that's going to blow your mind. This is going to freak you out. You're going to be amazed. And they say it so many times before they do the trick that when the trick ends up being not that impressive, people are like, I am amazed, even though like it wasn't that impressive after all. I think that this is, by the way, this is like a well-known, scientifically researched psychological phenomenon, right? And this is a thing that happens to everybody. So I think it's much more likely that that's what's happening here. There was a lot of buildup. There's a lot of things, a lot of stuff, and these kids are saying this stuff, and then these Catholics are like, well, we all want it to be true. And they're going like, then the crowd is there, and you see other people, and you're kind of hyped up in the moment, and then everyone stares at the sun, and when they start to say like, oh, I'm seeing something, the other people are like, yeah, I see something too. I'm seeing that too. Yeah, I think that that's much more likely than Mary chose staring at the sun as to be her method of revelation.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think there's definitely a good psychological explanation there that you could use to deny this event. I totally agree with you.
Yep.
Well, thanks for letting me come on, man. This was a good talk, and God bless.
That's it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Did you want to answer to anything about? Oh, he left. I was gonna say these Catholic miracles. I've been hearing a little bit more about them. Doesn't seem to check out for me. Let me read the actual quote. Until Puron of Ellis, 200 BC, until we explore every single possible natural explanation, we should not even begin to consider the supernatural explanations. I think that's a good point. I think that's a really valid point. We should rule out every single natural one first before we jump to supernatural. Because when you jump to supernatural, you're just like adding confusion to the problem. Anyways, sorry if that was really boring for everyone to watch me read this for a little while. I haven't read into that too much, but pretty quick reading of it makes it pretty obvious that like these kids made this shit up, and then these people all got duped by it. We've seen it happen before. We've seen people be duped, and they will be duped again. It's a real thing. That's a real thing that happens. Stay vigilant, people. Stay skeptical. Don't fall for their tricks, okay? These are easy things that people fall to and get converted by. Remember, there are well-known, well-researched psychological phenomenon that explain all of these things. It's our own weak minds. And with that, we'll head out. Let's see who's still on here. We've got Christ Before Jesus. We've got Dugald, Monkey Boy is on, and Dark Knight is on. Those are all good places to go. Go say hi, say Mezzo Raid. Let me make sure Dugald is doing, yep, Dugald is doing Religious Live, so that's a good one to go to. Raid Darth, sure. Just don't tell him it's for me. I'm not ready for that yet. see you Wednesday. Make sure you tune into Joel whenever he goes live. Make sure you tune into all the other friends and say Mezzo Raid wherever you go. But most importantly, tune in Tuesday to the Bad Bible Debates, the conclusion to the thrilling adventure that we are going to have to go back and be right in the middle of. A little bit nervous. Keep me in your thoughts. And if I don't come back Wednesday, it was...